level participants will gather from more than 60 countries. Discussions will delve into this year's theme, Cooperation in a Mutating World, Opportunities of the Wider Atlantic. 11 plenary sessions and 380 talks will take place in Marrakesh. Current crises, multilateralism, inflation, democracy, food security, climate change, global economy, and energy will be discussed. 16 thematic breakout dinners will take place in more intimate settings around the city of Marrakesh for frank and uninhibited discussions. 30 emerging leaders from across the Atlantic, chosen from thousands of applicants, will join the conference after a 2-day tailored leadership program. To know more, visit our dedicated website, atlanticdialogues.org. Under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI,
Hello, I am the coordinator for the
Under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, the Atlantic Dialogues High-Level Conference is back with an 11th edition in Marrakesh. Over 350 high-level participants will gather from more than 60 countries. Discussions will delve into this year's theme, Cooperation in a Mutating World, Opportunities of the Wider Atlantic. 11 plenary sessions and 380 talks will take place in Marrakesh. Current crises, multilateralism, inflation, democracy, food security, climate change, global economy, and energy will be discussed. 16 thematic breakout dinners will take place in more intimate settings around the city of Marrakesh for frank and uninhibited discussions. 30 emerging leaders from across the Atlantic, chosen from thousands of applicants, will join the conference after a 2-day tailored leadership program. To know more, visit our dedicated website, atlanticdialogues.org.
Hello, I am the coordinator for the 11th edition of the Atlantic Dialogues Conference, which will be happening in Marrakesh, Morocco, from December 14th to 16th. I am very pleased to welcome here today Mr. Karim Lainaoui, Executive President at the Policy Center for the New South and Dean of the Social Sciences, Economics and Humanities Cluster at the Mohammed VI Polytechnic University here in Rabat. Today, we are at the Policy Center for the New South to delve a little bit more into what the Atlantic Dialogues Conference is. The Atlantic Dialogues Conference is the Policy Center for the New South's flagship conference that brings together over 400 high-level senior officials, business leaders, academics, opinion shapers, and civil society actors from around the Atlantic every year to engage in stimulating conversations and rebalance the dialogues. We have now reached a significant milestone as the conference has been running for over a decade. My question to you is, what was the initial vision when the Atlantic Dialogues Conference was launched in 2012, and has this vision changed?
I think the vision is the same, and I will explain it a little bit more. But we have to initially recognize that this conference and its intuition and this idea of a wider Atlantic dimension was initially started by others and then taken over by the Policy Center for the New South. The spirit remains the same, which is to rebalance the North-South dimension of the Atlantic and to have a broader perspective with respect to what is the Atlantic, moving down south. The relation, which has been historically a more northern transatlantic relation. So I think we've stick to this initial vision and we've deepened it, we've built a community. I think it has also shaped the research program of the Policy Center as well. And doing so, we've created a community, we created a sort of researchers, think tankers, and policymakers passionate about the Atlantic and what it can bring to its citizens around the 4 continents.
Absolutely. This notion of community is very important. And as you said, over the years, the Atlantic Dialogues has become a space where we were able to build a community, with several guests coming back every year to take part in these conversations and contribute to rebalancing the conversations and bridging the North-South divide. How does the notion of community, how is it a notion that is important for the Policy Center in terms of the general work that we're doing?
First, for the conference itself, any of our colleagues and friends that have participated to the Atlantic Dialogue can feel it. It's a very special conference. It has a sort of spirit that can only be felt and not described, which is, I think, a success of this conference that we have reached after a couple of years. These things do not come in a vacuum or instantly. So it's the contribution of all those participants, and I think we're talking about thousands of people that have participated to the Atlantic Dialogue and who have sort of have been inspired, have ingested in a way the spirit.
The format of the Atlantic Dialogues enables frank conversations, it enables friendly confrontations as well, and it provides the space to challenge dominant narratives and views, which is something that we try to do at the Policy Center as well, in terms of challenging these narratives and presenting new perspectives in terms of challenges in the Atlantic.
What is important to note on that is that the Policy Center itself is a recent institution. It's less than 10 years old, and it has grown with the Atlantic Dialogue. So there is a sort of nurturing process that has taken place, and I think that is why it's interesting. So the spirit is fully embedded in the Policy Center, and as well the spirit of Atlantic Dialogue corresponds well to what is the Policy Center. So I think that's quite special, and it's the fact that participants come and stay for 3 days at the same place together. It creates millions of interactions that are well beyond what we can grasp or understand, but that's not very important. What is important is this myriad of connections that creates a sort of soul or spirit of the conference. So we are very happy that we all get together this year in person in Marrakesh for this edition, and also would like to deeply thank our community for having accepted to participate online for 2 editions with a very strong participation that we highly appreciate.
So we come up with a theme every year that brings together all of the different topics that we discuss throughout that specific edition. Just to name a few of the themes that we've seen over the years, in 2013, we discussed Atlantic societies, growth, change, and adaptation. In 2016, we looked at changing mental maps, strategies for an Atlantic in transition. In 2017, it was more about Africa, and we looked at Africa in the Atlantic, time for action. And most recently, in 2019, we looked at the South in the time of turmoil. And of course, we had our 2 online editions in 2020 and 2021 addressing an Atlantic in recovery following the pandemic. How do we come about with these themes every year? What is the process that goes into?
Well, I think, as I said earlier on, the conference is the sort of pinnacle of a process. So there's an ongoing process of research, discussions, analytical debate within the Policy Center, but also with our communities, with our partner. And let's not forget that every year since we have been producing an annual report, which is called Atlantic Current, that sort of receives contributions from multiple authors from our community, which is also part of this thinking process. What is important are also the values that we carry at the Atlantic Dialogue and that we all believe in, which is fact-based analysis, empirical work, semi-academic and policy-making works and research, which make it quite special, and the capacity of all the participants to navigate between civil society, academia, and policy making which is also one of the features of the Policy Center.
This year's edition will focus on the theme Cooperation in a Mutating World, Opportunities of the Wider Atlantic. Over the past couple of years, and since our last in-person edition in 2019, many things have happened, namely a pandemic and the resurgence of war in Europe, just to name a few. We have witnessed cracks in multilateralism, rising protectionism, disruption of global value chains, and rising inflation and food insecurity. What are we focusing on in this year's edition of the conference, and why?
Well, this is what we call the poly crisis, after a word coined by Edgar Morin. I think you named it. There's many, food, energy, and important structural transformation, as well as short-term pressure on government and societies to manage complex pressures on food prices, energy prices, macroeconomic policies, inflation. So I think we meet at a time where the succession of challenges to public policy making is quite important, and this is why we think that when times are difficult, we need to talk more, we need to over-communicate, we need to find solutions together, and that is exactly what we're going to do.
Thank you, Mr. Karim Linawi, for providing us with more details about the identity and the heart of the Atlantic Dialogues, and also explaining how linked it is with the identity and heart of the Policy Center for the New South. The Atlantic Dialogues is a conference and a community that has a strong vision, foundation, and purpose, as you were saying. Thank you all for tuning in, and see you in Marrakesh for the 2022 edition of the Atlantic Dialogues Conference. For those who will not be able to join us, please tune in on the Policy Center for the New South's website and on the Atlantic Dialogues website at atlanticdialogues.org. Thank you.
Good morning and welcome to this AD-TV, the live channel that will cover the 3 days of the 11th edition of the Atlantic Dialogues Conference. I am Sarah Mokadem, Senior International Relations Specialist and Manager of the Strategic Monitoring and Analysis Unit at the Policy Center for the New South.
And I am Akram Azawi, a Senior International Relations Specialist and Manager of the Public Policy Lab at the Policy Center for the New South. We are live from Marrakech, Morocco, where we will have the pleasure to host you during the 3 days of the conference from the 14th of December 2022 to the 16th of December 2022. And during this conference, the Atlantic Dialogues, whose 10th anniversary it is this year, we will host over 350 participants coming from over 50 countries around the Atlantic Basin, and from all of the 4 continents surrounding the Atlantic Basin. And throughout this conference, but also during our lives here, we will discuss how the wider Atlantic is and can be a common, shared, relevant, and strategic space for cooperation and dialogue.
This live stream will cover the Atlantic Dialogues throughout the next 3 days, so you will be able to follow the conference plenary sessions, as well as interviews and conversations with the Atlantic Dialogues participants, who will be sharing their experience, their knowledge, and their expertise on various topics related to the Atlantic Dialogues theme, cooperation in a mutating world, opportunities of the wider Atlantic.
You just watched an interview conducted by our colleague Lilia Rizq, the head coordinator of the Atlantic Dialogues Conference, and with our executive president of the Policy Center for the New South, Dr. Karim Al-Inawi, and we prepared some videos presenting our research programs, our staff, what we do at the Policy Center, and how the senior fellows are involved in our research. Right after these videos, Sarah will host you again together with 3 international senior fellows from the wider Atlantic and from the Western Hemisphere, more precisely. Please watch the coming videos with us.
So we'll leave you with some short videos, and we will be back with you here with 3 of our senior fellows, as Akram said. So just looking forward to our discussion just next. Thank you.
The Policy Center for the New South was launched in 2014 in Rabat with a vision and a mission. The Moroccan think tank was set up to contribute to the improvements of economic and social public policies that challenge Morocco and the rest of Africa as part of the Global South. The Policy Center supports the developments of public policies in Africa. It also gives the floor to experts from South and helps their voices get heard in the global geopolitical debate. It is ranked first in Morocco, 8th in the MENA region by the Global Go-To Index, published yearly on the think tanks worldwide by the University of Pennsylvania.
The Policy Center stands as a common good, as it has been labeled of public utility by the Moroccan authorities in 2021. Our institution brings together researchers, publishes their work, and capitalizes on a network of renowned partners, North and South. We publish 4 main yearly reports and over 120 publications each year.
The Policy Center also organizes more than 100 events yearly, the most important being the annual international conferences, the Atlantic Dialogues and African Peace and Security Annual Conference.
The Policy Center consists of a team of 120 persons. There are 50 administrative staff working mainly on organizing events, conducting partnerships with other institutions, and working on research valorization. Then there are, the research is conducted by 50 permanent researchers based in Rabat, working on economics and international relations. On top of that, we have 40 senior fellows, which are renowned experts coming from both the North and the South, and contributing through publications, conferences, and a very important aspect of our work, which consists in coaching young in-house researchers. And overall, we can say that the Policy Center is a powerful structure producing knowledge, incubating talents, and organizing knowledge exchange networks and events.
Over less than a decade of existence, the Policy Center for the New South has become an established fabric of young talents. Several of our staff members have been recruited by prestigious institutions such as Goldman Sachs, Bank al-Maghrib, the International Monetary Fund, Jacobs Engineering, and the United Nations. The Policy Center is open to a vast diversity of profiles and is strongly committed to gender equality in its human resources. Did you know that half of our staff are women and that our average age is 30 years old?
After graduating from a Moroccan high school, I went to Paris to study at 2 of the top-notch Parisian universities. Then I joined the Paris School of Economics in one of the most prestigious economics departments in Europe, where I specialized in macroeconomics and international economics. That was the starting point of my interest in economic and monetary integration in Africa, as well as domestic structural policies in Morocco. Then I joined the Policy Center for the New South to work professionally on these topics and benefit from the expertise of the senior fellows and the research team. My journey at the Policy Center for the New South has put me on the path of actively shaping sound development policies for Morocco and Africa. And then after a year-long leave where I pursued an additional degree in quantitative methods for economics and finance, I am back with even more eagerness to further participate in the dynamics surrounding a new paradigm of development as exemplified by the new model of development of Morocco.
Last but not least, the Policy Center for the New South is developing a community of young leaders through the Atlantic Dialogues Emerging Leaders, a tailor-made program taking place 3 days before each Atlantic Dialogues. Cohorts of 30 to 50 young leaders from across the Atlantic are selected each year and invited to take part in workshops and closed-door discussions with high-level experts before a full participation in our flagship conference. This space for cooperation and networking is at the heart of the think tank's values. The Atlantic Dialogues Emerging Leaders is already 350 alumni strong, a young, diverse, and interconnected community.
I'm going to present you the research methodology here at the Policy Center. Our research is based on pragmatic, investigation-driven and fact-based methodologies. Pragmatics, because we are in a very complex world. Fact-based analysis, because we have to understand all the structural issues we have in this world. Our programs are based on a 3-year basis. Our last cycle began in 2021 and will finish in 2033. So next year will be a very important year as we are going to review our strategic programs. Regarding international relations, we have developed many expertise on several topics: Sahel, security and defense in Africa, Horn of Africa, Nile Basin, terrorism, but also gas and energy resource-related matters. We have 3 programs that are very important to us and that are going to be reviewed next year. The first program is Building Africa in an Autonomous and Interdependent World. The second program is the Internal Dynamics of Africa, and the third program is dedicated to Morocco. For these programs, we have also embarked with trips in Africa so that our young researchers can complete their work, their back office activity of research, and develop their work on the ground. Between the publication we have is, for instance, the Rapport Géopolitique that is directed by one of our fellows, Mr. Bassou, and for instance, for the edition that was published this year, the edition of 2022, we have several insights, and we have also mementos about more than 20 countries in Africa. Morocco is, of course, also in our radar, and one of our last publication is dedicated to the leadership of women in our country and to the social issue of women here in Morocco. Thank you very much, and I hope you will enjoy your Atlantic Dialogue 2022.
So, when it comes to the research program at the Policy Center, it's equally based on economics and international relations. And this is actually one of the specificity of the Policy Center when it's compared to other think tanks in the region. So the 2 disciplines makes the core of the research here at the Policy Center. And along the way, we have realized how much is it important to have the 2 perspectives, especially nowadays. For example, with all the issues facing the world, we realize that it's extremely important to apprehend and to understand what's going on, to cross the 2 perspectives. Every issue nowadays has 2 sides, economic one and the international relation one. So it's really important to espouse at the same time when trying to understand the different issues facing the world, the data-driven perspective of the economists and also the political science angle of the international relations. So it's extremely important to have the disciplines, the 2 perspectives at the same time. So regarding economics, our research is articulated around 4 sub-programs that goes in the strategic thrust of the policy centers that consider Morocco, Africa, and the New South as their strategic anchors. So the first sub-program with economics, I'm talking here about economics, is entitled Rethinking the Moroccan Economy, and the objective is to deepen the understanding and the knowledge and the analysis of the Moroccan economy and the different challenges facing it, especially when it comes to integration in the global economy, the macroeconomic regulation along the cycle, the labor market issue, and the structural transformation in all the sectoral policies needed, or the appropriate ones. And also the ambition of the Moroccan economy and Morocco in general to meet the energy transition. So this is the first sub-program. The second one is African-oriented one, entitled Thinking the Emergence of the African Economy in the New Globalization. So in this program, it goes in the same spirit actually, with much more focus on strategic and structural issue, such as the role of agriculture and the food security, the natural resources, of course, it goes without saying, the role of natural resources in the development of the continent, the migration dimension, and the regional integration. And here we focus on the African Free Trade Agreement. The third one is in the midway between economics, international relations, which is the New South and the new globalization. And this one, we try to understand and tackle the different issues facing the New South, which is more than just geographic representation. This is a perspective, this is an ambition that the Policy Center tries to advocate for, which is a South that is quite engaged, committed, and that has its own perspective. Sometimes it's different, sometimes it goes in the same vein as the global one, but this is the spirit of this program. So one of the topics tackled within this one is the public goods, the role of Africa, the multilateralism. So as you say, this is a broader one that combines economics and international relations. And the last but not least is the program Moroccan focused one again on the social and territorial state, and this is one of the legacies of the policy of the COVID crisis. As you know, the state priorities have been reshuffled due to this unprecedented shock. And the welfare state has become one of the most important objectives, either of the state or of the Moroccan citizen. Regarding the publication, I would say we have a broad range of publications going from policy brief, research papers, and reports. And here I will make the focus on, I think, the African Economic Report. This is one of the flagship reports of the Policy Center along the geopolitical one. They have the same spirit as they trying to understand and to give concrete recommendation for different challenges facing the African economy, and also to reshape the narrative regarding the African economy. And of course, all this is based on fact-based research. And the second one that I would pick among all the publications is the ones that we did within the T20. And the T20 actually is the platform that combines all the think tanks coming from the G20 countries, and Morocco has been actually a regular guest of this platform. And this one also actually embodies one of the spirits, one of the objectives of the Policy Center is to share its own narrative within such a global platform, such a platform dedicated merely to developed countries. And Morocco in the 2020, 2021, Morocco have Policy Center actually, and actually we are the only representative of Morocco within this platform. We have published on trade, we have published on migration, we have published on funding infrastructure. So those are the different topics that we have tackled within this platform.
Hello, this is the ADTV, and welcome with us to this conversation with three of our distinguished senior fellows. I'm very pleased to have you with us. Dr. Lani Ismael, Dr. Isabel Tsakok, and Dr. Marcus Vinicius de Freitas. So we're joined by the three of you today to have a conversation on the Atlantic Dialogues theme, and also to discuss together the relevance of the wider Atlantic as a space for cooperation and dialogue, and how this conference really helps in kind of building a community around the notion of a wider Atlantic and around this space. So I'll just briefly introduce the guests with me today, who are Senior Fellow at the Policy Center for the New South, Dr. Len Ismael, Senior Fellow, a professor and author of several books on the globe, focusing on the Global South, but mostly a diplomat of career who spent over 30 years working in diplomatic positions. She's been ambassador of the Eastern Caribbean states to the Kingdom of Belgium and also to the European Union. Thank you for joining us today, Dr. Ismael.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you, it's a pleasure. Dr. Isabel Tsakok, a Senior Fellow as well at the Policy Center for the New South, a development practitioner, policy analyst and researcher focusing on agricultural and rural development. You've been working on agricultural transformation, food security and poverty reduction. Thank you as well for joining us today, Dr. Tsakok. And last but not least, Dr. Marcus Vinicius de Freitas, Senior Fellow as well at the Policy Center, Professor of International Relations and International Law. You are currently a visiting professor at the China Foreign Affairs University in Beijing, and Professor de Freitas has extensively written on the Global South and also focusing on the relation between Brazil and Africa, and looking at Brazil, look at really the Atlantic space and its relationship with and its foreign affairs, looking at its relationship with other countries. So thank you for joining us today for this conversation. This year's 11th edition of the Atlantic Dialogue is taking place in quite an interesting global context. Looking at South-South cooperation and the place of the South in a global dynamic that is very much shaped by events going on in the North. So I'd like to have really your impression, your perception on the theme of this 11th edition, which is framed around the general theme of cooperation in a mutating world, opportunities of the wider Atlantic. Dr. Len Ismael, you've worked on kind of bridging the relationship between countries around the Atlantic, and it's been really a major part of your career in trying to shape this dialogue between different countries around the Atlantic dialogue. How do you think the conference is kind of contributing to providing a space to achieve such a dialogue? And in general, what do you think the current state of the dialogue, how is it looking currently? How is the South?
Thank you so very much, Sarah. Let me just say how wonderful it is to be back in Morocco, particularly this very, very beautiful city of Marrakesh. When I reflect a little bit on the title of the conference, my immediate feeling is one of timeliness. We talk about, dialogue in a mutating world. I'm not quite sure about the word mutating. I was saying to my colleagues this morning over breakfast that when I look at that phraseology, I'm thinking of COVID mutating. But in a sense, we are talking about a period of unmatched crises across the world, and we can speak in terms of polycrises. We've had 2 years of devastating impacts for the Global South of COVID, and then a rather untimely war in Europe. 2022 was supposed to have been the year of global recovery, and it's far from that. And the war drags on, and it really is not in the best interest of the Global South. Having said that, however, I think that when we speak about the unprecedented nature of these crises, we see a series of opportunities that the Global South is seizing. One, to be part of the conversation about the future that they want, and they're very actively engaged in taking steps to secure their own alliances across the South, to be able to hedge against future bets. And two, we are increasingly getting a sense that power across the world is rather at an inflection point, that the world as we knew it in terms of decades of prosperity and stability has, in a sense, been unended. And the future will be shaped by other actors and forces that we have not experienced since the end of the Second World War, and certainly the end of the Cold War. And I say this for several reasons. I think for the first time, and we can talk a little bit more about this, for the first time we get a sense that the de facto acceptance of Western interest as being that of the rest of the world is coming to an end. And the rest of the world, including the Global South, is increasingly responsible for much more than 50% today of global output. And the demography certainly shows that the Global South has time on its side as well. And increasingly those countries have come together to parlay increasing global output into soft power across the world, but more particularly today focused on alliances which will secure their interest in what you call a mutating world. So they are rapidly widening the scope and deepening the scope of distinctly non-Western alliances, including expanding the scope of the BRICS, expanding the scope of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization well beyond the regional spheres. And why are they doing that? They're doing that because they want to be sure that in a world that is so conflicted, where the Western world is securing its own interests almost at all cost, where the rest of the world is actually paying the price for this discord and this disruption, that they want to be in a position to shape the future world that they want. And having said all of this, of course, it means that it's not just the Northern Atlantic that is the core of discussions anymore. It's across not only the Southern Atlantic, including the tiny Caribbean, of course, and our friends from Latin America and Caribbean, but including Asia, across India and the Pacific. So we think of the Global South spanning all of the world's greatest oceans, and we're talking about deepening that form of alliance in a way that will radically shape and secure interest. And one last quick thing I will say is that just a few months ago, early September, there was a seminal conference in the Caribbean. We had 1,200 African officials, diplomats, business people came over to Bridgetown, Barbados for the first ever summit between Africa and the Caribbean about deepening investments and that relationship which had sort of, once we became independent, we sort of lost sight of each other. And I think it's very important what has happened in that in times of turbulence, we realize we need more friends, not less. We need more tables around which we can sit down together. So these are challenging times, but ultimately these are opportunities which the Global South is seizing to secure its own interest.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ismail. I mean, you mentioned the current situation as comparing mutating with COVID is quite interesting because I think many countries are still going through the effects of COVID. And I'd like to ask you, Dr. Tsakok, I mean, throughout the Atlantic, you've, in your research at the Policy Center for the New South, you have very much focused on the experience of various countries in the Atlantic space and their experience in agricultural transformation, in poverty reduction. Through your recent research and focus on these countries, what do you think the current situation is? Let's say in South Atlantic or around the Atlantic Basin, has this area been, have countries around this area been able to cope with the crisis, and have they been able to kind of at least demonstrate some willingness to increase or develop or strengthen the cooperation around this basin to cope with the poly-crisis that we're going through?
Yes, I think the picture from the wider Atlantic is mixed. There are countries that are really trying to pull ahead. I mean, I think of Ethiopia, I think of Rwanda, I think of my little island of Mauritius. And so there's Cote d'Ivoire, but there are countries that are still mired in the old thinking. And I think the old thinking, as I view it, is not just sub-Saharan Africa, but North Africa as well. I think in terms of food security, which I think is the central thing that is vulnerable in the global south. It's without food security, you have no security, period. And the big mistake we have made, not only in the global south, but in all over the world, is to equate food security with food self-sufficiency. The problem with that is it is so country-centric approach. It is mixing what you want with the means of getting it. The means of getting it was don't import, just eat what you produce. It's a very simple message, but it's a wrong message. And I hope the crisis have really beaten us up, make us realize that isolation and country-centric and yourself kind of thing is no longer viable. But now that is the opportunity I see for the global south, is in a crisis and with the failures of the past, there will be people and there will be leaders and people that will see they have to do things differently. And that is a long road. I don't want to promise. Nothing in agriculture is quick fix. This is what I call slow magic. You have to figure a slow and steady and move it along. I mean, you can't grow 10 harvests in one season. I mean, this is just nature, right? So I think, I mean, the agenda forward is clear, but how to get it is, of course, the real problem. The agenda is first get out of this country-centric approach, like me only, me alone, me alone. If we continue with that, we'll just sink. There's no other option, especially with climate change, with all the variation in climate and everything. Just focusing on your country makes you so weak. You need to expand. That's the first thing. We need to think of food security minimally as a regional affair. Countries have to come together to do this. And that is a challenge. We have to find alliances to do it. Now, what do we need to do? The first thing is we really need to take a hard look at our failings. One of our big failings is we don't rely on our internal resources. We're always looking up, looking north, looking wherever to save us. Forget about the savior mentality. We have to save ourselves. With any help we can get, we're grateful. I'm not saying we should be pitted against the rest of the world, not at all. I'm not in favor of that. Internal resources, I think when we talk of the wider Atlantic, I think one major area is, for Africa at least, is illicit financial flows. They lose more in what I call funny money leaving the country than they get in aid. This requires, and Africa, the African Union is trying to do it. I'm not saying anything anybody doesn't know. Everybody knows it, but we need a minimum critical mass of leaders and people to really force us to start cleaning up our own mess. I'm not trying to excuse the colonialists. I have no sympathy for them at all. But I say, whatever they have done, we can undo, and we must undo. So my message is really of hope in trying to find the power within ourselves. We need to do a lot of things. But first things first, we need to transform our agriculture. People have looked upon agriculture like, the dummies are there, the poor people are there. That's a problem. If you look at agriculture like a sinkhole for the losers, we all lose. Every country, and I go back to Timmer's work, every industrial country, and I've written a book about this myself, they did not cross to industrialization unless you've got that surplus. You must have agricultural surplus. No civilization is built on poor stomachs. So that's number one. So how do we transform agriculture? Number one. But the amazing thing about the transformation of agriculture is that it requires a transformation of the whole country. There's no isolationist model of agricultural transformation. So in a way, all these things are coming together. We need to feel we need to work together. We need to feel we need to take care of our food first. And by taking care of our food first, we'll take care of the other things as well. So I am not an agricultural fundamentalist, as people say, but I do believe agriculture has been too often underestimated at our own expense. So not everything is in agriculture, but do not forget that guy. And on that, we can have other big discussions, and we should have other big on how to do it. It's a country-by-country thing, but there are principles. We don't reinvent the wheel in development. We don't. We learn from each other. And we have to be humble enough to learn. Even people we don't like, and sometimes people we don't like are actually very smart. So learn from them. I mean, this is it. Now, the opportunity I see is when in a crisis moment, we're pushed to really finding how to get out of it. And maybe all these little hatreds and whatever, they can go out of the window. That's what my hope is anyway, that we are not going to be stuck with whatever baggage we have from history. We are going to figure, yes, a better world is possible, a better world is necessary, and yes, we have the opportunity. And this is really a golden moment. We should not let it slide. And that's why I like so much what Len has tried to do. It is really a time to focus on our strengths and to learn from all the mistakes we made. And we made a ton of mistakes, no doubt about that at all. Maybe with the best intentions. And it's not a matter of blaming people here. We made mistakes, but we can do better. So I think this is, to me, this is an optimistic period. Marcus was asking me, are you optimistic? I say, yes, I am.
Well, thank you very much. It is true that there are many optimistic messages, and I have to remind that it's the first time since the last edition that was held in person was in 2019, so it's the very first time we meet in person since COVID. We did see each other, although in the office been a while, but it's the first Atlantic dialogue since the pandemic. And I think it was also an eye-opener, as you said, and some countries reacted in an isolationist way, while it was clear from the first days of the pandemic that people were very worried on how to secure their food supply. I mean, people very much worried, besides being worried on the pandemic,
right.
and I mean, worried about the disease that we didn't know at that point. Many people who had the first reaction of going, and we've seen many images from supermarkets, and people trying to match up as much food they could. And it was, as you said, food security is security. And we've seen it. I mean, it was clearly demonstrated.
Yeah, exactly.
Through the
it's
pandemic.
So clear.
Yes.
That's the good thing about the pandemic, good in quotes.
Exactly. And I think, one of the good thing and probably optimistic thing that you have mentioned is that definitely instead of leading some countries to look inward and close themselves, I think it should rather push many countries to look at regional approaches so that they can secure their supply chains.
Find bigger blocks.
Exactly, and learn from each other and gain from each other through interconnectedness and kind of looking at their agricultural needs or so in a more of a regional approach. And I think
regional approach is the key thing. No longer country-centric, isolationist, me first, like this America first is kind of totally the wrong approach to our problems today.
And I think Professor De Freitas, and I will have to say that your experience and knowledge on the Global South is also very much driven by, and don't get me wrong in my statement, but your country of origin. You're from Brazil, and it's one of the major demographies around the Atlantic Basin, a country that has gone through many experiences, and there is still now shaping another experience, probably, let's say, in its relation with its neighbors and its openness to the other countries around it. So I'll have to ask you on perception, because sometimes the way we perceive some areas depend on where we look at them, where we're from and how we look at them. How is the perception of the Atlantic space from Brazil? What does the Atlantic space represent for a country as Brazil in terms of opportunities and also challenges?
You're asking me, Sarah, a very complicated question, right? Because I'll make one criticism, and then I'll try to give like an overall picture here. I think that the greatest challenge Brazil has faced for a long time is that it doesn't have a real good foreign policy. So when you do not have a good foreign policy, if you do not know where you want to go, I think it's Alice in Wonderland, right? She gets to an intersection and she asks the question, where should I go? And then I think the little rabbit, perhaps I'm confusing everything, but if you do not know where you want to go, any route or any road will do. And I think that's the challenge that Brazil has had regarding its foreign policy. You have to identify what the national interest is, and when you identify what your national interest is, you design the foreign policy, and you do make a state policy. It's not one that changes in every government, as we have seen. So my criticism here is that Brazil, I think, needs to improve, or at least think well about what its foreign policy, what is the role that it wants to play in the world. We have been called a diplomatic dwarf at times by people who said that we do not have a position, or we want to be members of the Security Council, but we're not really doing something to really deserve that, right? But going back to what Isabella and Len have been saying, I think that perhaps as we look into this mutating world, we have to learn some lessons, for instance, from the Chinese in that sense. Because President Xi Jinping always talks about a shared community with shared values and a shared destiny. So if you look into what the discussion was here, is that we are talking about this cooperation that we need to have because we live in a shared community, we try to share values, and we have a shared destiny, right? And when it comes to agriculture, I always like to mention that to my students. If you look into the design of the world, the world has been designed for you to always have 2 harvests of anything. Because when it's spring in the north, it's fall in the south. When it's spring in the south, it's fall in the north. So everything that you have in this world is at least designed to have 2 crops every year. So what we need is cooperation, right? So we need to have this understanding of what our shared values are and how we can improve this shared community that we have. Now, what are the advantages of the wider Atlantic when we compare to other parts of the world? Well, first of all, the number of languages that we speak in that language is quite reduced. So that allows us to have more flexibility, even when it comes to improving the dialogue when I look into the region. Also, we have similar stories and similar history. And we have our negative aspects, all the negative impact from the past, but we should not leave from the legacy of the past, but we should look into the future and try to build a better future. So I think that there is this nostalgia, I think, sometimes in the countries, particularly in Europe, or people who are looking into their position now and realizing that as they project their future, they're not going to be as relevant. So sometimes we have to accept that things change. So, and that is the real question that we want to have. What is the role that this Atlantic region, which has been so important over the last 500 years, how are we going to adapt into a world that is really moving from the Atlantic to the Pacific? And how do we interact so that we are not divided? So I'll just finish, and I always like to mention this. When you go into the Beagle Channel all the way down to South America, you clearly see the difference between the Atlantic and the Pacific. There is a line, and you can tell where one starts and where the other one divides. I think we cannot do that in our relationship in the world. We have to build the synergies, and we have to build the roads, the networks, so that this wall that we have built throughout history between East and West is no longer there. And I think that's the great challenge that the Atlantic dialogues have. When we're thinking about a mutating world, I think the first thing that we need to do is to break down these walls that separate East from the West, North from the South. So if we start doing that, even if we make a little tiny hole in these walls, I think that we can really start thinking that we belong to this community, we have shared destiny, and we should look into the future in a positive way, because the better, in that sense, I quote Reagan, right? The best days are still ahead of us, and they have to be. And we always have to have this positive approach. So the problem in Brazil is that I don't think we are realizing that we should play a role in the world, and this role comes with the understanding of where the winds of change are going. And I think that's the great challenge that we have.
Critical times, and I will go back to the mutating, and it's a word, sorry, that has intrigued you and made us reflect around it. And you have mentioned that there was also probably a part where you have explained what probably could be behind this mutation, and why we're focusing on cooperation in a mutating world, in a sense that we're going through global changes and interactions that can really shape a new future for the global South, and a new future for interaction, not only South-South interaction, but also interaction between the South and the North. And I'd like to, if you allow me, to probably talk about your upcoming book, and it's a book in which you have, the three of you have contributed in this book that you have directed, Dr. Ismail, entitled Aftermath of the War in Europe, the West versus the Global South. I'd like you to probably explain a little bit more the rationale behind your title. Do you see an interaction, an adversity in between, or a nascent adversity between the North and the South around this reshaping of global dynamics?
Well, a couple of quick things. Thank you so very much, Sarah. But before we dive into this particular subject, I just wanted to pick up on something which my friend Marcus mentioned about Brazil in the world, and just to say that some things stand out for me as a non-Brazilian looking at your country. The first is, of course, that Brazil now has a change of government. President Lula is back at the helm. And my memories of former relations with Brazil under your current president was one of a regionalist and a global South person. He very much believes in regionalism across the global South. He very much supported a number of initiatives in the Caribbean, I mean, very generously so. And Brazil plays a very important role in the BRICS, the alliance between Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. And the BRICS +1 modality is expanding to include all of the South, from Turkey to Nepal to Pakistan to India. Everybody has signed up to become a member of the global BRICS. And I expect Brazil, with Lula, to be playing quite a role in building the networks that are required across the global South. So I mean, I'm not pronouncing a political view on this, maybe perhaps I am, but I am happy to see someone who so very much has always been committed to those ideals back in Brazil, because the role of Brazil has always maybe perhaps been a bit subpar with respect of the power of Brazil on a global stage, still to still to be presented to the rest of the world. And I think this is the Brazil moment as well. I'm optimistic about that.
Mm-hmm.
And I just wanted to share that with you. But coming back...
Just to precise that we still have maybe less than 2 minutes before we go to the presentation on the Atlantic Current. So
okay, so just very quickly to say that in November last year, it occurred to me at the as all of the disruption caused by COVID was taking place, that it was a lot of the conversation was in the North about what the North was going to do to support the South. But all the conversations were focused on the North, and I felt that the Policy Center, as this think tank, that we needed to pronounce ourselves, our views on what was happening in the world that was directly affecting our future. I did not know a war was coming, but within 2 months of that conversation with our president, of course, there was a war. And we have been working on this book for a year, and it will be launched tomorrow. And we're very excited about it because we want to be taken seriously, but we are sophisticated, mature, and smart enough to be able to say to the world and share to the world our views about the world in which we live and the growing role which we will play in shaping our collective future.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, dear Senior Fellows, for joining me today for this very interesting conversation. And I look forward to attending the launch of your upcoming book. And today we will also attend the launch of another report, the Atlantic Currents, which is always published and presented just in the session before the launch, the start of the Atlantic Dialogue. So without further ado, I think we can connect with the ballroom, and
okay.
I can let you also go and attend the launch of the Atlantic Currents. Thank you very much for joining me, and it was a pleasure as always.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you so very much, Sarah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, the Atlantic Dialogues High-Level Conference is back with an 11th edition in Marrakesh. Over 350 high-level participants will gather from more than 60 countries. Discussions will delve into this year's theme, Cooperation in a Mutating World, Opportunities of the Wider Atlantic. 11 plenary sessions and 380 talks will take place in Marrakesh. Current crises, multilateralism, inflation, democracy, food security, climate change, global economy, and energy will be discussed. 16 thematic breakout dinners will take place in more intimate settings around the city of Marrakesh for frank and uninhibited discussions. 30 emerging leaders from across the Atlantic, chosen from thousands of applicants, will join the conference after a 2-day tailored leadership program. To know more, visit our dedicated website, atlanticdialogues.org. Under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, the Atlantic Dialogues High-Level Conference is back with an 11th edition in Marrakesh. Over 350 high-level participants will gather from more than 60 countries. Discussions will delve into this year's theme, Cooperation in a Mutating World, Opportunities of the Wider Atlantic. 11 plenary sessions and 380 talks will take place in Marrakesh. Current crises, multilateralism, inflation, democracy, food security, climate change, global economy, and energy will be discussed. 16 thematic breakout dinners will take place in more intimate settings around the city of Marrakesh for frank and uninhibited discussions. 30 emerging leaders from across the Atlantic, chosen from thousands of applicants, will join the conference after a 2-day tailored leadership program. To know more, visit our dedicated website, atlanticdialogues.org. Under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, the Atlantic Dialogues High-Level Conference is back with an 11th edition in Marrakesh. Over 350 high-level participants will gather from more than 60 countries. Discussions will delve into this year's theme, Cooperation in a Mutating World, Opportunities of the Wider Atlantic. 11 plenary sessions and 380 talks will take place in Marrakesh. Current crises, multilateralism, inflation, democracy, food security, climate change, global economy, and energy will be discussed. 16 thematic breakout dinners will take place in more intimate settings around the city of Marrakesh for frank and uninhibited discussions. 30 emerging leaders from across the Atlantic, chosen from thousands of applicants, will join the conference after a 2-day tailored leadership program. To know more, visit our dedicated website, atlanticdialogues.org. Under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, the Atlantic Dialogues High-Level Conference is back with an 11th edition in Marrakesh. Over 350 high-level participants will gather from more than 60 countries. Discussions will delve into this year's theme, Cooperation in a Mutating World, Opportunities of the Wider Atlantic. 11 plenary sessions and 380 talks will take place in Marrakesh. Current crises, multilateralism, inflation, democracy, food security, climate change, global economy, and energy will be discussed. 16 thematic breakout dinners will take place in more intimate settings around the city of Marrakesh for frank and uninhibited discussions. 30 emerging leaders from across the Atlantic, chosen from thousands of applicants, will join the conference after a 2-day tailored leadership program. To know more, visit our dedicated website, atlanticdialogues.org. Under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, the Atlantic Dialogues High-Level Conference is back with an 11th edition in Marrakesh. Over 350 high-level participants will gather from more than 60 countries. Discussions will delve into this year's theme, Cooperation in a Mutating World, Opportunities of the Wider Atlantic. 11 plenary sessions and 380 talks will take place in Marrakesh. Current crises, multilateralism,
the
inflation.
Policy Center for the New South welcomes you to the 11th edition of the Atlantic Dialogues. The first session is about to begin. Please find your translation kits on your seats. Channel 1 is for English, Channel 3 is for Arabic, Channel 4 is for Spanish, and Channel 5 is for French. Thank you.
Under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, the Atlantic Dialogues High-Level Conference is back with an 11th edition in Marrakesh. Over 350 high-level participants will gather from more than 60 countries. Discussions will delve into this year's theme, Cooperation in a Mutating World, Opportunities of the Wider Atlantic. 11 plenary sessions and 380 talks will take place in Marrakesh. Current crises, multilateralism, inflation, democracy, food security, climate change, global economy, and energy will be discussed. 16 thematic breakout dinners will take place in more intimate settings around the city of Marrakesh for frank and uninhibited discussions. 30 emerging leaders from across the Atlantic, chosen from thousands of applicants, will join the conference after a 2-day tailored leadership program. To know more, visit our dedicated website, atlanticdialogues.org.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the moderator for the launch of the 9th edition of the Atlantic Currents, Senior Fellow at the Policy Center for the New South, Mohamed Lulishki.
Good afternoon, or rather good morning. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the flagship conference of the Policy Center of the New South. I'm really delighted that we finally made it to Marrakesh and that we are holding the first in-person Atlantic dialogue. We managed to continue the exercise through webinars, but you will agree with me that nothing can replace the human touch. And seeing the usual faces is something that is a source of joy. This morning, we are going to, as the traditions of the Policy Center indicates, we are going to present the 9th edition of Atlantic Current. Atlantic Current tries to, every year, to stick to the central topic of Atlantic Dialogue, that is for 2022, cooperation in mutating world, opportunities for the wider Atlantic. We have gathered this morning 6 eminent experts from different horizons, different nationalities, that will try to present some of the topics that have been addressed in the 9th edition of Atlantic Current. We all know that the combination of the consequences of COVID-19 and the war in Ukraine had a tremendous effect, not only on the North, but also on the Global South. I will not say thanks to this war, but because of this war, I think NATO returned to the center stage of international relations. It's enhancing its status, it's gaining credibility with its constituencies, and this is something that questions first, the ability of the European Union to continue to pursue its foreign and defense policy, but also it challenges the Global South in terms of coping with the consequences of this war, for which this Global South is absolutely not responsible. It also questions the non-alignment of the non-aligned countries from the Global South. We all know that there was some kind of push in order for the countries of the Global South to take side in this war, and it was translated in the voting of the resolutions in the Security Council and in the General Assembly. So this morning, I would like to ask my colleague, the 6 panelists, to join me in order to share with us their take, their thought, their findings about some of the aspects that I outlined. I would like to call first Mr. Jorge Castañeda, former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Mexico and Professor of Political Science and Latin American Studies in New York University. My friend and colleague, Mr. Ian Lesser, who is the Vice President of the German Marshall Fund. Ambassador Alessandro Minuto Rizzo, President of NATO Defense College Foundation from Italy. Even if we don't have a presence of the Italian team in the World Cup, we have the presence of Ambassador Alessandro here. I will ask also Si Ahmed Rida Khattabi, and economist at the U.S. Environment Protection Agency, and Fatim Zahra Mengoub, senior economist at the Policy Center of New South, to come forward and join us. And last but not least, Si Hamza Kha, whom we enjoyed, I think, during the last session, his intervention, very fact-based and very empirical findings on his studies. He is the co-founder of SOWIT. Si Hamza Kha, Shaham, thank you. So welcome to all of you, and I would like to express my appreciation for the staff of the Policy Center who managed in really a very short time to put together all the logistics and be extremely helpful to all of us. So as I indicated earlier, NATO is occupying center stage. A lot of questions come to mind about the enlargement, about the extent of this war, about the extent of involvement, but also about the likelihood of the NATO continuing to reach out to the South in order to tackle the common challenges and the different crises. So I would like to begin by Mr. Minister Jorge Castañeda, who will share with us his thoughts. Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Ambassador. Well, it's an honor to be back here in Marrakesh, and I would particularly like to thank the organizers for having convened this conference once again and for inviting me in particular once again. This is not a subject matter with which I am terribly familiar, but I think that this year that's coming to a close has shown that we have a lot of questions to ask about not only reaching out to the South or not on the part of NATO, but rather whether the South, or many countries in the South, have a great deal of sympathy or affinity for the type of stances that NATO countries What do I do? Just shut up?
I think you fixed it.
I fixed it, all right. The type of stances that a great deal of affinity or sympathy for the type of stances that NATO and, of course, the United States and Western Europe have taken on the issue of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. I think what we found interesting over this past year, both at the UN and at bilateral meetings or regional meetings, is that there has been a tremendous amount, more than expected perhaps, of unity, of homogeneity among NATO countries and in general most of the global North countries in terms of condemning the Russian invasion of Ukraine and supporting the Ukrainian resistance with money and with arms, undoubtedly with people, with human resources embedded in the Ukrainian resistance, the details of which we will probably become familiar with as time goes on. And at the same time, we have also witnessed a certain reluctance on the part of many countries of the global South to support this. I'll start with the region I know best, which is Latin America. Several countries have more or less openly supported President Putin in his ambitions. That's, of course, the case of the three dictatorships in Latin America, Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. But it's also, to a certain extent, the case of other countries such as Bolivia and occasionally Argentina and Mexico. Brazil has been more ambiguous, but at the last Security Council vote, Mexico and Brazil are non-permanent Latin American members of the Security Council this year. Mexico's leaving, Brazil stays for another year. The last vote, which was on the annexations, if I'm not mistaken, Mexico voted in favor of the resolution condemning the annexations. Brazil abstained, which of course is typical for the Brazilians. It's a strange place because, you know, they've been ranting and raving and campaigning and making all sorts of fusses the past 50 years or more, wanting to become permanent members of the Security Council. And every time they're non-permanent members, basically they abstain. That's what they do in life, is abstain in the Security Council. So I never understood exactly why they want to become permanent members, maybe to become permanent abstentionists. Anyway, they abstained. And countries like Argentina, for understandable reasons, they have a real fertilizer issue. As one of the great grain producers in the world, and despite the extraordinary fertility of their soil, they still need fertilizers, as the Brazilians do. And Russia is one of the largest, if not the largest, producer of fertilizers in the world. So you have an issue there of the differences. In Africa, which all of you know far better than I do, there has also been a great reluctance to support NATO and the Americans on the Ukrainian question. By South Africa, most importantly perhaps, but by most of the countries. And this has been the case in the Security Council and at the Assembly. And if we go to Asia, well, obviously China is different, but India has been particularly reluctant, also for practical purposes, has not only maintained but flaunted its neutrality, sometimes supporting it with the idea of being able to play a role in mediation, which hasn't worked out so far. And so the question is, how long do you want to wait until you take sides, if that's the reason you want to not take sides? Partly because they've been able to buy cheap Russian oil, which has been a bargain for them and very useful, and partly because they have the long-standing relationship before with the Soviet Union and now with Russia, as the case of many other countries also in Asia. So, NATO and the global South complicated. NATO and the Southern Atlantic also complicated by Ukraine, by the Russian invasion of Ukraine, perhaps to be more specific, and perhaps by the idea that these are a little bit two different worlds, that the interests, the ambitions, the values are not the same. And I think there is, I can certainly tell in Latin America, there is certainly more sympathy for the Russians than I would have expected, less sympathy for the Ukrainians, less sympathy for NATO and the United States. And at the end of the day, for many of these countries, it ends up being the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And that's a tough one to fight against, especially with countries in Latin America, as I tried to show in my chapter in the book, the small book that we published, that the Atlantic Dialogues has published, especially as more and more governments in Latin America tilt to the left. So I'll stop here, Ambassador, if it's all right.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And thank you for having me once again.
Well, I think that we have a glimpse of the perception by some Latin Americans about NATO and this war. Let's see how about NATO from within. And I think that Ayn Lesser and Ambassador Alessandro could share with us their views on these two aspects, to what extent it enhanced NATO and what are the prospects of the South keeping some interest within the NATO.
Well, thank you very much. Well, this is not very easy, in fact, as you said in your introduction, and this is not the first time that I contribute to this book. Happy to do so. NATO, of course, has become fashionable in different ways and from different points of view, but I don't want to speak about the war in Ukraine because I think this is something else. It's not the object of the discussion. I would like to explain a little bit to people who usually say the word NATO without knowing exactly what it is, and for good reasons, by the way, because it's a very bizarre organization in itself. And I will try to explain why. First of all, it's not really an international organization in the traditional sense, it is an alliance. And this is a difficult concept, if you like, but for all of us who have been to school, we have studied different alliances in histories. The different case of NATO is that this alliance was founded in 1949 and in 2022 is still there. Usually in history, normal alliances have a limited scope. They are done for a specific purpose, and then at the end, if you reach or not reach the purpose, they are dissolved. No, NATO is still there. So it says something about why it's there. And this is interesting. What I think you should keep in mind is very different, for instance, from the European Union, which is very often compared to NATO and somehow logically, but in a logical way you can compare, but in a practical way you cannot. Why? Because NATO, you should imagine perhaps a table with 30 people, the members, sitting around and deciding things together. So there is no commission, there is no external power. The 30 people have to decide together what to do. And interesting, nobody thinks about that, there is no vote. NATO has never voted, it doesn't exist. It is an alliance by consensus, which is a very soft, how can I say, not easy to define. Consensus means that if there is a proposal and nobody opposes that proposal, the proposal is accepted, which is a different way from making a vote. And I think it's very important to keep this in mind. Another thing which is not known, of course, by people who are external to this very specific affair, is that there is no real budget, in fact. The budget is what is paid for the headquarters, for the salary of a few persons at the top. But otherwise, being an alliance, the resources are provided by the Allied. So the Allied, they pay for themselves. If you take Afghanistan, for instance, again, every country participating into the operation in Afghanistan, but you can take another operation, Bosnia is exactly the same, they pay their own expenses. There is not a common budget like in the European Union from where you draw resources. And of course, this gives a lot of responsibility to the different government. Another thing is that this alliance has proved, for reasons that is up to you to judge, very successful, in the sense that the original treaty in 1949, signed in Washington, you had only 12 members, 12 original members. Now you have 30, soon to be 32 probably, plus about 40 partners. It makes an immense and difficult, if you like, sort of arrangement to control and to put into motion. So it is easy, you know, to think that when you are 12, you have a clear objective, you know exactly more or less what you want to do. And the idea was to protect Europe from a possible Soviet invasion. That is why the famous Article 5 is well known. All this has changed completely. And so the alliance has to take these difficult decisions without really having a book in front of it somehow. You have the strategic concept, but the strategic concept is something different, you know. It's a sort of guide, but nothing more than that. It's not a legal obligation. And so after the various enlargements, there have been 8 enlargements, I've been surprised even by that, it was decided 3 or 4 years ago to reform the organization in the sense to give it more of a political specific direction. Because when you have 30 members, it's very difficult that those 30 members have the same priorities and the same political focus. They probably are in a different, not probably, they are certainly in different geographical areas, and they have different histories and different ideas about the future. And so to make a union out of that is extremely difficult. So there was a process underway, which was launched 3 years ago, called NATO 2030, and it was meant to address this political issue, the fact of political consultation and decision-making, and how to put NATO at the center of political conversation in the world about security issue. But of course, things, you know, are designed by humans in a way, and they happen in a different way, because the war exploded in Ukraine on 24th of February, and so the reform process, in a way, has been put aside because there is the war. And this is also something very important. So we had a summit in Madrid in June, a few months already after the beginning of the war, where you had a confirmation of this astonishing, in a way, unity of Allied against Russia, which was not something which was written before the beginning of the war, and it took place. You have an enormous, how can I say, force now, Allied force at the border with Russia, and a new strategic concept. I have to say briefly, because I think I don't have much time, perhaps can I say a few things about 1 minute? Okay. There are 3 core three core things in NATO. One is defense, common defense. If LNI is attacked, the others will help. The second one is crisis management, in the case of Afghanistan, in the case of Bosnia. And the third one, which is the one more interesting here in Morocco, is cooperative security. What does it mean, cooperative security? When I was in NATO, I was really the person in charge of that. So I'm very affectionate to this concept. I think it's very important because it means that you have different regions of the world with different priorities and different systems, then can put together something in order to project security around the world. And so the issue for NATO, and perhaps if I have to conclude, the issue for NATO is that we may win on the east and lose on the south. And that would be very bad, because I think that we have an enormous interest, both in the north and in the south, to have cooperation in the area of security and the area of energy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. Well, I see that you insisted on this distinction between alliance and international organizations. And I read exactly the same advocacy in Ian Lesser paper. I think for those who taught international organizations, we have always indicated that NATO is an international organization of military character because it has a charter, it has objectives, it has some principles, and it has a permanent structures. So it fits at least the basic element of an international organization. But let's hear from Ian his take on NATO being an alliance and not an international organization.
Well, you know, thank you very much. And it's let me just add my thanks, because it's a great pleasure to be here in person at this historic meeting. It's great. And, you know, one of the things that I was trying to do in the piece that I wrote, and congratulations on the volume as well, was to think a little bit about what has changed since the beginning of this exercise, which was in fact always talking about things like the role of NATO in the South, and but this notion of kind of wider Atlanticism. You know, I come from an organization that's all about transatlantic cooperation, but you know, why should that just be about what goes on between Washington and Brussels or Berlin or Paris or Rome? There's the rest. What happened to the rest of the Atlantic? And so, you know, there has always been this desire, I find very interesting, to sort of change our mental maps about what we mean by transatlantic relations, to think more in a north-south and south-south dimension as well. And there, I think, some of the points that have been made about NATO have become very illuminating, because if you think about what has changed over the last decade in this, one of the very big changes is, you know, 10 years ago, we didn't have an animating strategic conflict. There were a lot of security problems around the world, but you didn't have the kind of thing that we have today vis-a-vis Russia and Ukraine and NATO. And so this is a big change. And I think when it's seen from the South, you know, one can be sympathetic to the idea that if you're sitting in Brazil, or maybe it's true in Mexico and other places, you say, well, you know, you had some decades of telling us that we were a source of instability affecting your security in the north and all the rest, crisis management. We need to have more cooperative security to manage these things, to build capacity. Now we have an example of a big animating conflict in the north making everybody else's life difficult. And so in that sense, it doesn't surprise me that there are major actors in the south who maybe share the view about the illegality, the immorality of Russian action, no question, but aren't necessarily buying, if I can say, the bigger sort of ideological confrontation as a model for what's going to go on and what will affect international institutions in the future. You know, who is like-minded about this? And we tend to talk about that in the North, but it's a very difficult question to answer. So it's a much more troubled scene, I think. Where does that leave us? I think you will find, yes, NATO is doing a great deal. NATO allies, above all the United States, 95% probably for Ukraine now. And maybe the other 5% wouldn't even make it there if it wasn't for the United States helping to do that. But there's also a piece that we don't see, as you alluded to, that's on the intelligence sharing side and many other things. And eventually we'll come to the reconstruction problem, which will be more global and will require international partners. So, you know, it really has changed the scene entirely from a decade ago when maybe we were sitting here and talking about what did it mean to talk about the wider Atlantic, even in security terms. I mean, I would just also end by saying that there is a kind of sense that somehow non-alignment is coming back. I'm not sure, we could debate that. I think there is a kind of functional non-alignment that even within NATO there are countries like Turkey, for example, that simply are not going to sign up to the sanctions regimes. And so there is a kind of functional non-alignment in a way that I think we're going to have to reckon with. But I know you want to get onto some other topics, and that was really how I was going to conclude, because I think even if it's a much more troubled scene now, that there are areas, whether you're talking about climate or environment or oceans policy or migration, where you have to have this kind of ability to think across latitudes and have partnerships that are not just in the north, but also in the south. And so it's great to be here for this conversation again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ian. Well, I think that we've had a reasonable amount of time devoted to NATO and to the consequences of the war. Let's go back to something more empirical, more down to earth. Security, food security, droughts, water scarcity is something that the global south is experiencing, that this country is experiencing, especially this year, a very hard time that the Moroccan agriculture is going through. Let's see from you what are the prospects, and if you have some recommendation or some perspective of possible solutions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ambassador. First of all, happy to be here with you and share our thoughts on our chapter. So, as you can see, I will take another route and talk about water insecurity. So, I believe that all of us know, we know that what it is, or we have an idea about what it is exactly, but I prefer to give you the UN definition so we are all on the same page. I will quote the UN definition. Water security is defined as the capacity of a population to access to adequate quantities. So the first condition is adequate quantities of water of acceptable quality for sustaining livelihoods, human well-being, and socio-economic development. It's also protecting the population against waterborne pollution and water-related disaster. And finally, it's preserving aquatic ecosystems in a climate of peace and political stability. So from this definition, we can see clearly that water insecurity is not just about the physical absence of water, but the definition includes other dimensions such as the quality of water and even the way that we are adopting to manage it. So talking about numbers now, we can say that almost 3 billion people in the world are lacking access to water facilities, which is very huge, because that means that approximately a quarter of the total population in the world lives in water-stressed countries, and many of these countries are located in the Atlantic Basin. We can, for example, cite the example of Sub-Saharan Africa, of which the total about 40% of the total population in the Sub-Saharan countries doesn't have access to primary water supply, and even in the Latin American and the Caribbean, where about 55% of the population doesn't have access to adequate sanitation. So certainly the situation is very different between countries, because countries in the region are contrasted in terms of water endowment and also in terms of demand, the quantity of water that is needed for either whether for the drinking water or also for the economic development and socio-economic development. So the situation is very different, but we can also talk about at the same time common challenges because all of these countries are facing the same challenges. The first one to cite here is climate change. Climate change is affecting, as you said, Mr. the Ambassador, is affecting all the countries differently. Some countries are experiencing extreme droughts or extreme rainfall irregularity in time and space. At the same time, some countries are experiencing floods and other extreme shocks, weather shocks that are not favorable for the development of the country. And here I will move to the other challenge, which is the increasing demand for water because of the population growth, obviously, and also because the need to develop and to increase economic wealth created by countries. And the last one, which is almost the most important one, I think, for me, is the quality, because sometimes we don't, we can have a lot of quantities of water that cannot be used for even for irrigation purposes. And this is even though we have a lot of quantities, this is a situation of water shortage. And here we have a lot of solutions that we can adopt to manage this issue. So finally, to conclude, I think we can all agree that we are living in a world with a lot of uncertainties. But now, for this example, the uncertainties is experienced in a vital resource that we should preserve for our well-being and also for the future generation. That's why urgent action should be taken. And I will let my co-author Ahmed talk about some appropriate solutions that could be taken into consideration while developing or elaborating water policies in these countries that are suffering from these challenges. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, this works. Thank you, Fatima Zahra, for that wonderful introduction and wonderful setup. So I'm going to pick up where Fatima Zahra left off and just quickly summarize. So basically, there are two main problems. There's a water quantity problem, and there's a water quality problem that we're facing. With the water quantity problem, basically the problem is in many cases, we don't have enough water. The predominant solution has been to focus on augmenting water supply. So if we don't have enough water, let's get more water. Or let's assure that we have enough water to do what we want to do. And that typically involves the construction of dams and reservoirs, infrastructure to transfer water, attempts to stem leaks. We lose a lot of water to leaks. And then more recently, there's a turn towards infrastructure projects such as desalination and water reuse. All of these projects are extremely important to assure regional water security. But I have to point out that some of these projects have significant environmental consequences and costs that have implications for water quality, something that Fatima Zahra heavily emphasized. And I think I don't really have time to go into the details, so I want to let Hamza talk about food security, which is also related to water security. And that's, I guess, where I plug our chapter in the Atlantic Currents. But I want to say that despite their environmental costs and consequences, each of these solutions have their place. It's just that we have to seriously think about each of these solutions holistically and consider their environmental costs in decision making. And think about alternatives that may be more cost effective. And that's where we consider other alternatives such as demand management. So demand management is the idea that we can modify behavior to curb unnecessary usage, to reduce water waste and promote water conservation. In doing so, we can save billions of liters and avoid costly infrastructure projects, and also avoid environmental costs. That being said, demand management strategies can be very tricky to implement, especially in developing countries and especially with respect to strategies that have to do with price. You increase price, you quickly run into social issues, such as affordability, the notion of human rights to water, and so, that often ends up in widespread riots and protests. So very special care is needed to consider these interventions. Moving on to water quality, like Fatima Zahra said, there are many solutions, but it really depends on where the pollutants are coming from. If the pollutants are coming from identifiable sources, then we can easily implement some sort of permitting scheme that allows us to track and monitor, monitor pollution. But that also requires strong institutions for the monitoring and evaluation to make sure that we're enforcing a lot of the provisions in the permits. If we can't track where the pollutants are coming from, right? If they're coming from non-identifiable sources, then it gets a bit trickier. But we can certainly turn to things like best management practices, or there's a big turn towards green infrastructure for surface water protection. And that, I can't emphasize the green infrastructure enough because it really brings up the importance of protecting key environmental ecosystems such as wetlands, such as forests, that can do a lot of the water quality filtration for us without the need for costly gray infrastructure. Everything I've talked about up until now, the both of us have talked about, really have to do with managing water within a nation's boundaries, and some things that are under our control, or from a nation's control. But it's very important to remember that water does not respect or does not know political boundaries. Both surface water and groundwater crosses political boundaries. And so, you know, it's important for countries and for policies not only to consider or to think about how to manage its own water resources, but to think about its relationships with its neighbors with whom it shares water resources. And to mitigate both potential conflicts around water and to increase potential for collaboration around water. And that's where I think there may be opportunities for a multinational approach. Not just between the neighbors, but a wider, maybe an Atlantic basin, maybe an international approach. There's certainly plenty of opportunities around increasing systems or implementing systems for water accounting, to measure quantities of water. Actually, there was a satellite that was just launched yesterday to help with this effort. There are certainly efforts to, or this also will, there are also opportunities to protect key ecosystems that I mentioned. That was one of the results of COP15 in Montreal. And last but not least, it's also an opportunity for countries to lend their diplomatic services to countries that are really struggling with navigating some of the political tensions around sharing water resources with other countries. So that's where I'll leave it, and I'll turn it over to you, Ambassador.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, I hope that due attention will be paid during the African United States Summit to this extremely important issue of a paramount importance to the southern countries. I think that whenever the developing countries are trying to manage environment, trying to manage the different challenges, there is always two stumbling blocks. First, funding. Secondly, technology. And in the view of Si Hamza Khasham, we have to work towards convergence between agriculture and between technology. Can you elaborate on this plea for this convergence, please?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador, for the opportunity to present this chapter. I think we have here a great transition when we talk about technology in order to do desalination of water. Farmers used to pay 1 dirham per kilo water when pumping water. Now with desalination, every meter cube of water, this is 15 kilowatts, which means 15 dirhams. I know no farmers that will be able to pay this money to get water in a country where 87% of water is used by agriculture. The problem here, I will get a bit more philosophical before getting more practical, is that technology has been playing against nature in a certain way, in the way that it served human welfare and human purpose in domesticating nature in a way to achieve productivity goals. And the main consequence of technology being in a certain mean in order to make nature productive and in a reproducible way is a backlash in terms of environmental consequence, as we are witnessing today, for example, in Morocco, with water scarcity, but also problems around water quality, because water that is saline is not adequate in order to achieve irrigation, for example, for fruit trees from one hand, But the other backlash is that all the technology, the tech ecosystem, is not able to provide long-term solutions that are really serving the purpose of building a sustainable intensification in farming. In the sense that all the technology is, in a way, getting more from nature. And as you all probably know, with the principle of entropy, there is no way we could reverse this sense of building nature. And the more we consume it, the more we lack of it, and the more we are facing an equation that is more and more tricky to solve. In the chapter, I actually try to explore, as a practitioner working in technology and serving more than 40,000 farmers in the continent, Morocco, Ivory Coast, Rwanda, Ethiopia, we try to explore how technology could kind of emancipate from this paradox, which is human belonging to nature, and in a certain way being trapped by his own behavior, which is domesticating it and creating scarcity that it will undergo more and more on the long run. And there are actually certain technology that emerged in the last 5 years and that show there is a pathway, there are possibilities in order for technology not to play against nature, but to play with nature. And these pathways that we explored within the article are first ecological intensification. There are technology today that accelerate the natural mechanisms that are in the soil. For example, mineralization that creates the availability of nitrogen within the soil and reduce the use of fertilizer on the long run. These technologies rely on microorganisms that will play a certain role in the acceleration of natural process and not in using external factors that at the long run would simply limit the availability of nutrients within the soil. Same goes, for example, for satellite imagery. We had the opportunity in Morocco to launch a satellite that is very focused with multispectral imagery towards observing the water content in the vegetation. And actually, it showed that these technologies allow us to better understand, to better measure, and in a certain way to respect the way nature is going, the way it is evolving, and how we can intervene to limit water use. And in this way, it's very interesting to see that Morocco today, Tunisia, Algeria, Egypt serve as examples for countries such as Spain, Italy, or France, because we experienced much before the lack of water resources and the need to think irrigation with deficit irrigation. In a way that I am not able to satisfy the crop needs in terms of water, I need to play as if I need to find a balance with limited water resources. And this opened a broad avenue for research in order to look for the right balance in terms of water need for a certain crop, in terms of what I can give on the long run, and in terms of what I can get as a farmer in order to survive and in order to provide food security for my environment. This being said, this ability for technology to accelerate the way of playing with nature and ensuring the food security is practical and real. There is one country, Rwanda, that already achieved its objectives following the Malabo panel agreements with ensuring food security in cultivating cereals in very tough conditions that were not appropriate and in delivering very high yield between 5 tons and 6 tons per hectare that are comparable to Chinese or Indian yields. It means that by leveraging technology in the right way, which is thinking long-term, playing on the acceleration of natural processes with agroecological acceleration and intensification, which is, by the way, delivering more yields than conventional farming when it's practiced way. And observing nature relying on technology that enable right measurements, all these technologies and solutions offer a possibility today to achieve food security on the short term and to play with nature on the long term. And the Indian Revolution, the Indian Green Revolution, was a very good example of the Indian Green Revolution 1.0 and the Indian Green Revolution 2.0, starting by prioritizing production goal, but creating a backlash in terms of environmental and nutritional issues, and now involving technologies in a way that nutritional and environmental priorities need to be part of the equation. How could we afford that now India is being trapped within a cereal dietary pattern that it couldn't afford on the long term, where it was relying on millet that was providing very high productivity under very tough conditions. This is what the chapter is about showing that technology is evolving in a critical and fundamental way today, as going from domestication of nature and playing for human welfare, sometimes against nature, to playing with nature based on a better observation on nature and on providing tools that would accelerate natural processes that are already good for human beings.
Thank you, sir. I do have an immediate reaction to what you had just said. I think you did say a lot of very positive things about the use of technology in our respective countries, but are these technologies accessible, affordable to the small farmers, or is it something that is the monopoly of those who can really afford this very costly technology?
So you touched upon the African Union also institutional effort. In 2018, the Executive Council of the African Union exhorted all member states in Addis Ababa to adopt drone for agriculture technology. Drones enable today in Morocco farmers to do crop spraying, to spray products on their farms. First, it's less expensive than a tractor because it has a throughput. It can work 50 hectares a day when a tractor can work 10 hectares a day. So you can amortize the investment much faster. Secondly, it spray product in very specific area. So you save on phytosanitary product, which make you earn a lot of money given their current price especially. And third, with regulation evolving in a favorable way, even in Morocco, where actually they are being used, even if, common opinion thinks it's not being used, it is being used over 1,000 of hectares. It creates also for farmers an opportunity to adopt technology and for youth to see agriculture as an activity in which they can involve positively. So I do believe these technologies are more and more mainstream. 5 years ago, 1 hectare of satellite imagery data costed $80. Today, with, for example, Airbus Neo Pléiades program, the satellite constellation of Airbus, 1 hectare is less than 15 cents for the imagery. So the availability of the technology, the cost, regulation getting more and more soft because they see the potential of it, creates a momentum. But I would agree with you that the very small holder, if not aggregated, still find it very hard to adopt.
Thank you. Well, I'm the first to acknowledge that I didn't do justice to all the articles that have been written by my colleagues in this 9th edition of Atlantic Currents. But I'm sure that if I turn to the audience, we will have comments and we will have questions that will complement what have been said so far. Please, go ahead. Can we have a microphone, please? Two microphones might be much better, so that we can...
Marcos Freitas from Brazil, Senior Fellow at the Policy Center. My question is to Ian. Earlier this year when we met in Brussels, you said that the world wasn't preparing to dealing with a ruthless leader, right? And there was, what was happening in Russia and all that. So as you are doing the chapter and thinking about the future, what is the perspective that we can envision for Russia in the coming years? What would be like for the West, what would be the ideal outcome for the whole situation? And how do we guarantee that the day after we do not end up with a situation that is worse than we currently have?
Yeah. Marcus, thank you very much. It's good to see you and good to have your easy question. Look, I think, especially for the United States at the moment, but I think it's true across NATO, there is a kind of embedded thought, and it's probably correct to an extent, that without a change of leadership, let's say regime, but leadership in Russia, it would be very difficult to get out of this. My own view would be that however the conflict in Ukraine, I won't say ends, but stops, there is going to be a very tense relationship with Russia for a very long time to come. without something fundamentally changing. Now, I don't know whether Emmanuel Macron is right about saying that you have to, start now to talk about a security architecture to integrate Russia. This is not so easy to do, and part of it goes to I think your starting point, which was, or maybe it was mine, but anyway, this question of what we're dealing with, because I think part of the shock of this crisis has been the sheer ruthlessness of the regime. That we had thought about deterrence and defense with rational actors, with irrational actors. We hadn't thought too much about sheer ruthlessness. Rational, but ruthless. And it personalizes this situation in a way that I think is very difficult to escape from. So I think, I'm not going to predict where the Russian system goes. It's a big place there's a lot of history there and a lot of embedded geopolitics. Some of it is presumably structural, but it doesn't have to be the way it is. And I have to think that a lot of this has to do with the sheer ruthlessness and ambition of an individual, who is thinking as much about, his regime security as he is about, the role of Russia in the world. We could have a huge, long conversation about this, but it's some thoughts. It's not an answer, it's a response. Please.
Rabia Muhtar, Texas A&M University. The role of water reuse and non-traditional water for agriculture and food security has not been mentioned. What's the role you think in Morocco and in the region for that? Anyone?
Wouldn't be me. Although I'm interested.
Okay. So just to from the Moroccan side, we're still very far from experiences such as what's happening in Spain or in Israel, where water reuse serves agriculture, in the way that we still rely for the irrigated perimeters on dams that over the 30 last years were enabling Morocco to irrigate 1.2 million hectares out of 8 million. It means that relying on the water availability following a very proactive and ambitious dam strategy enabled us to get comfort over the last 3 decades, not seeing that water reuse could be the possibility before going to technology that are highly energy intensive. The situation is similar in North Africa, whether we are in Tunisia or whether we are in Algeria, over which we relied from one hand on rainfall for regions that receive more than 500 millimeters a year, and on dams for regions that do not. Today, there are projects, but they are still very minimal in comparison with desalination projects that seems to be, I wouldn't say trendy, but more, I will let you maybe,
if you
maybe
allow me
explain on this,
if you allow me just to explain the water policy in Morocco, because we have agreed a historical policy that is really great. Knowing that Morocco is located in a region with characterized with water scarcity, we tried at first to mobilize the maximum of water quantities of water that is possible. That's why we tried to implement the dams policy to mobilize the quantity of water needed for whether for drinking water or for agriculture. And then we tried to since the quantity of water was mobilized, we tried to manage the demand side. So we tried to introduce new technologies that tries to improve water productivity, exactly in the agricultural sector, mostly in the agricultural sector, because it consumes large parts of the water. So we are trying now to see to improve the productivity of water by using new technologies and looking for other sources of water, such as desalination or water use. But if we look at the quantities that we can be mobilized from these other sources, and compared to the quantities that are mobilized from dams, it will be marginal, because we have a lot of dams that could be filled by rainfall, which is, I think which saved us many times during droughts and during extreme weathers.
I would also add that most of the water for agriculture comes from groundwater. And so, you know, the opportunities for water reuse, though, are there. I think there's higher opportunity for water reuse in urban environments where, you know, water treatment plants need to be upgraded. And we can use water reuse for other purposes that maybe not are potable. Even though we could very well treat reuse or wastewater to potable standards, there's still this reluctance on the part of people to consider that possibility. But there's certainly opportunities for water reuse to be used, or wastewater to be treated for industrial purposes, for landscaping purposes. And those will be, I think, low-hanging fruit that I think we should turn to first. With agriculture, it's a bit difficult because it sources most of its water from groundwater. In other words, you need a lot more infrastructure to be put in order to start taking advantage of water reuse. And so that's, I would start with water reuse within the urban environment rather than the agriculture environment. With the agriculture environment, it's probably low-hanging fruit, you know, just turning towards strategies that minimize water use to begin with. So things like drip irrigation. I mean, the other thing with groundwater is that we pump out so much groundwater that we end up depleting the aquifers, and then with something like drip irrigation, we return very little to the aquifer itself, and so that's a whole other problem. But with water reuse, I think it's the opportunities are a lot more salient in urban environments.
Thank you.
J'ai déjà le micro. I already have the mic. Je vais intervenir en français. Moi, je suis membre du Police Center comme Senior Fellow, mais je suis du Sénégal, je m'appelle Moubarak Lo. Je suis également un maire. Et j'ai beaucoup aimé ce qu'a dit tout à l'heure Fatima Zahra par rapport à l'eau, la qualité de l'eau. C'est vrai que dans toutes les statistiques officielles, on vous parle presque de l'accès universel. On va vous dire 95%, la population a accès à l'eau. Mais quelle eau? Dans ma commune, vous avez la moitié qui a accès à une eau salée. Et donc, nous sommes obligés, en tant que maire, de trouver des solutions pour désaliniser ou faire le transfert d'eau. D'ailleurs, dans une réunion internationale avec les Nations Unies, nous avons suggéré que dans les objectifs de développement du millénaire, du développement durable, qu'on ajoute un indicateur sur la qualité de l'eau. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, on ne parle que de l'accès à l'eau. Donc, c'est quelque chose de très important. Deuxièmement, tout à l'heure, vous avez parlé de la désalinisation. C'est vrai que ça coûte cher en énergie, mais c'est prouvé qu'on peut utiliser le solaire pour désaliniser l'eau. Et donc, je pense qu'au niveau du fermier, il faudrait avoir cette technologie disponible. On peut avoir un mini-forage à côté avec du solaire et ça fonctionne. Merci.
Thank you. I have a simple question about the definition of wider Atlantic.
About?
What do you mean geographically by wider Atlantic, especially that we in the Middle East started to read and hear about a NATO in the Middle East. So, and you have mentioned in your excellent intervention, sir, that the number of countries joining NATO would exceed 40, which means 1/5 of the number of all countries in the world. So this raises a lot of questions that need to be explained. What you really mean by wider Atlantic? Is it only South Atlantic, or it goes further and further to the east?
I understand it is for me. well, you know, of course, it's a good question. I think you have to take a general view. And in the last, I don't know, sort of 20 years, 15 years, in all the summits of the alliance, as I explained before, it's an alliance. The general concept, was that to try to provide security 360 degrees, which of course is a vague concept, of course, it's clearly, And for instance, in the last summit in Madrid, the idea of including Indo-Pacific into the objective of future NATO cooperation has been written. It is very vague, of course, because it's also written how you do that and why exactly you do it, But the idea is that you can certainly, because many people think of NATO, perhaps it's what is in your mind also, as a purely military organization, a sort of organization goes somewhere to bomb somebody, not somebody else. I think, this is a little bit of a stereotype, because being a security organization, it means that it tries to help others to improve their own security. And the entire idea, for instance, that started in the beginning of this century, especially the summit of Istanbul in 2004, was for NATO to help the Arab countries to be stronger in their own capabilities, in their own way of facing threats like international terrorism and other things, having a healthy military system, for instance, with a good relation with the public, a transparent budget, all these things. So I think it is very, I understand the reasons, of course, but very wrong to think that NATO is an organization which is only able to bomb somebody. This is not really the purpose of that. There have been examples, of course, in Bosnia, etc. But on the other hand, as I said before in my brief introduction, NATO today has about 40 partners, Morocco being one of them, and I don't think that Morocco is resenting any kind of oppression by NATO at all. What it has done is that there are contacts among diplomats and among military, and the program of work is established every year. It is consensual, and there is no treaty and no threat to anybody. It's just to enlarge the area of security in the world. It's ambitious, but it's the right direction for me.
Thank you so very much. It's wonderful to be back here again in person. I have a question perhaps for our very good friend Ian. Ian, I'm sorry, both Marcus and I are asking you. But my questions are as follows. I was rather intrigued by your sense that it's a functional non-alignment, but not an alignment in the classic sense. And I agree with you, and yet I disagree a little bit. And I'd like more of your view on why you think the way you think. Because when we take a look at what's happening with the BRICS that have now gone to a plus format, when we take a look at what's happening with SCO, every country in the Global South is on the waiting list for membership of both of those organizations. They're distinctly non-Western. And those alliances are deepening and widening as we speak. So that's the first question I have. And the second is also a remark that you made. You said, well, the sort of future we're thinking about, perhaps we can't secure with Putin still there. And the question simply is this. I'm reflecting a little bit on a statement made by President Biden earlier this year on the border of Ukraine. And he made, off-the-cuff remark, and he said, for Christ's sake, why is this man still there? It raised all sorts of questions, you will remember. But if we think of what happened in Iraq when the leader was taken out, what has happened with Libya after Gaddafi, what sort of future are we talking about? Is anyone even thinking about tomorrow?
Len, thank you very, very much. And I hesitate even to answer, especially your first question, because you've just written a book on it. And so, just to say, I think, look, we're in a very different world now, and will it resemble the kind of alignment, non-alignment, and the measures of that we had for decades during the Cold War? I'm not sure. I think it's likely to be different in a lot of different ways. We'll have to see. But what is very clear is that that there has to be a degree I would say, a flexibility. And I think you see this actually from the Biden administration when they talk about relations with India or with Brazil or South Africa and others, that there's an understanding that complete alignment on this question of how to deal with Russia is impossible. The same thing, by the way, true for China, maybe even to a greater extent in some ways. And so I think, you know, we are moving into, a world with much less rigidity, in a sense, about this, but with much more risk. Because, you know, even for the United States during the Cold War, I mean, the irony is we have less understanding about each other today and less risk management today than we had at the height of the Cold War. And that's a rather disturbing prospect. And everybody is exposed to the consequences of that. It's not just a thing in the North. So, you know, where that leaves us, I'm not entirely sure, but when you look at some of the key vehicles that have been used to kind of build this sort of international policy in response, sanctions, for example, it's very clear this is going to be applied in very different ways or not applied in different places. And you know, we could be in for something quite structural there. The personality, I mean, this does remind us in a way that personalities matter in politics and strategy. You know, people matter. You don't have to personalize these things, I would say, in a way that perhaps, say, the Trump administration did. Saw it all through that lens. That the institutions didn't matter hardly at all. That's not the case in Washington today, looking from that perspective. Would it matter if Putin was not the decision maker in this case? Probably it would, I would guess. But you're absolutely right to point to some of the recent history, admittedly on different scales, but anyway, some of the recent history with Iraq, with Libya, elsewhere, where, you know, getting rid of the so-called troublemaker that's the start of the problem. That's not the end of the strategy. And we've been very bad historically, we, the West, international community, at managing that continuum after you actually bring some change. That's not easy. Afghanistan is it's a personalized, but it's a different case. So, I mean, it's a world, a very, very complex thing in which, you know, these sort of black and white alignments are, I think, not going to be possible, and we're going to have strategies that accept that.
Thank you, Jan.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. I tend to agree with the reluctance that was expressed by the distinguished former Foreign Minister of Mexico about the role, about the vision of the member states in the United Nations. If you look at the 5 resolutions that were adopted by the General Assembly, you find that 3 of them have sustained 143, 145 votes, and then all of a sudden it dropped to 94. Why? Because it came to the issue of calculating the damages and attempts to confiscate the $300 billion by Russians in European and the United States countries. So member states got puzzled. So should we vote in favor of this or not? Should we start really a process that should be started by the Security Council or not? And that is what created this kind, and this is going to lead to further decline in the lack of support. Nobody is letting go of the main principles of the United Nations. When you speak about the main principles, everybody is going to vote for it. Non-aligned, non-aligned, everybody, Europeans, Americans, others. But the feeling in the UN is that this is a war that has turned to be a war between the United States and the Europeans in Ukraine. And that is creating the same feeling that happened before, what happened with the last speaker, in Iraq, in Libya, in other places that in the Arab world, and also the double standard related to dealing with the Palestinian question. Look how many years Palestine has been occupied, and nobody is moving a finger to move the occupation. At the time that Ukraine is occupied only for 1 year, and Europe has already geared up half military capacity to go through, and the US has spent $65 billion to send armaments and experts. And if you're going to talk about compensations and you're going to talk about damages, there is the separating wall. There is the ICJ advisory opinion of 2004 that had already established as a compensation fund and has already done this through a resolution of the Security Council. It finished its work. Nobody is moving a single finger to implement it. So the double standard also is creating a lot of confusion in the minds of member states. So how does Europeans and Americans intend to deal with this? I see what they are doing now. America is calling for a summit with Africa. Russians went to the African Union in Addis Ababa. Russians went to the Arab League in Cairo. So everybody is trying to make new alliances in order to be sounding and to try to attract as many votes as possible when it comes to the voting in the United Nations. So it is a very complicated scene that requires a lot of calculation, particularly from NATO and from the European Union. United States is benefiting 100%. NATO and European Union are losing, I would say, personally, 50%. Thank you.
I may run into sanctions, so I will ask our colleague to ask his questions, and then we will have maybe some additional comments. And,
yes, I will speak in French because my English is not better. Je voulais justement me poser une question à la suite des interventions des collègues tout à l'heure sur l'efficacité de l'ordre économique mondial actuel. Parce que au lendemain de la guerre, la Deuxième Guerre mondiale, il y a les structures des Nations Unies qui ont été créées, notamment pour créer un certain équilibre entre le bloc Est et le bloc Ouest. Le bloc Est qui était donc dirigé par l'URSS, et le bloc Ouest, c'est le bloc occidental. Et à la fin de la guerre, 5 pays qui ont été le major de la guerre, les États-Unis, la Grande-Bretagne, et la Chine, l'URSS, ainsi que la France constitue donc ce qu'on appelle le P5. Le P5. Donc c'était les gagnants de la guerre. Et on a vu que ce mécanisme d'équilibre politique mondial a fonctionné à merveille jusqu'en 1993, lorsque Gorbatchev fait, donc avec la perestroïka, fait éclater le bloc Ouest. Et qu'est-ce qui se passe avec l'éclatement du bloc l'URSS? Ce qui arrive, c'est que nous tombons dans ce qu'on considère aujourd'hui, ce que le monde considère aujourd'hui comme l'unilatéralisme occidental. C'est les Occidentaux qui décident. Si vous êtes avec eux, vous êtes un ange. Si vous n'êtes pas avec eux, vous êtes un diable. Et je crois que quelques exemples ont été donnés ici. La guerre en Irak, on a dit Iraq Freedom, on va amener la paix en Irak. Je ne sais pas si aujourd'hui les gens peuvent dire qu'on a amené la paix en Irak. On a dit aussi qu'on va démocratiser la Libye. Je ne sais pas si réellement on a démocratisé la Libye. Donc aujourd'hui, je crois qu'il y a une question de fond qu'il faut se poser, c'est de savoir est-ce que le système des Nations Unies qui a été installé après la guerre, si ce système-là d'équilibre, il existe encore. Parce que ce qu'il ne faut pas oublier, c'est que la guerre entre les Américains, donc les États-Unis d'une manière générale, et les Russes, c'est aussi une guerre d'idéologie. Pour les Américains, les Russes sont des diables. Pour les Russes, les Américains sont des diables. Et est-ce que cette question d'idéologie peut être réglée avec l'ordre l'ordre politique mondial qui a été installé au lendemain de la guerre et qui paraît aujourd'hui suranné. Parce que, regardez la montée en puissance de certaines forces militaires. Aujourd'hui, la Chine, c'est la deuxième puissance militaire mondiale. L'Inde, c'est la troisième puissance militaire mondiale. Évidemment, il y a les États-Unis, il y a la Russie, il y a la Chine, il y a l'Inde. Aujourd'hui, les Américains ont réussi à demander à la Chine de ne pas entrer dans la guerre. Si, demain après-demain, la Russie arrive à mettre la Chine dans la guerre, l'Inde dans la guerre, quelle sera la réaction du monde dans cette espèce, on peut dire, d'unilatéralisme occidental? Donc c'est ça la question que je voudrais poser pour savoir si l'ordre politique mondial aujourd'hui est en... Parce que cette question d'unilatéralisme risque de conduire un jour à une troisième guerre mondiale. Parce qu'on l'a vu avec la Syrie. Il faut terminer. Si aujourd'hui la Syrie n'a pas été affectée dans des troubles éternels comme l'Irak ou la Libye, c'est tout simplement parce que la Russie a décidé d'intervenir pour pouvoir équilibrer. Or, tout le monde sait que l'Occident avait demandé que le président Bachir el-Assad puisse quitter la présidence avant qu'on puisse discuter de la paix en Syrie. Merci.
Merci. Je vais me tourner vers notre ministre, M. Castañeda. Je pense qu'il peut apporter quelque chose. En tout cas, c'est une question qui peut faire l'objet de plusieurs ouvrages, pas seulement d'un seul ouvrage. Parce que c'est le multilatéralisme, c'est le nouvel ordre mondial, c'est le... mais c'est la première fois quand même, depuis la Charte des Nations Unies, que un membre parmi les P5 is challenging the whole system of the United Nations. That's the first time. The whole charter, the veto power was built on the assumption that the five will have some kind of understanding or consensus in order to curtail any possibility of any country to do something harmful to the international community. But this is where you have the system now upside down. Qui va garder les gardiens, en quelque sorte. Voilà. Voilà. Alors, sur ce, je vous souhaite bon appétit. Deuxièmement, à partir de 8 heures du soir, je vous demande to cross your fingers for the Moroccan team, please.
We're lucky not to answer the last two questions. It was a good thing we didn't have to answer.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your participation. And reconvene at 2:15 p.m. Please enjoy your meal.
And we are now back live from our studio in Marrakesh, Morocco. This was the presentation of the Atlantic Currents, the flagship report that is published every year at the same time as the Atlantic Dialogues take place. We had interesting conversations, in my opinion at least, with a lot of food for thought, notably on the role of the West and the rest, you know, as it used to be said, the Northern Atlantic and how the Southern Atlantic can play a role in the global shifts and the mutations that are happening around the world. As you know, some of the topics that have been tackled are notably those of the environment and water, so the global challenges that the world needs to confront, needs to face, needs to tackle. And one of these challenges is precisely that of inflation. That the compounded crisis that we have been facing during the past few years have provoked. So amongst them, of course, is the question of inflation with its different repercussions on a wide range of issues. So this will be tackled by our senior fellow, Ottaviano Canuto, a former deputy minister in Brazil, executive director at the International Monetary Fund, and executive director and vice president at the World Bank. He will be answering our colleague Sabrina Amaran's questions. A second video that you are going to watch was an interview that was conducted by our colleague Hamza Saoudi. He interviewed Mounia Bousta, who held, from Morocco, who held numerous positions in Moroccan institutions, notably related to finance, industry, and foreign affairs. She will be talking about one of the main challenges of the Southern Atlantic, which is the operationalization and the prospects and challenges of the African continental free trade area, which is relevant, of course, for the Southern Atlantic when we see all the major economies, African economies that are that have Atlantic shores, including Morocco, Nigeria, and South Africa, among others. So let's go with these two videos.
So, Mr. Canuto, you're a senior fellow at the Policy Center for the New South, principal at the Center for Macroeconomics and Development, former vice president and executive director at the World Bank, executive director at the IMF, as well as vice president of the Inter-American Development Bank. So, Mr. Canuto, over the previous months, we have witnessed a change of stance in central banks' policies, going from a very accommodative one in order to support and boost the economy during the COVID-19 period to a very restrictive one today in order to counter inflation. So, according to you, Mr. Canuto, what are the leverages of central banks in order to counter inflation without jeopardizing the economies? What are the toolkits that they can use and on what they can lean for doing that?
It's a pleasure to be here and be interviewed by you. And I would say the following. There has been a change of stance, as you correctly highlighted, from taking the inflationary phenomenon of the beginning of the last year and beginning of this year, from temporary ones to a perception that they might not be here to stay. And under those circumstances, there is no other possibility but central banks tightening monetary policies and tightening financial conditions, because that's the way to compress demand and avoid that the shocks, the inflationary shocks, even if they come from the supply side, they might contaminate expectations. And if those shocks are transmitted to expectations and they become entrenched, then it's going to be hard to curtail the inflation, as we watched in the 70s and 80s. Then, at a certain moment, there was a postponement of the tightening, and the result was that later on, the Federal Reserve Bank, for instance, had to tighten even deeper, and things got worse in the 80s. So there was no other option. Even in the case of the Eurozone, where we know that the supply shocks had even a higher weight in explaining the inflation, but there is no option. The ECB, the European Central Bank, will remain tightened. So as to the issue is basically avoiding the contamination of expectations and the retrenchment of inflation into the normal functioning of the economies. And there is no other option for the central banks but to tighten. Where that will lead us to, particularly in the case of emerging markets and commodity price, in the case of commodity price, not by chance, the forecasts have all pointed out to a softer price movements in 2023. And the challenge for emerging markets will be to live with the higher interest rates abroad. But again, there is a deep heterogeneity among developing countries, with countries ranging on one extreme in very vulnerable positions because of their debt, because of the combination of price shocks with financial conditions that are not, let's say, solid. But on the other hand, at the same time, you have some emerging markets that have managed to cross the 2022 terrible year in terms of shocks with the reserves, and are coping quite well. It's not by chance that, for instance, while the dollar appreciated vis-a-vis most currencies in the world, in the case of some emerging markets, it has been contrary-wise. The dollar has devalued vis-a-vis the Mexican peso and the Brazilian real, for instance, to give an idea on how different are the conditions in the spectrum of emerging markets.
Yes, definitely. Thank you for these insights, Mr. Canuto. And moving to my next questions. So in reaction to the latest Federal Open Market Committee, 75% of the economists answering to a Bloomberg News survey confirmed that a recession is to be expected within the next 2 years. So according to you, what would be the impacts of this recession on emerging countries mainly? What are the sectors that are most likely to be affected? But most of all, would this recession be enough to tame the current levels of inflation?
Right. We do have 3 different possible scenarios when it comes to establishing the outcome of the ongoing tightening. One, the most benign one, would be a soft landing. Yes. That is to say, the inflation rates start to reflect the tightening of monetary policy not long ahead, and so the degree of a softening in labor markets doesn't have to be very deep, so that's the most benign scenario, the one of a soft landing. On the other hand, the one that is more likely is that as we could see in the resilience of core inflation indices in the last few months, is not going to be that simple. The inflation rates will not, let's say, reflect the tightening immediately. The job market remains strong relatively strong in the U.S., yes, even in Europe. So most likely, the Federal Reserve Bank and the ECB will be obliged to tighten enough so as to really see rising unemployment rates and so on. And so we might have, as a second scenario, a possible deeper recession than the soft landing. But there is yet a third scenario, which would be the combination of the deep recession with some sort of negative surprise on the financial side. Okay. The degrees of leverage in parts of the financial system make them vulnerable, and surprise may come. We could suggest several possible places where we might have, if we have any sort of a liquidity crisis in some specific markets, that transmit themselves into the whole system, then we might have the worst scenario, which would be a combination of financial shocks with the deeper recession. Where we are and where we go, no one can claim to know exactly that. But there's no option since the monetary policy has to tighten. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Canuto. And now I'm moving back to the heterogeneity that we talk about. And here I'm going to be asking you if all countries will be experiencing the same economic cycle at the same time. And here I'm mainly referring to China, a country that is still caught up in a very restrictive COVID-19 policy. And if not, if we have overlapping economic cycles between major worldwide economies, what would be the impact of that scenario?
Great that you call attention to the fact that China is also decelerating its growth on its own path for other reasons. The deceleration issue in China is not due to the kind of shock phenomenon that we were referring to in the case of Europe and US and Japan, but for other reasons. First of all, the zero COVID policy, which is still inflicting confinements and supply shocks on its own. But there is also the huge impact that China suffered from droughts and floods and the supply shocks derived from adverse weather phenomenon. This thing, of course, China has is on a common place vis-a-vis the rest of the world. Yes. That's something that came to stay, apparently. The higher frequency of adverse weather phenomenon. And that was particularly important in China this year because it led to energy rationing, closing some cities in order to avoid the consumption of energy. But there is a third factor besides the COVID-0 and the adverse weather phenomenon, which is the situation at the real estate sector.
Yes.
See, in the case of China, I particularly personally remember quite well, I was side by side with President Hu Jintao in 2011 at the Hall of People when he gave a speech. At the time I was a vice president at the World Bank. And President Hu Jintao gave a speech on China's rebalancing. And he referred to the need to move away from the investment-led model, trade surplus-led model, towards one based on consumption and so on, and lower investment, lower economic growth, but at least more solid and very well, let's say, with spillovers, with the incorporation of the Chinese population. Okay, that was then, but at the same time, we know how the Chinese are afraid of any slump if they had to move automatically from one growth model to another, consumption-based, given the low levels of consumption as a share of GDP in China, even nowadays. They decided to cross the river, as they like to use the image, stepping stone by stone, using investments in infrastructure and in housing as a way to gradually move down the pace of growth and the pace of investment. And they did it. But the problem is that accompanied by over-investment in not only in some infrastructure segments, but in housing.
Yes.
And by doing so, they managed to smooth the adjustment downwards of the growth rate of China from the 2 digits of the previous decades to gradually 6% in 2019 before the pandemic, but with the price of an increasing vulnerability of the real estate sector. Mm-hmm. This matters particularly now because I don't expect, like many, any sort of collapse of the Chinese real estate. But the real estate sector cannot be relied on as a growth stimulus, as it was the case over the last decade. Mm. And that's why I believe that those structural reasons are responsible for the slide down of growth in China towards 3.5 as the new normal for the Chinese growth rate. So for different reasons, but China's deceleration is happening exactly at the same time as we will be obliged to live with the lower growth rates as well in Europe and the United States.
Thank you very much, Mr. Canuto. In my last question also, I'll be referring back to a concept that you talked about in your first answer, and which is the stronger USD. So we know that foreign exchange markets and commodity markets have been historically strongly linked together. Yeah. So according to you, what are the impacts of a stronger USD on the commodity market today? Right. And are there some commodities more impacted than other commodities in terms of stronger USD?
Yes, definitely so. That's a good question. Not by chance. There has always been a peg between the value of the dollar and oil price, for instance. But I would call attention to the fact that a strong dollar, a strengthening of the dollar has a contractionary effect on the global economy, because on the U.S. side, of course, a stronger dollar mitigates inflation. It helps inflation to go down because of the cheapening of imports and so on. But given the low, let's say, rate of opening of the U.S. economy, the downward impact on inflation in the US is less than proportional to the inflationary impact that the dollar appreciation has on many of the other countries on the other side. And so this is making tougher the life for, let's say, European Union and other countries that will have to cope not only with their own domestic inflation shocks, but also with the shocks stemming from the dollar appreciation vis-a-vis their currencies, vis-a-vis the euro and the sterling pound and so on. So that's why they will be obliged to tighten even further because of this additional shock on their inflation. And also, this is so strong that even those who have tried to avoid the pressure stemming from the US depreciation, like Japan, they were obliged to do it increasingly in a more difficult manner. Japan will have to concede. It will have to raise interest rates eventually, but the problem is that that might affect the debt sustainability of Japan, which is humongous. In the past, people always ask me about the likelihood of a new Plaza Accord. The Plaza Accord was signed among US, Japan, France, Germany in 1985, where they agreed on devaluation of the dollar, given the strength that it was at the time. One important difference is the following. Back in 1985, the tight monetary policy of the US had already reached its results in terms of dampening inflation. And so it was easier for the US simply to say, okay, I'm going to relax my monetary policy, and that way make the ground for a dollar depreciation. That's not the case yet. We still, speaking as of now, we still have a process of monetary adjustment that is still in the middle of the way.
Yes.
So the US cannot promise that they would reduce their interest rate so as to accommodate. So one thing that can be done now definitely would be the revival of the Federal Reserve Bank's swap lines with other central banks, as they did, as it happened during the pandemic financial shock, so as to widen the scope for the other central banks to intervene in the markets and to kind of mitigate the pressure towards devaluation of their currencies. That's something that might help. Whereas any sort of full agreement at a broader level, I don't believe they're feasible in the short term. We'll have to live with it. But indeed, the dollar, the USD appreciation brings new challenge to the context that we live in through.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Mr. Canuto, for all of your views and valuable insights that help us understand a little more the current economic context within the current crisis of commodities and also foreign exchange markets, like we just mentioned in this answer. We would have loved to extend the format of this interview, but unfortunately we will have to stop at this question. Thank you again very much, Mr. Canuto, and I'm looking forward to meeting you again at the Policy Center for the New South.
It will be a pleasure.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Ms. Boussa. Welcome to this interview in which we're going to talk about an extremely important question related to the African continental free trade area between opportunities and challenges for a unified, prosperous and developed continent. So just before starting our interview, I just want to present you to our audience. So Ms. Boussa, you are a senior fellow at the Policy Center for the New South. Prior to that, you have several years of experience in public administration, more than 20 years held in several managerial and leadership roles in the public administration in Morocco, just to name few, in the Ministry of Trade and Industry, and also most recently Secretary of the State to the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation in Morocco from 2017 to 2019. So it's a great pleasure having you with us. Welcome.
Very much, thank you.
So this question, Ms. Boussa, is of African Continental Free Trade Area is crucial, have huge opportunities for our continent, but also some challenges. So happy to have your views on that. So just to start our interview, I just want to ask you a first question. Where do we stand today as for AFCFTA, and why this question is today important for our continent?
Okay, thank you for your invitation. Let me first recall that the signature of the free trade agreement in African countries was it was in 2018, and it was a really tremendous milestone in economic and African integration. It's very important, and the ambition is to create a large our free trade area with the single market for goods and services to almost 1.3 billion of population. So it's very big and great ambition. But even though we know that African countries are now facing many challenges due to COVID-19 and due to the effects of Russia-Ukraine crisis, even though with the importance of AFC trade agreement is still so important. I think today more than tomorrow and more than before, because I think there are two reasons or major reasons. First, the AFCTFA is the relevant instrument to create the economy recovery for African countries. And to create new dynamic, stimulate investment and create opportunities. Of course, we need that the free trade agreement must have all the conditions to be well implemented. That's the first reason. The second reason, you have the rising prices of energy and foods, and African countries need to achieve free, resilient, and secure trade now, and to be more, I think, have supply chain more resilient to face all these shocks and challenges.
So thank you, Ms. Boussa. So beside this importance of the AFCFTA in boosting intra-African investment, its role for building resilience of African countries, and also for helping the recovery of African economies. So, and there are even estimates that show, for example, for this question, that if fully implemented, the AFCFTA can increase GDP of all countries by about 1 to 3%. If fully implemented and all the barriers are done with. And beside this question, there is an important question related to employment and job in Africa, which is crucial. So how do you see, for example, the role that can be played by AFCFTA in creating job opportunities for women and youth in Africa?
Okay, so one of the main objectives of AFCFTA was indicated in Article 3 of the agreement is to promote and attain sustainable and inclusive socio-economic development, gender equality, and structural transformation of the state parties. It is clearly that the economic growth and the reduction of inequality are central in the agreements, but the results will differ from countries to countries depending on their own capacities. And I think it's important to recall the vision of His Majesty King Mohammed VI. The royal vision emphasized that the development of integrated and prosperous Africa should be based on its own resources, especially human resources. So it's important to see that there are many opportunities, sure, but we have to build our capacities, to invest in our resources. And another point, I think, which is also can have an impact on the results is when we have a single market of goods and services, we reinforce our competitive advantage. We also can attract foreign investment, and that is very important to stimulate the economy, to create new opportunities, and to create jobs. But considering your question about the role of youth and women, yes, I agree with you that the role is very important, and I think we didn't explore all the opportunities that we have. And we know that youth and SMEs led by women and by women and youth could be a driver of the economy of Africa. But of course, we need to have adapted systems, financial systems, adapted mechanisms, and also specific support to emerge this. I think the SMEs and can contribute effectively in the economy.
Yes, thank you. You've mentioned that it's the importance of the African Continental Free Trade area in reducing inequalities. And today there is also an important question for Africa, which is related to food security. So with what's happened today at the global level, both rising inflation, rising food prices, the war, the Russian-Ukrainian war that we are witnessing today, so have raised concern about food security in Africa. And there are some experts that African experts that highlight the role of African Continental Free Trade area toward a Pan-African approach to deal with food security in Africa. Even in the Policy Center for the New South, we have recently published in our website, policycenter.com, a policy brief where our senior fellow, Hafez Ghanem, has highlighted this sort of importance of a Pan-African approach, so to help achieve security, food security for all African countries. So, and that's bringing me to my question, Ms. Boussa. So how do you see the role, for example, for AFCFTA to industrialize African agriculture in particular and the whole continent in general?
You see, if we look to the structure of the economy in Africa, we know that we see that there are many complementarities that exist and they're not now explored. And if we see some statistics, how it represents the intra-African trade, it just in 2020, just about 80%. And comparing with others, North Africa 30%, Asia 58%, and Europe 68%. So you see that there is a huge potential to develop intra-African economy and trade, and that will certainly help to develop share values and to develop, to reinforce our supply chains. But Africa, yes, of course, has a great potential on strategic resources, energy, gas, renewable energy, raw materials, fertilizers, and others. And also we look the emergence of new competitive platforms of industry. Like in Morocco, we have automotive platforms, and we have aeronautic sectors. So if we have the AFCFTA well implemented, that will enable countries to share values, to have more integrated supply chain, to develop their trade. And of course, that will enhance and reinforce the capacity of all countries for industrialization, and especially also in agribusiness, because we know that some countries have the capacity of production and others can develop new technologies. So the common area will facilitate sharing technologies, know-how, practices, and the most important thing is to have integrated and competitive supply chains.
So thank you very much, Ms. Boussa. You've highlighted several opportunities that can be brought about by the AFCFTA, but there is just one last question, so to conclude our interview. So what are the challenges, for example, on road to AFCFTA, and how can we make this AFCFTA a good success for our continent?
I think first thing is you have to finalize all the negotiations on table. I think there is still some negotiation on rules of origin. We have agreed on about more than 87%, and we have to continue. That is important. All the negotiations that we have should be finalized. The second thing, we make focus on the agreements, but as you know, the agreement is just an instrument, and it should be implemented within a holistic approach, integrating quality of infrastructures, logistics, how we can simplify procedures, climate business. So all of these things needs to be highlighted, need to be monitored, to be sure that we'll have the environment which can facilitate the implementation of instruments. And also I think that let me suggest some recommendation also that should be taken by different countries. First, we have to face against non-tariff barriers. I think recent studies from IMF show that barriers could be up to 4 times more effective in boosting trade if we have removing the non-tariff barriers could be up to 4 times more effective in boosting trade than tariff reductions. So the impact is very important. Second, we need to harmonize all our policies, investment, competition, e-commerce, and intellectual property rights. And we have also to develop and reinforce integrated systems for customers, financial, and also for logistics, because that's will enhance our competitiveness and will make really added value to trade between the trade between countries. And finally, we have digital solutions are very important, and I know that we have many technology developed in the country, and there are many startups that are making a great impact on digital solutions, and of course training, communication, and reinforce access to information and data.
So thank you, Ms. Boussa. So you've highlighted the role of education, the role of infrastructure, the role of cooperation, which is extremely important. To make this AFCFTA a success in our continent, and also the importance of this question of non-tariff barrier, which is crucial and we have to deal with in Africa. So thank you very much, Ms. Boussa, for your time, for your valuable insights. It was a pleasure discussing with you this important question. And just maybe to wrap up this question, so sometimes we have a tendency to focus more on competition. So I think that competition is something which is good, but cooperation is even better. And I think that it's a time for all African leaders. One of the priorities is to deal with this question of internal conflicts that are extremely important. So to build peace and stability in our continent, and which is a key element for the success of AFCFTA. So thank you, Ms. Boussa, for your time another time. It was a pleasure discussing with you, and hoping to see you in another interview.
Good afternoon. This is the ADTV, and we are very pleased to be joined today by Mrs. Cassie Freeman and Mr. Claude Grunitzky for this conversation around the role of diaspora, development, mobility, and integration. Mrs. Cassie Freeman is President and CEO of the African Diaspora Consortium. Thank you very much for joining us.
And Mr. Claude Grunitzky, who is both from Togo and from the United States, is a serial entrepreneur, as you are often described, who has notably launched a lot of companies in media, culture, creation at large. Now you are also on board in a finance venture, right? Funding entrepreneurship through the Equity Alliance, and education, as you recently launched with the MIT, the True Africa Education. Right?
True Africa University.
True Africa University, absolutely. Yeah. So thank you very much for
Thank you so much, Akmal.
Thank you.
I mean, it's a pleasure to have you both in this conversation, and we're very pleased that probably it's your first encounter as well, meeting at the Atlantic Dialogues, although you've been participating in many editions now. I think much of your work has been focusing on developing content, news,
cultural material and also websites to promote African culture. And I would like to ask you, Mrs. Freeman, on your experience with the African Diaspora Consortium. I saw that the consortium is working on many pillars: economic, health, education, and arts. Could you tell us more about this work and exactly how your work kind of helps in providing positive impact and in providing some positive impact for the African diaspora? Thank you.
Well, thank you. I'm just completely honored to be here and meeting my new colleague today. First, I want to bring greetings and from the African Diaspora Consortium and our partner universities, Teachers College, Columbia University, Tuskegee University, and University of Notre Dame. And I want to always highlight and emphasize my great being included in the an Atlantic Dialogue. I think this is, there's no other think tank, I think, globally that gets it right, like this organization. So thank you for that. My experiences, I'll tell you a little bit about my personal experiences and how it shaped the development of the African Diaspora Consortium, and we refer to it as ADC. I had had the opportunity of studying abroad many different times, first in Norway and then in Vienna, and then I was a visiting professor twice at a university in Budapest, Hungary. And what I think what I learned from each of those experiences was there are Black people everywhere, and that not that they were just that they're everywhere, but the similarity of the experiences, whether positively or negatively, typically being highest level of poverty, et cetera, across countries. So that stayed with me for a long while, and I decided that I wanted to see if I could utilize what I had learned as a way to enhance positively the experiences across the African diaspora. And so that really kind of shapes our motto for the work that we do is to impact positively educational, economic, artistic, and healthcare outcomes. Now that seems like a lot, but the supporting or grounding for all of that really is focused on education and the role that it can and must play in new and different ways. And one reason that we have been, I think, fairly successful early on in shaping, bringing to, at least to education, the African diaspora content is through our work with the College Board that develops all of the advanced placement courses in the U.S. And we were granted approval to develop the first Africa topic or theme used for the African diaspora seminar. And that shapes that is impacted for secondary students across not just the U.S., but we have students in first group of students in Guatemala took the advanced placement seminar with African diaspora content, and now we have moved into Mexico. So just imagine, if you will, not that students are just developing the content, but the way in which they are having shared experiences. And the other piece I want to say before you get to other questions is that I think helps students, it helps to bridge cultural gaps in ways in which not having combining rather, both the knowledge or content as well as the experiences across countries, it can do. I mean, nothing beats, I think, the kind of experiences that students can share when they are coming together and talking about what's similar and different across their different countries. And we've been very fortunate to do that. the last piece I'll say on that is, and that the content doesn't just focus on history as people know it, because I think there's a lot of people often are I think tired of hearing like history from a negative perspective, and so we take great pride in trying to utilize the artistic aspect of the work so that people can understand history from different multidisciplinary perspectives. And the last thing I'll say, and that is that it has, we use what I call a multi-voice approach, that the content has been developed, or we develop the content in concert with individuals from other countries. So like Brazil or Colombia or other locations, the UK, the Caribbean region, so that they have a say in what's important for their students to know and learn as well. And that's when we include that. So you can tell we're really excited about the outcome and the impact that it's had so early.
Precisely, maybe Claude Grunitzky to jump on that. There is a lot of Pan-Atlanticism, actually, so Pan-Africanism to an extent, but also Pan-Atlanticism in the different initiatives that Cassie Freeman just described. And I believe your own career has been very transatlantic and Pan-Atlantic as well. You were born in Lomé, Togo, then moved to the United States, studied in France, had experiences in the United States and England and France again on entrepreneurship. So, and also you belong to maybe a newer generation of the diaspora, if I might call it this way, as you were born in Africa and now live in the US. And I wanted to ask you about a phenomenon that is often talked about, which is that of the brain drain. What is your view on that, as many in Africa and many in African countries, many African citizens tend to criticize the brain drain for actually weakening African states. What is your take on this?
I think it's a fascinating question. First off, again, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak and to riff off of what Cassie just said. As you said, I'm the definition of a Pan-African, Pan-Atlantic approach, right? Because I'm from Togo, so I'm also somebody who grew up in France, so I also have a French passport in addition to the Togolese passport, and I also have an American passport. So when you have 3 different passports from 3 different continents, you end up being defined as a citizen of the world, right? I call myself more of a serial immigrant in a sense, but the reality is I'm always gonna be a black man and I'm always gonna be an African, and that's what I lead with. So even though I've been living in Europe and America, I'm always very deeply rooted to in my African values as a native son of Togo. And what happened was I was one of the fortunate ones, I'll say, because I was able to get an education in Africa, but also in Europe and also in America. And when it comes to the brain drain, there's 2 types of people who actually migrate to more advanced or developed countries. The ones who choose to just live an immigrant lifestyle without ever giving back, without even thinking of remittances, and those, like me and some of my friends, who always want to navigate both worlds and who want to use the knowledge that we've gained in Europe, in America, and outside of the African continent to give back to Africa. And so one of the things that I'm most proud of, because I was one of those Africans who had success at a very young age, because I had started a media company that became very successful, which I was able to sell. And I ended up really trying to pay it forward by helping many young Africans to basically level up in various ways. So the work that I do now is at the intersection of media and education and finance. And I always do it from the perspective of bringing a lot of those skills and knowledge bases back to the African continent. So specifically, True Africa, the media company, produces films, it produces podcasts, which are very much focused on the African experience, but told from an African perspective. And it's really about the African narrative. And that's an example of reaching out to people in the African diaspora and also people living in continental Africa and establishing a dialogue. We could call that an Atlantic dialogue between those 2 constituencies, right? And so that's the storytelling part. But then in the education part, I partnered with MIT to create True Africa University as a platform to help to train online in a blended learning model African students from Africa and from the diaspora so that they can learn from each other. And that's what I feel about the brain drain, is that those of us who choose to build bridges between the continent of Africa and other continents end up being a lot more successful, because Africans can learn from Afro-diaspora, Afro-descendants, but Afro-descendants and Afro-diaspora denizens can also learn from the things that are happening in Africa. And that's really what I aspire to, and that's why I've spent my entire adult life in this space.
Thank you very much, Mr. Grunitsky. And you've mentioned that it's very important also to learn from African citizens on their own narrative. Let them actually provide them with a platform where they can share their own stories with their own views, and participate in this change in narrative around Africa. And I think this is very much the work that you're focusing on especially around the artistic elements in the ADC. You have mentioned earlier in talking about the ADC's work that you gather some experiences. Are there experiences that you find to be more present than others in the African experience, African diaspora's experience?
Well, the reason that, let me just give a little background, but the reason that the arts are so important in terms of understanding and building knowledge production around the African diaspora is because if you stop to think about it, and people rarely think about this, during the period where African descendants were dispersed, remember now they landed in countries where they did not speak the same language, and they learned to learn to communicate, build communities, build community uplift through the arts, and music was a huge part of that, and that's the reason we talked about New Orleans playing such a huge, important role in that as an example of that. They have an area called Congo Square where actually during that period when slaves were coming together on one Sunday per month or Sundays during the month to learn to drum. But then as a part of that, they were also learning to communicate. So we build that into the curriculum. It's a different way, think about it, it's a different way that people still get a chance to learn a little bit about history, a little bit about the way in which this cooperation that we are so anxious for the curriculum to help develop. Because if during that period of time, look at the way in which groups came together who didn't speak the same language, who didn't have the same history and culture, and how they built a community. And we like to see that happen through our curriculum. Our curriculum, and I want to emphasize this, is for everybody. It's not just for African descendants. I mean, everybody needs to know this narrative, if you will, this story that not just what happened so much in the past, but look what African descendants accomplish wherever they are, whether it's France or Brazil or in the Caribbean region. Look what they have accomplished in spite of. And that's the reason also the our emphasis on the positive as opposed to focusing on the negative aspect of what happened during those periods of time. So.
I think that offers a perfect transition to the question I wanted to ask you, Claude. So precisely the aim of the Atlantic Dialogues is also to try to reshuffle mental maps, to have a more positive agenda, and I think both of your initiatives, the various initiatives that you have been engaged in, have greatly participated in trying to reshaping the narratives, bringing some more positivity into them. At the same time, domination, and you have mentioned it, is something that the African diaspora or Africans all over the world have experienced. And we were talking right before entering the studio about the Black Lives Matter movement and what it meant to Africa. There was a successful podcast that you mentioned that was produced by Limitless Africa, one of your initiatives precisely on this. So I have two questions. First, as that was the topic of the podcast, what does this experience of the African diaspora mean for Africa itself? And second, how can private initiatives, civil society initiatives such as the one you are leading, how can they actually play a role in the face of such structural, deeply entrenched, mechanisms of domination?
I think that this is such a fascinating question that I could go on for hours, but I'm going to keep it quite short because I'm going to base it on the experience that I've had dissecting the reaction to my weekly podcast, Limitless Africa. And Limitless Africa had an episode last week on the fact that Black Lives Matter is becoming relevant in Africa. And if you're looking at it from a surface level, you might think, well, why would Black Lives Matter in Africa? Africa is full of Black people who are the majority population in almost every country. And so the reason that episode resonated with so many people is because the solidarity that came out of the Black Lives Matter post-George Floyd murder movement is something that was universal, as we discussed earlier. But specifically in Africa, a lot of people felt that it needed to show solidarity with what was happening in America, but also it needed to shine a light on some of the inequities on the African continent itself. And on the topic of domination, countries like South Africa have still, from an economic power structure, a lot of reckoning to deal with when it comes to empowerment of Black citizens, right? Because of the legacy of apartheid, and also because of the fact that these mental models sometimes lead to an inferiority complex. And in many African countries, I've witnessed that myself. Anything that comes from the West, anything that is promoted by white people is sometimes considered superior, which is why we see a post-colonial model of domination, once again, in the economy, where you have all these extractive industries that are creating a lot of wealth for Western companies, and in some cases for Western governments, but not so much for African people and African citizens. So I think when we're going to look at the mindsets that are going to lead to Africans actually ending up owning their narrative, owning their resources, and owning their futures, we're going to have to look at ways that we can collaborate, across continents in order to build more pride into the African story. And you can't blame any Africans. We've always been told that we're losers, we're poor, we're the underachievers. And when people repeat that all the time, you end up believing it, which is why the role of media is so important, and which is why these mental models have to change.
I mean, it's very interesting that you're talking about this because I think for us here in Morocco following the World Cup, I think one of the main things that has held our attention during this World Cup is really the change in narrative for us as Moroccans looking at the team and where they got to. Is breaking some sort of mindset that was leading us to think that we couldn't really have a team that would reach, a semi-final or so. And I think the message behind this World Cup was so strong that many people, even people who didn't used to watch football before, related to. It was a matter of changing some mental maps that led us to think that only some countries, some teams could actually reach some stages, but it's also a message of hard work, of seriousness, of trust in oneself. And I think it's definitely by breaking this cycle as well of bad thoughts of domination, but it's also self-inflicted domination sometimes that leads one to think that the person might be inferior. But I would like to bounce on this on Akram's question and related to the effect of the Black Lives Matter movement and how it might have affected or probably facilitated the motivation of African diaspora to actually really work together in promoting material, promoting content, and what sort of content exactly was important to emphasize in the different curricula that you think should be developed around the narrative?
I want to just commend my colleague for sure for his wonderful response. I think that's the reason that the conversations, all of our thinking and conversations can tend to lead to what the negative aspect of what hasn't worked and what the reason we are separated and all of that. So I mean, like historically, we can just all accept that the dispersal itself was a in a sense, it achieved an intended outcome. That if you divide and conquer people from each other, then obviously they're going to be more integrated in a certain way into culture and history. What didn't happen, though, I think what we can all agree on, and I'll connect this back up to George Floyd, is that historically, African descendants kept aspects of their culture. You can see that in Brazil, wherever you go, so we don't have to even list them. The US, which is the second largest, and I always have to emphasize that because people tend to think that the US is the largest African descendant population outside of Africa, and it's actually Brazil, and the US is far behind. So it didn't have quite the intended outcome where groups would lose all of their history and identity. This very thing about what we said about the arts kept people connected and built a community around their history and culture. What George Floyd did was, in a sense, from a positive standpoint, indicated the bonding, if you will, across all these different countries, because it happened during the pandemic, so people were able to participate and see more of what was happening in the world than in other times because they weren't able to get out as much. And so what you notice, not just in Africa, as my colleague so ably described, but across all these different countries where groups had come together in masses unlike they had ever done before. The key, though, is building on that we have this connecting, we saw what was important. There were some issues that we didn't like to see, like police brutality starting from the US that created all of that. Police brutality, we saw the great levels of poverty, injustices around COVID and lack of health care around different populations. So but with that information, I'd like to go back to what one of my colleagues, the Right Honorable David Lammy said he did our first ADC lecture. And he said, this is the African diaspora's time. But the question is, what do we do with that time? We have lots of indicators that this is our time. The UN designating this as designating this as African descendant a decade that's ending in 2024. Have we used that in a way that we need to? So there are positives that can come from this, but we as a community and as groups have to utilize what we are seeing and what we are learning, and that's the important role that education can play. It must be targeted, it must be systematic, and it must not be like a one-day event. Education has to be built into the lives in order to enhance the cultural bonding that will be necessary across the African diaspora.
I mean, this is really so interesting because we actually had a conversation with one of our senior fellows, whom you will probably meet during this conference, and he was notably talking about some of the similarities, even in terms of music, in terms of rhythm, between some musics that you can find in Brazil, for instance, and some that you can find in Morocco, actually. So the northwesternmost part, of Africa, you can still have the similarities. And it's very interesting to see how the Atlantic space itself is a very African one, actually. And this is much debated, for instance, even in Brazil, which has parts of its population at least embracing this African component of its identity. I wanted to ask you something precisely on the targeted character, you know, of and the private and the civil society drive that you are trying to lead. About the changes that you have noticed. So you are still in touch, of course, with the African continent, and massively so, if I might say. I wanted to ask you about the changes that you might notice within the new generation. We have a lot going on in terms of technology, you know, investment in technology, entrepreneurship all over Africa, people actually embracing their African culture and so on and so forth. So have you noticed changes in that regard within the newer generation, the younger generation? And second, even for the people who follow your programs, have you noticed shifts, you know, in terms of how they view themselves, how they view their own ability, you know, and capability to build and renew and, you know, create?
That's another fantastic question, because when I look at the younger generation of Africans, not just in Africa, but also in the African diaspora, they're the ones who give me the most hope. And I think that the changes in mindset that we've been talking about will come from this new generation, because I believe that my generation, which is Generation X, failed because we were not able to build structures and systems for what I call active solidarities. What I discussed earlier in terms of giving back, paying it forward, creating programs to level up, it was just only a few of us in my generation who did it. Whereas the new generation has seized the tools of the internet and built their own networks of active solidarity throughout the world, and they're very proud of what they're actually creating in continent and their ability to export that. And I operate in a world where the cultural and creative industries are at the root of everything. And when we say we start with music, for instance, that you described earlier, if you look at the impact of the Afrobeats movement now coming out of Nigeria, I was in Japan and I saw Japanese people in Kyoto dancing to Afrobeats and knowing the words, which is, if you've been to Japan, you know Japanese have a real issue with English, yet they were able to actually recite the words of Wizkid and Davido and so on. And I really saw a lot of hope in that. And then the same could be said for the film industry. So now you see films coming out of Nollywood that are being seen all over the world. And so I believe that the creative industries that you described earlier, Cassie, will actually help to lead to the rise of other industries that are driven by the creativity and the innovation of young Africans who want to understand what's happening in Brazil and who can now do it because of the fact that the internet has accelerated communication and enables people to build networks that were never available before. And ultimately, hopefully that will also lead to capital and building resilient and sustainable companies. And because that's why, as I also have another hat that I mentioned earlier, which is my hat as a venture capitalist. I invest in tech startups. I'm looking forward to investing in companies that are going to help to create African companies, sustainable African companies, African champions that will promote African values throughout the world. And I believe that that's coming, but it really started with the creative industries.
Thank you very much for actually mentioning the creative industries. My last question, and it would be directed to the both of you. What is really, let's say, what would be your recommendation to fully unleash the potential of creative industries in the continent? And we do see many contents, a lot of content that is really interesting and that has the capacity eventually, as you said, to connect people even, you know, in countries that are really far away. So what is the missing element? Is it only related to funding, or is it something else?
Well, let me just start and say that I think there is a lot happening. So I don't want to downplay that in any way. But I still see there's just such a huge gap between cultural understanding, and that gap has to be addressed before we can make sustained progress. For example, I see with our students, I often see, and we do a program with higher ed students as well, higher education students and artists. They appreciate being able to be in an environment where they can say, oh, I didn't know African Americans did this, or, oh, I didn't know that Brazilian, why this was important in Brazil, to African descendants in Brazil. That has to be, that's what I mean about being targeted. It can't be, we can't take for granted that it's just going to happen, and we can't depend solely on the internet, because there are negatives and positives about the spin of about information on the internet. I mean, about our African descendants. So we have to really target educational programming in a way that is focused on addressing the divide between the African descendant cultures. And we have to, and certainly a way to do that is through the artistic lens, an artistic frame. And we have to, so we can do that, but we also need to be honest with ourselves, I think, as a people, and talk about some of the critical issues that we are facing. Not just try to pretend that they don't exist, because we do have a lot of issues that we have to address as a people, but we have to utilize our voices to be able to do that. And that's one of the things that I said about, from the beginning, about the Atlantic Dialogues at the Center for the Policy of the New South really gets the importance like no other think tank about the importance of multiple voices. Well, there are 51 different, I think I read 52 different countries here, nationalities here. That's important, and that's a beginning, very important beginning.
In 30 seconds, what would your last word?
Yeah, I would add to that really quickly by saying one of the critical issues is funding. So as somebody who's been a serial entrepreneur, as you said, I've always looked for funding for my various companies. And sadly, I was never able to raise one penny from the African continent. You know, my former media company, Trace, I went on a roadshow. I was able to raise money from Goldman Sachs in the US. For my latest media company, True Africa, I try to find money on the continent by reaching out to all kinds of billionaires and institutions. Once again, I struck out. I did not raise one penny. I was able to get funding from Google. So I believe that one of the critical issues is Africans investing in Africa's creative industries. The episode that we have this week for Limitless Africa is how to improve African film. We were talking about Nollywood. The films are really great, but the production values are not what they should be. And that is because we need Africans to fund quality films that can then be exported throughout the world. And that's why I feel like we need to work together to find solutions to these critical issues.
Huge thanks to the both of us for this fascinating conversation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Claude. Thank you very much, Cassie. Thank you for coming.
For your time.
So now you talked about the matter of sustainability, which is obviously very important for the whole world, but also for the African continent, which might be suffering from it the most. And so precisely we have an interview that is planned and that we are going to show you now that our colleague Rim Berhab conducted with Paul Isbell.
Okay, on innovative.
Welcome to the 11th edition of the Atlantic Dialogues. I am delighted to welcome Paul Isbell, who is affiliate professor at Mohammed VI Polytechnic University, to discuss the topic of sustainable innovation and climate economy. Paul, it's truly an honor to have you with us today.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here.
So as you know, climate change is one of, if not the biggest threat to humanity, and tackling it requires a strong coordination and cooperation between actors and sectors, among which we find the issue of innovation. So how can sustainable innovation contribute to the fight against climate change? Or in other words, what is to be done to tackle the climate change turmoil?
What I think often is not focused on is that we don't necessarily need large-scale innovations. We often don't even need new technology. We may need innovation we need innovative ways to organize ourselves in action that reduces emissions, either by providing energy solutions which are low emissions, or by, again, another area where low-level technology and innovation within the grasp of almost everyone in other relevant climate sectors like the land use sector, agriculture, land use, forestry, etc., land restoration, where innovative farming and herding techniques, agroforestry, silvopastoralism. These are innovative ways of organizing in a much more integrative fashion with the local ecosystem and the local society. And the same could be said for action in the sea or along coastlines. Now, that's in a broad sense, but I would place the focus, as is one of the activities I'm championing, in innovative ways of organizing at the smallest scale of civil society. I've mentioned in talks here at the dialogues in the ADELE program, the not just massive potential of small-scale social enterprise, but the necessity for us to generate a kind of army of small-scale entrepreneurs hungry to act around the world. Social enterprise itself is an innovative business form, or innovative, I call them, action models, an innovative action model. The climate crisis, as it exists now, there are different ways of looking at it, but one is the gap in our action in relation to, what we know are the goals and what we know are the trajectories that will get us there, or the various pathways that, with their trade-offs, their different realities, can get us there globally or regionally, etc. But even the most optimistic assessments of what we are on track to achieve after the last conference of the parties in Egypt, even the best, most optimistic trajectory of where we are given current policies of governments and sub-state governments, like cities, where we are with commitments by states, commitments and targets for the future that still don't have a lot of detailed road mapping involved, and of course are subject to the let's just say, the whims of history as we move forward in each part of the world. As we see now, the war in Ukraine, what's the unsaid in that war is how much emissions is that debacle, that conflict, responsible for, in terms of the amount of energy that is spent, in terms of the embedded emissions in all of the arms and tools of conflict. And it's a new budding area in research on emissions, because the hunch now is that we all don't focus on military emissions as a category. The point is that even if we take for granted all of our national commitments embedded in the nationally determined contributions, the NDCs, and even if we look at the strategies, midterm and long-term strategies, we know that the states themselves aren't going to be the ones that are actually achieving those emissions reductions. They'll have some public investment, perhaps. Their biggest contribution will be in establishing policies that that lay down incentives, and long-term indications through their strategies, which get more and more private sector actors having to bet on the fact that the wave is going to go in this direction. So do we. So when I look at it, and this is research that I'm starting to get very interested now, is there seems to be a major gap that even large-scale private sector won't be able to fill. And the gap is when you move further down the pyramid of civil society to the largest but smallest scale members of our civil societies, individuals, groups, small groups of partners, individual households, neighborhood communities, local action groups, etc.
In your opinion, how can we close the gap from the bottom up with SDG startups with regards to the climate action? So you've been talking about such initiatives. So can you shed light on some specific ones?
Well, the current youth generations, including the generation we have here as emerging leaders in the program, and the one that comes after them. So 15 to 40 years old, let's take that as a broad double generation cohort. This group is more aware of climate change, its causes, its consequences, the political economy, defining our climate scenario. And they, in many ways, are more entrepreneurial. There's a pedagogical mission and an argument to be made with both innovative vision and research into hard numbers to focus on the potential for young people in particular, the ones that have the knowledge, the drive, the enthusiasm, and even the lack of inhibition to publicly point fingers and criticize, particularly large corporate interests, but also the entire two generations before. We need to generate a clear idea in younger generations' head and in the older generations who can be the allies, right? Like I view myself, the opportunity to help roll things out on the ground. We also have to change the attitude of, let's just call it the money, right? Venture capital in particular seems to be the category of investment money that targets startups. But typically they have been focused on traditional style businesses or startups that can really make a big breakthrough and generate lots of impact and lots of profits for the initial investors, the so-called unicorns, right? But more and more venture capital is also recognizing that sustainability for any kind of company, any kind of startup, regardless of their activity, but the organization itself, all kinds of businesses are feeling the pressure and also beginning to feel that there's also money to be made by reducing energy consumption and therefore emissions and cutting unnecessary costs. We know that venture capital promotes and encourages the idea of accelerators and incubators. And I know that seeing the way the trend is moving, if they're just focused on some of their activity on the same kind of facilitatory support and encouragement with some money or not, maybe sometimes it's just advice or mentoring, focus on this little niche, what we call the SDG startup, the smallest scale.
And now perhaps going to more regional aspects and centering back to our region of interest, which is the Atlantic.
Right.
In your opinion, what is the role of cooperation to strengthen these types of initiatives in sustainable innovation in this geographical area?
Two joint statements in the last 2 years that have been made by a number of Atlantic coastal countries. One is focused more on maritime security. This is coming out of Portugal, led by Portugal, called the Joint Political Statement on Atlantic Cooperation. And then just a year or so after, a number of some of the same states, this time with the United States, interestingly enough, taking the lead in generating interest around a pan-Atlantic framing, at least, but also in that that collaborative process of negotiation, initial launching of such a framework for Atlantic cooperation, focuses on the ocean, focuses on sustainability, marine ecosystem protection and recovery, restoration, and focuses on ocean, marine science, marine ecosystems, and blue economy activities, a way to coordinate our activities to avoid a rush into the commons of the high seas at the seabed to exploit the vast amounts of useful minerals that the future may need in many ways. Simply, getting back to the Atlantic side of the cooperation that would feed back to our idea of the SDG startup and the army of social entrepreneurs operating in the realm of sustainability around the world, on all continents. They do that effort, that joint statement, which was the second one, has other areas of cooperation that they're trying to jumpstart around the Atlantic. And again, I emphasize the entire Atlantic. The United States has never really formally gone for something like that, which is interesting, and one has to ask themselves why. And we can do that at a later date when we get into politics, geopolitics behind a new Atlantic or a resuscitation of the new Atlantic movement. But in this realm, particularly along coastlines and coastal communities, there's lots of potential. But if I were to look for a way to really galvanize all of this in an Atlantic basin sense, I would say we have to focus on youth and youth exchange, youth cooperation in an Atlantic basin context, much like the Adele program at the Atlantic Dialogues. What I would see helping is more Atlantic, pan-Atlantic settings, contexts, even associations that pull the youth together, the active youth, right, the enthused youth, the engaged youth, in a pan-Atlantic context. And then any focus can be given. But that would be the place when you need to have younger generations operating on different continents in smaller scale activities, so that you can't really easily have activity on different continents. It's possible. But where you can share information, experiences, inspiration, identify opportunities, ideas among the youth in an Atlantic basin context. And that's where you can also infuse pan-Atlantic consciousness.
So I think it's a good message to conclude with this conversation. Thank you again very much for your time and experience.
Thank you.
From more than 60 countries. Discussions will delve into this year's theme, Cooperation in a Mutating World, Opportunities of the Wider Atlantic. 11 plenary sessions and 380 talks will take place in Marrakesh. Current crises, multilateralism, inflation, democracy, food security, climate change, global economy, and energy will be discussed. 16 thematic breakout dinners will take place in more intimate settings around the city of Marrakesh for frank and uninhibited discussions. 30 emerging leaders from across the Atlantic, chosen from thousands of applicants, will join the conference after a 2-day tailored leadership program. To know more, visit our dedicated website, atlanticdialogues.org. Under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, the Atlantic Dialogues High-Level Conference is back with an 11th edition in Marrakesh. Over 350 high-level participants will gather from more than 60 countries. Discussions will delve into this year's theme, Cooperation in a Mutating World, Opportunities of the Wider Atlantic. 11 plenary sessions and 380 talks will take place in Marrakesh. Current crises, multilateralism, inflation, democracy, food security, climate change, global economy, and energy will be discussed. 16 thematic breakout dinners will take place in more intimate settings around the city of Marrakesh for frank and uninhibited discussions. 30 emerging leaders from across the Atlantic, chosen from thousands of applicants, will join the conference after a 2-day tailored leadership program. To know more, visit our dedicated website, atlanticdialogues.org.
We'll maybe give it just a second while people are walking in.
Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 11th edition of the Atlantic Dialogues. My name is Lilia Rizk, and I'm the head coordinator for this year's edition of the conference. I'm here to introduce you to our conference app, AD 2022, a tool we are very excited about and very excited to use to increase interactions between the moderator and the audience, and it also goes in our effort to go paperless. That being said, we have pocket agendas that are now available at the welcome desk. I invite you all to take out your smartphones and tablets if you have them, and open the AD 2022 application. For those of you who have not downloaded it yet, feel free to follow along. And I invite you to download it using the link that you received by email. For any further assistance, you can also go to the Spot Me desk, which is located in the Grand Foyer. All right, so we'll get straight into it. When you click on the More button on the bottom right corner of your screen, you will have access to the main menu, where you can find the breakdown of the application. The app is split into 5 main categories. The first one is the Atlantic Dialogue section, where you can find all the information you need about this year's edition of the conference, the agenda, the speaker lists, the participant lists as well as our interactivity section. The next section is the Policy Center for the New South section, which provides you with more information about the Policy Center for the New South, and a link that takes you to our website for more information and browsing. The Research and Analysis section provides you with a selection of our publications and annual reports, of which the Atlantic Currents, our report published alongside the Atlantic Dialogues every year, which aims to provide a detailed analysis and a fresh perspective about ongoing cultural, economic, political, and security dynamics that are shaping the wider Atlantic today. The 9 editions of this report are available on the app, and a few hard copies of the 2022 edition are available at the Policy Center Library booth located in the Grand Foyer. Within this section, I would like to point out another important section called AD-related publications, with a list of Policy Center analytical production linked to every plenary session of this year's edition of the conference, We can perhaps take a look at the security development nexus in the Sahel, the challenge of implementation. So here you can find 3 links to related publications. The next section is the media and communication section, where you will find the daily AD newsletter. So you will be receiving that at the end of the day, and you can also find it on the application. You also find more information about the ADTV and the PCNS social media. For those of you who are active on social media, we invite you to engage with us and tag the Policy Center for the New South, and also use the AD 2022 hashtag. Then you have your personal space, which includes your contacts, meetings, chats, bookmarks, more information about your travels and logistics, and we'll get into that in just a second. And the breakout dinner, you will be able to find later today the dinner to which you have been assigned, following the selection for those of you who have filled out the form that you received by email. And the final category here is services, which provides you with more information about using the app, and a refresh button that you can see right over there that will enable you to have all of the most updated information of the conference. And if you still have any more questions about using the application, you can go to the SpotMe desk located in the Grand Foyer. So now let us move to the agenda of the conference and dive a little bit deeper. As you can see, it is structured per day, so the 14th, 15th, and 16th. And all last-minute changes will be made available on the application. So we can perhaps view one session, the second plenary for today, two-speed multilateralism in the wider Atlantic. Once you click on the session, you will have access to the session description, as you can see, the guiding questions, the moderator, and the list of speakers. You can click on a speaker and have access to that speaker's bio. You can choose to write notes, message, perhaps connect with the speaker. And if the speaker or if the participant accepts your connection request, contact information will be available to both parties. The business card exchange feature is the same process as the connect feature, but it will involve taking a picture of the QR code. So now let us move to the interactivity section of the application. The AD app is about how we engage with each other in this plenary room as well. So it's a tool that is used by our moderators and that will be used throughout the conference. So let us do some brainstorming very quickly together. We will be using the word cloud. And I would like you to, so if you open the word cloud feature, which should be available to you now, what comes to mind when we say cooperation in a mutating world, opportunities of the wider Atlantic, which is this year's theme? So please open the word cloud if you haven't done so already, and write down one word only that comes to mind. So we will give you 30 seconds, starting now. The moderators will be using this feature throughout the conference to make sure that sessions are as interactive as possible. And the more people insert a word into the cloud, the bigger it should seem on the screen. Yes, there we go. Dialogue, Russia, multilateralism. So this gives us an idea of what people in the room are thinking. All right, so we'll move to our next exercise, a voting exercise. So the question I'd like to ask you is, who do you think will win the World Cup? Morocco, France, Argentina, or France? Vote, vote. Vote on the application. When you vote, you only press the number correlated to the answer you wish to select once. And I would just like to remind everyone that we will be broadcasting the game this evening at 8 p.m. here in this room. It's not unexpected in this room. So we will be playing the game here at 8 p.m. For those of you interested, the game will be here, and a cocktail dinner will be offered in the Grand Foyer. For those of you who are not interested by the game, there will be a dinner served at the Moroccan restaurant. And for the result, I guess we will be getting a little bit more clarity later today. And I just want to highlight, so as we're in the interactivity section, that during every plenary session, you are encouraged to send questions to the moderators and the speakers at any time. And that content will be used by the moderators in their moderation. There we go. Now, a quick word about logistics. If you go to logistical information and travel and logistics, you will have more information about your hotel, arrival in Marrakesh, departure and pickup times, shuttle service, a shuttle system taking you to and from your hotel. And if you're looking for some more information that you don't have access to, you can email the address listed at any time. And that's available on your application. So now we will move to the final section that we'd like to show you, which is the home section. So this home section includes some shortcuts to important information of the conference, as well as a feed similar to any social media outlet. You can share photos, posts about the conference, and more. And we also, it's a way for us to encourage you to engage with one another throughout the conference. We invite you to discover and use this app extensively. If you have any questions, please feel free to head to the Spot Me desk located in the Grand Foyer. And for any other questions related to the conference or beyond, you can ask any of my colleagues at the Policy Center for the New South. We all wear white lanyards. I know I'm not wearing one right now, but you can recognize them throughout the conference venue by the color of their lanyards. You'll be able to download some information as well. Your contact information you will be able to download the contact information. So once you leave the conference, you will still have access to the people that you were able to interact with. Thank you all for your attention, and enjoy the conference.
Launched in 2012 in Rabat, the Atlantic Dialogues have reached their 10 years, a milestone. The flagship conference of the Policy Center for the New South is designed to be a unique event with a North-South blend. But what makes it so special? First, its very raison d'être. The conference is seeking to put the Southern Atlantic on the map. The aim is to promote ties between Africa and Latin America in dialogue with Europe and North America on equal terms. There was indeed a need to rethink the Atlantic as a geopolitical space, well known for its northern alliance, but much less for the potential of its southern basin. The wider Atlantic concept has many things to do with Morocco. The most northwestern country of Africa is located at a maritime crossroad, close to Europe, open to North America, and facing South America. To change mental maps, the conference taps into a wealth of intercontinental expertise. Organized in Marrakesh since 2014, the Atlantic Dialogues have developed a singular style with debates in English in the beautiful setting of La Mamounia. The conference has become a meeting point for around 400 high-level senior officials, business leaders, academics, opinion shapers, and civil society actors from the Atlantic space. Since 2014, the Atlantic Currents yearly report has become one of the main annual publications of the Policy Center. This collective work from experts from the South and the North delivers insights in line with the conference's theme. Last but not least, the Atlantic dialogues are in full coherence with the philosophy of the Policy Center, making room for younger generations. Each year, 30 to 50 young Atlantic Dialogues emerging leaders take part in a tailor-made leadership program prior to the conference. This community from across the Atlantic now counts 380 young professionals in touch with each other and the Policy Center all year round. All in all, the Atlantic Dialogues have steadily grown over the years. In 2018, the conference was ranked as the 16th best conference worldwide organized by a think tank. We would like to warmly thank all of you, distinguished guests, for your attendance again this year. Thank you for joining us and renewing your commitment to the Atlantic Dialogues. Greater than a conference, an experience, a community.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage for the welcoming remarks the Executive President of the Policy Center for the New South, Karim Lainawi.
So welcome. Very nice to see you. How have you been? Good? All is well? I see nice faces and friends. It's really great to have you here. I think there's nothing best than congregate together as humans. We like to congregate. We feel emotions. There will be more emotions tonight, I guess. You'll be here for those who are interested, as Lilia said, in this room. But first of all, let me thank you, all of you, for being here, for your continued support in what we're trying to do, and I'll say a few words about that. Of course, thanks to everybody that makes this possible. There are many people. I'll list them at the end of conference, once it's done and a success, I hope. I would like to say a few words about what we're trying to do, what is our intention. And I think intention is a very important word. Good intentions, in good faith. There's a nice word coined by our chairman that has made it a value of OCP, the company, which is NIA in Arabic. What we're trying to do here at the Policy Center, and more generally, within the broad ecosystem that we've been trying to create, in particular with the university, the Mohammed VI Polytechnic University, is a sort of intellectual infrastructure, a community, a common culture that allows us to say things, allows us to correct our perceptions, allows us to reach a sort of comfort zone where we can have a sincere, serious, committed dialogue. We don't have to always agree, but I think that's what we've been trying to do. This conference is part of that. This is, an annual event where we get together, but this is all year long what we're trying to do, both at the university and also here with this conference and with the Policy Center in general. And I think this is very important, particularly in the context that we are living. And I would like particularly to thank our colleagues from the northern side of the Atlantic, as we are trying here to open up their minds to a broader sense of the Atlantic. And for those who have played the game, who have accepted to come, who have accepted to engage with us, so I would like to applaud them here. So all our friends from think tanks, institutions in North America, in Europe, and I think we have found the right balance in terms of North-South rebalancing in this conference, which is very special. We all participate to many conferences, and you can feel a special vibe, something that is quite unique. And this is the value of the Atlantic Dialogues, actually, to listen to each other with those values of serious fact-based analysis, serious quasi-academic work, and commitment to minimum set of values. We don't have to agree on everything, but we need to have a minimum set of values to cooperate together, which is the theme of this year. Cooperation doesn't mean that we agree on everything, but there needs to be a minimum set of values, and I think we have achieved this. That's one of the main achievements after 10 years in this, with this conference, which has many decentralized connections, interactions, deals, whatever we are actually not aware of, but for us it is an important sort of platform we use all over the year to do things together, write papers, do joint books, organize conferences, etc., etc. So I wanted to, after 10 years, to sort of share with you the spirit in which we're doing this. This is not just a get-together, this is not just a conference, this is something else we're trying to achieve here. Let me say a few words about context, and this will be the discussion of the coming days, and we all have a very strong view and our views on what's going on in the world. And there could be some linkages with the soccer game tonight, the football game tonight, which is, in a way, as an economist, I say that it's fighting rents and entitlements and, monopoly. It means, as humans, we have our comfort zones, and I think the world was in a sort of equilibrium and comfort zone. It's not necessarily a perfect equilibrium, but for depends where you are. And this has been sort of disturbed, shuffled, challenged, questioned. I think for good reasons, but we can talk. I think for better, and this is, again, here our commitment. We see, constructively this kind of dialogue and debates to find solutions together. So when we look, let's say, at Ukraine, depending on where you sit, and you see it differently, but in the end, if you dig a little bit more, you can see that we all see this in a way, more or less, reasonable people, the same way, but there were messages sent, and I think those messages sent by the South, to simplify here, were not well received by certain countries of the North, but there's an important message there, and it's something I would like we dig a little bit during this conference. What it means, why, what is multilateralism, what have we done to the international law over the past 30, 40 years for this outcome to be as we see it. And this is important for this to happen in Morocco, an old place, a country of reasonable government, a country of that knows history, the complexity and the intricacies of history, the entanglement where you can fall in. And I think that's also not by accident that a conference is happening here. And we're very proud in that spirit that we are having the patronage of His Majesty the King for this conference. So I think it's all this sort of goes into that spirit. These are not just words, these are things we live. And you will feel it tonight after the soccer match. I said the way the Moroccans will react, a victory or a defeat, you will see that there will be wisdom and generosity in the way we will all react. A few words on what worries us. This is going to be a complex year, 2023, particularly in terms of macroeconomic management for the continent, high pressure on public debt, rising interest rates, complex macroeconomic management to respond to social demands. What we have discovered, and that there are demands from citizens all around the world, including in this country, for a more protective state, a social state, if you wish, that delivers efficiently services to its citizens. And these are the very reasons why sometimes what we call liberal democracy is challenged in some countries. It's because democracy is just not a moral sort of a mechanism or value. It has to deliver to its citizens. So that's, I think, one of a common challenge we all have in the Atlantic. Can the state, the post-Second World War sort of type of state we have all developed and tried all to converge to still deliver? This is an important question, and we could share the experience of Morocco trying to generalize social protection to all its citizens within a sort of tight context in terms of fiscal policy and fiscal space. So I think there we have lots a lot of experience to share together. So I won't go further on the context. I want to flag two things. Please go to the breakout dinners. I have personally forbidden that they take place in hotels. So if you want to discover Marrakesh, we've chosen nice restaurants all around the city for you to get out of the hotel and to feel the city. Of course, not tonight. I will not recommend, unless you like, to sort of movements. I would recommend you stay here. So we have the film here. We will feed you and everything else. But tomorrow night, really, for those who want to discover a little bit Marrakesh, nice places, walk around, it's a very safe city, I would encourage you go to the breakout dinner. A special mention, and Lilia has said it, to our emerging leaders. Where are they? Make some noise. So that's what we need, energy. And that's the second dimension of of the Policy Center for the New South, rebalancing the sort of North-South, as I said, discussion frameworks, but also to give space to a younger generation. They have something that is a decreasing function of age, unfortunately, which is energy. And for those who believe, who are mystics, spiritual, Sufis, you know that there are sort of dimensions of life: time, space, and energy. And that there is, in a way, a sort of synchronicity, in synchronisation, a synchronicity. There is a pace in this world. If you've studied physics, or if you believe in any of the religions, this notion of something beating at the same space, there is something of that somewhere, and this you can touch in Marrakesh. It's a special city, lots of spirituality, and so you want to be in touch, whether you're a Jew, a Muslim, a Christian, a Buddhist, whatever. I took some risk by listing them, but whatever you want. There is an alpha and omega, there is a past, there is history. This is something that unifies us. It's sort of we beat all at the same pace. And I think that's ultimately this cognitive connection that we want to have together for this passion that we have about the Atlantic, to make it a space of cooperation, peace, for a better world for our children. Many thanks, and see you all along these 3 days. Many thanks for being here.
Under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, the Atlantic Dialogues High-Level Conference is back with an 11th edition in Marrakesh. Over 350 high-level participants
economic drivers of the wider Atlantic in the current global context. What is the role of Africa and Latin America in reshaping the wider Atlantic dynamics?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here, and it's been far too long to see your faces. I am Andres Kipania. I am the East and Central Africa Bureau Chief for the Financial Times. And maybe for my sins of suffering in this December, I was born in Argentina, so we'll see what happens next week. But welcome to this 11th, to the first plenary session of the 11th edition of the Atlantic Dialogues. And this particular panel, Compounded Crisis, the Wider Atlantic Taking Stock. So can we allow the panelists in, please? We may? No, there's a voice.
Rest malfunction. Shall we remove all of this?
I don't know. There's a lot of this here. Do you have one?
Yeah.
Wait. Do you need it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
I mean, what a year. Well, 3 years since we were here in Marrakesh last. Back in December 2019, if I'm not mistaken, who would have thought that we were to face the first global pandemic in over, 100 years? Another war in Europe with global repercussions, inflation spiraling across many parts of the world. And again, as an Argentine myself, I know what I'm talking about we have an 11% running inflation right now. To discuss this and many other issues that are affecting both sides of the Atlantic, we have a great panel with Olga Ezekwesili of the Human Capital Africa, Farid Belhaj for the World Bank, Thomas Gomart for the French Institute of International Affairs, and Andres Rosenthal of the Mexican Council on Foreign Relations.
You're the farmer. I have enthusiastic people at the side of the room.
Well, if Ottaviano is there, obviously we're going to be enthusiastic. Thank you to the panelists for being here. I'm going to open the floor to questions on the very last 15 minutes of the panel. So please use your app to send questions, and then they will be filtered and funneled through me. And I may also break the session to use one of the funky word cloud apps that we have, word cloud activities we have on the app. So please engage, use your phones, although try to listen as well. But again, as said, I mean, the world is in turmoil. All of you who are here know that, probably better than I do. But my job often makes me to go to the center of such turmoils. I was in Ukraine covering the war. I cover a massive drought that is sparing a famine in the Horn of Africa, brewing conflicts between Congo and Rwanda. I mean, whatever is happening between Russia and Ukraine now is having massive global consequences, including Russia's growing influence in Africa. Let's look at this more globally. The multilateral system as we know it is being heavily challenged with any threat, going from climate change to nuclear war. Many are even looking at China with concern. After Russia invaded Ukraine, will China try to do the same with Taiwan? Is the US the superpower that it once was? Obi, Farid, Thomas, and Andres, let me start with the same question to all of you. You've been around for long, you have experience. How safe do you feel these days? And what is the crisis that truly keeps you awake at night? Obi, do you want to start?
I certainly feel safer than more than the over 400 million of Africans that are without access to the privileges that I have. So I really do think that the most important thing that should worry all of us as the privileged elite of society globally is that the world has become even more brittle. The fact that the necessary resilience of systems that come from having equitable growth, equal opportunities is farther away from us than even before the pandemic should worry us. So I would say that much more poverty in the world, more entrenched inequality, and still an irresponsible political class around our world failing to take responsibility for the issues that were already there, because what the pandemic did was to bring into sharper focus for us all the fragilities that we refused to confront. So they became clearer, and even then, we still are not boldly collaborating and cooperating to tackle these challenges. In summary, I would say that the pandemic came to give us an opportunity to confront our demons. And if we don't do that, then I don't know what else we're going to plan to do. Because as you know, Andre, in the global risks before 2019, health pandemic wasn't one of the top 10. So what is it that our failure could be brewing that we're not even aware of? That's where the sense of not feeling safe then includes all of us. Because when you talk poverty, when you talk inequality, we're in the upper class of this, so we don't know that much of it. But we saw the health pandemic, the result of not paying attention to the things that were important. And it came after all of us.
Thank you. I think that was a key point, that one of the things the pandemic showed is that we are all linked into a sort of chain of humanity that affects us all. Farid, what keeps you awake at night?
I'd like to build on what my former colleague and dear friend Obi just put on the table. The fragilities that we don't want to confront. When one looks at what happened over the last 5, 6, 7 years, we see that issues related to health, for instance. We had the first warning with Ebola. We had it, we saw it. And we tried to manage it, but at the end of the day, when the Ebola went away, we went away. Then we had COVID. It came out of nowhere, and it found health services that were totally unprepared. Even in places where we thought, that health services would be kind of okay, kind of able to manage. No, they were overwhelmed, and we found ourselves in a situation where, hundreds of thousands, millions of people became vulnerable. So this is one issue. But then we can go beyond that and look at the fragility around the world. Now we are talking about climate change. Climate is the big issue that everybody is talking about, and rightfully so. What have we done over the last 5, 10, 15, 20 years? Frankly, nothing much but talk. Nothing much but talk. And when I look at the outcome of COP27, one, cannot just be hopeful, because things are happening and the decision makers are not making the right decisions. Possibly because they're politicians and because they see their future, as meaning tomorrow.
Or we call them irresponsible.
And this is where international institutions become very important. This is where the World Bank, the UN, and others become absolutely important, because those institutions have in their mandate, have the capacity to look beyond tomorrow, have the capacity to look beyond next year, and have the capacity through their analytical work to put on the table and to suggest to the real decision makers, ways forward. I look at the region that I am in charge of, from Morocco to Iran. Each one of the countries there, each one of those countries is today in a very, very heavy water stress. Each one of those. I was in Iraq yesterday. Before that, I was in Jordan. And I was in Yemen. And I can go on. And I was in Morocco about 2 or 3 weeks ago. Everybody's talking about that. Water is an issue. What are we really doing about it? I'm not sure we are doing enough. I'm not sure we are doing enough. And this is really where we all need to be extremely careful. Because what's hitting us today, it's not that we don't see it coming. We see it coming, but we're not acting as much as we should be acting. One last point that I'd like to make relating to the need for more cooperation between the countries. You mentioned the wider Atlantic. I would look at all the countries in the Middle East and North Africa as part of this wider Atlantic. And going back to water, every single waterway in our region is an international waterway. Every single one. So there is a need there, absolutely fundamental, to make sure that there is engagement through international cooperation with the help of the UN, the World Bank, and others to try to unlock some of those problems that we see. Well, as I said, I was in Iraq yesterday. The main issue in Iraq is water now, and the main issue is that water is coming either from Turkey or coming from Iran. And there is no international cooperation there. Look at Egypt and GERD and the issue with Ethiopia. And I can go on and on. So there is really a need for decision makers to have a prospective view of what's happening. And again, I don't want to be blowing my own horn, but institutions like the World Bank can actually play that role of addressing the issue, raising the flag, and showing the way to move forward and to address those challenges.
Thank you, Fred. Thomas?
Andreas, before responding, allow me to thank the PSTNS for its invitation and also to thank Karim for his tact, because I think it's more comfortable for a French speaker to speak today than tomorrow. So my best wishes to both teams. Now, coming back to your very fundamental question, to be honest, I feel myself safer by comparison with my grandparents or with my parents, for instance, regarding the level of political violence they had to deal with. If I ask the question, is my son will be safer than I am, it's another issue, because I think that he will have to deal with two things: the comeback of political violence on the European continent, which is something, as discussed during the initial session, unexpected at this level of violence. And of course, he will have, and we should deal with global challenges, with two big trends converging, in my opinion. The very first one is the acceleration of the environmental degradation with the climate, but not only, the loss of biodiversity, the pollutions. And the other trend is the propagation of technologies, which has very good ways, empowerment, personal empowerment, new means, but also which is leading some society under complete control. So that's basically, the framework of analysis, in my way to have these two trends in mind. So as a think tanker, I try to anticipate, the evolution. I'm very worried, but certainly we will be back on that, by the situation in Europe right now because of the war in Ukraine. I understand very well that it's not the epicenter for everyone, for obvious reasons. It was said very clearly during the initial session, but maybe I will be back on that. But I try, in fact, to see the overlap between three types of geopolitics. The very first one, which continued to be very, very pivotal, it is a geopolitics of fossil. Even if we want to decrease in our respective energy mix, the fossil parts, the fact is that it's higher than 80% still. So it will be very difficult to reduce, and it will continue to drive many decisions. The second geopolitics is the geopolitics of clean energy, which has also some things to be analyzed very precisely and very deeply for all the regions in the world. And the last one is what we could call the geopolitics of data, which is also very difficult to be analyzed. And if you try to anticipate, I think you should start by taking into consideration these three types of geopolitics and to see how they're played in the different areas.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Andres, we come from the same travel part of the world. What keeps you awake?
Thank you, and again, let me join my colleagues in thanking the Policy Center for the New South for the invitation to what is, I guess, my 6th Atlantic Dialogue. In 1962, in October of 1962, I was in college in the United States when the Cuban Missile Crisis blew up. And I wrote a letter to my parents, who were living in Egypt at the time, saying goodbye. I honestly was caught up in this hysteria that took place in the US during the Cuban Missile Crisis. And now that I am somewhat older and maybe somewhat wiser, I sleep well, but I do have a whole list of issues which would keep me and others awake. Some of them have already been mentioned, but not all of them. Climate change, water shortage, energy availability, a nuclear threat, once again, the discovery of new fusion technology just this week, food insecurity, pandemics, deforestation and desertification, the movement of people, migration, youth unemployment and youth not able to study, supply chains interrupted. I mean, you could go on and on with a list of issues which I think today bring us closer together because in the wider Atlantic, whether it's in Latin America or in Africa or in Europe or in Asia even, we have the same issues. We look at the same problems that face us. But it's probably one of the periods of history in which we have the most difficulty in dealing with these issues in either a global or a wider Atlantic or even a regional or national level. So I sleep well, but when I wake up every morning, I look at this list of stuff and I say, you know, it's not an easy period. And my children and my grandchildren have to live with it. I would think that we are looking at a period in which, if we are at the end of globalization, and we've replaced globalization in that general definition with a regional focus, Africa and Latin America are today probably more heterogeneous and more difficult to typify and define than any period in history. We have a lack of unity in Latin America, as you know, Andres. You can look at 2 or 3 examples recently. The replacement of the IADB president, the Peruvian crisis of just these last few weeks, and in Europe also looking inward. Ukraine, migration, those are the issues that keep Europeans awake. The US's relationship with Russia and China, where is that going to lead us? Who's going to come out victorious? Who's going to have to ally with one or another? So I can answer your question. I'm sorry to be so long, but I can say that I think all of these issues would be enough to keep me awake if I were younger, and keep all of the ones in this room who are younger awake as well. Thank you.
You're definitely wiser, Andres. Obi, let me go back to you, especially as we're in Africa. And you spoke about a key word. You said resilience. You were referring to Africans. Your own country, Nigeria, is going to face probably quite a tough election next February. A civil war in Ethiopia is morphing into something else after a recent peace deal. The very dangerous tensions between DR Congo and Rwanda. Somalia, because of water issues, as Free was saying, is on the verge of famine. South Africa is in a political turmoil. Jihadists continue to wreak havoc across the Sahel. But Africa is also home to the world's youngest population, some of the world's most promising economies, most exciting startups, millions of hectares of arable land. How do you see Africa? What is going to be Africa's role in this complex turmoil world of today?
Could you get something more complex?
Well, we are here to sort that out.
Okay, so the first thing that I'd like to do is to build a context for the picture that you've painted. And I think that my first context is to say that we do know that economic growth, economic development is an antidote to fragility. And to the extent that we are not achieving that as quickly as we should in poorer segments of our world, to that extent, do we have to live with a sense of instability and the sense of fear of what the future would look like. So now, before we even go to the issues you raised about the continent, I should first say to the world, it is time to begin to grow again. We need economic growth. For as long as the world is not growing as a result of poor economic management that has come from failures of monetary and fiscal policies in more advanced economies, it's going to affect the continent of Africa. Africa needs the world to grow. I mean, the OECD countries need to help work everyone out of the rut that we currently find ourselves in. And we do know that the kinds of poor policy choices that were made as part of that whole program of responding to the economic impact of the pandemic, has not been fully resolved. And that's because the political consensus in various countries, even stronger democracies, to resolve basic economic issues, still lacking. I mean, you look around the world today. I didn't want to, sound alarmist, but frankly speaking, we have a vacuum of leadership globally. And that's what we're struggling with. We're struggling with it in Europe. We're struggling with it in the Americas. We're struggling with it in Africa. It's in Asia. I mean, there is a whole political governance issue that is driving the failure to tackle the kinds of problems that beset the weaker, the more vulnerable segments of the global population. So that's my broad context. Now, specific to Africa, you find that Africa's economic growth, I'm not being heard. Are you hearing me?
Yeah. Loud and clear.
Okay, maybe they're not hearing me from the newsroom. Okay, so sorry about that. So when you then get closer to Africa's multiple challenges, well, we're back again to the matter of governance. A whole lot of the conflicts on the continent come from a lot of issues around governance. Governing the space at domestic and regional levels, we have a real challenge in that regard. So whether it's a contest for resources, pitching elite across borders against themselves, it's a governance problem. Then we also have the challenge of the conflict resolution mechanisms not having been deepened sufficiently so that we can be more preventive than responding to conflicts when they have already ossified. So we do need to look at these resolution mechanisms and figure out how better to institutionalize these processes of dealing with conflicts. And then the third part of it is that for many of the countries on the continent, they actually had mastered the art of macroeconomic stability. We got relative macroeconomic stability on our continent. From, in those early 2000s until the reckless behavior that happened in European capitals and Wall Street. That reckless behavior that led to the financial crisis and then the economic crisis unraveled Africa's macroeconomic stability, unraveled the growth that was beginning to be a steady 4 to 5% annually. Where Africa was going to go after that was going to be to increase the level of growth, because Africa does need to grow at least 7% annually in order to make a dent on poverty. But we lost that as a result of the reckless behavior of more advanced economies. So that takes me again back to the global, which is that globally, the poor seem to be paying the price of the behaviors of the rich. Why should that be so? Even with the pandemic, for goodness sake, I did utter something where I said that China owed Africa not just an apology, but a payment for what happened to Africa's economic growth. Because with the pandemic, even though it did not affect lives as much as it affected livelihoods on our continent, the truth is that that pandemic could have been better managed, more transparently communicated, and it would have saved the poorer people the kind of impact that it has had on them.
Sorry, but doesn't that apply to climate change as well? Isn't Africa paying a price?
So look, on climate change, we've been saying that when the West are ready to have a proper conversation on climate change, we would get a movement on the COPs that we have had, 17 of them now, right? But the challenge is we know that there are costs and consequences of behaviors, and yet we engage in moral hazards on a frequent pattern. And what I am saying essentially is that this whole concept of a multilateral order that does not sort of pay attention to take responsibility. That's why I called our political actors irresponsible now, because there is a whole take responsibility that's being avoided. It's being avoided at national levels, it's being avoided at regional levels, and it's being avoided at global levels. And, people have become cynical. They actually have become cynical. People just look at these problems and they say, oh, like my dear friend said, he sleeps well, and that it's going to be his children. No, the children are angry at us. Haven't you noticed? The younger generation are very angry. They think we failed them. So frankly speaking, we really shouldn't be sleeping, because, you don't want any child spitting on your grave when you're dead, So we've got to fix what we can fix. It means that we need to be resolved. We need to say to ourselves, what are the things that have failed and what are the things that have worked? I believe in the market. The market have produced better prosperity for all of us, but we know the limits of the market. And there is a conversation to be had properly in terms of how the market can be made to work even better for the poor. We're avoiding that conversation. So guess what? The ones who are anti-market are gaining greater ascendancy in the public debate around the issues of how do we generate growth, how do we ensure inclusive prosperity, because those who should defend the market by doing the right things have decided to go in the other direction. My final point on this is that look at what happened to us. How did a world that understood the value of competition turned into a world that deliberately permitted what I call concentrated production system. Was it not? The pandemic showed us the foolishness of what's happened in countries of Europe and America. I mean, you abandoned structural reforms for competitiveness in manufacturing and pretended that those things don't matter anymore. And so everybody made China the warehouse of the world, or the, what do you call it? Yes, the production center of the world. And see the price that people paid as a result of that during the pandemic. Why is it that the world cannot think of regions like Africa as important jurisdictions for the deconcentration of production? Why is it that the definition of risk makes Africa appear to be riskier than it truly is? Because, I mean, with what happened with financial crisis, we saw that Africa is not the riskiest. The risks live in Europe. They live in America. But the African risk is interpreted in a way that massively punishes the idea of diversification. So I want to say clearly that for us, the next steps in our global development has got to be a sense that we must redesign. It is time to redesign the multilateral system that we have. And when I say redesign, I'm not talking about tinkering with it on the margins, because that is a missed opportunity. The pandemic was a wake-up call to our world to boldly confront issues. And, you know, when you boldly confront issues, you're not going to be liked by everybody. But we're tired of politicians that want to be liked. We want politicians that see problems and solve problems. Well, if you don't want, that's what I want. And that's what I'm hoping that, you know, we will get in my country, because abdication of responsibility is a luxury that only the privileged can afford. The rest of the people need us to do better. I'm sorry that I am going on this, but, you know, frankly speaking, if we gathered at this year's Atlantic Dialogue and we just rehash the same statements, I would feel like I'm fooling myself. You know, do you want to fool yourselves? No, definitely not. So we should be angry enough about problems that we can solve. Is there any problem we cannot solve in the world today? There's hardly any problem we cannot solve. If we all but put our minds to it and decided to say no, enough of this status quo. How can we be wringing our hands and people are still miserably poor in our world today? We already know how growth happens. We know that when you get the sound policies, you build the kind of institutions that enable growth. We know that if you have good policy investment choices, that growth happens. We've seen countries go from poverty to growth. What are we sitting as a privileged class of people and just, you know, taking life easy until we die? What's that? We should do something differently.
Are we?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Wait, Obi, now that you're here, I'm going to use your brilliance for a second. In Latin America, when there were economic crises, they were usually contagious. What's happening in Ghana is going to spread, or Africa can contain it?
Just look at the drivers of what's happening in Ghana. Massive borrowing. And when you look at the debt crisis and what it could create, the spiral effect that it creates, we have to be careful and not simply say it's Ghana. And so we do need to get more prudent management of economies. And that is going to depend very much on the multilateral systems and what it forces. You know, countries have to take responsibility. I'm not here saying the world should, you know, take over Africa and help Africa like a nanny. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm simply saying that two things have to happen together. The world must take its responsibility for when it messes up big time and it affects the poor. And then the countries of Africa must take responsibility for development. Development is local. When we have the kinds of politicians that think that the responsibility to develop Africa belongs to the rest of the world, I have problems with them. And I tell them.
Well, that's a great starting point to try and solve the problems. Thank you, Obi. Fadid, you said something that in a way echoes what Obi said. Did some of these crises caught us off guard because we were not looking or because we didn't want to look? And that applies to Europe today, I think. And I come to you for that because the war in Ukraine has sparked an energy crisis. There's going to be a very tough winter probably in Europe coming, and the winter is only just starting. But with North Africa and the Gulf countries will take advantage of this to make their own energy arrangements with Europe, and will Europe, I mean, it's a double-edged sword, will actually say, okay, this is the time. Is it too late? Or is Europe ready to change its matrix to focus on these new partners?
How can I come after Obi?
Well, it's hard for everyone.
Yeah, it is hard for everybody. First, I forgot to thank the center and Karim, by the way. So thank you so very much for organizing this. And Karim is a friend. He's somebody I like so much and I trust so much that I left my cell phone with him today. So just for you to know how much of a trust I have in the man. So let me put some numbers on the table, because of course, what Obi said is absolutely right. But what I'd like to stress is the whole discussion about taking responsibility. It's very important. When I look at the Middle East and North Africa region today, again, from Morocco to Iran, what I'm looking at is that by current demographic trends, we will be having, by 2050, 27 years from now, more than 300 million kids knocking at the door of the job market. 300 million, meaning that this region will have to create 800,000 jobs every single month between now and 2050. Where are these jobs going to come from? Surely not from the public sector. We know that. The public sector in our region is playing an overwhelmingly distortive role. It's all over the place. State-owned enterprises are all over the place, and they are not well managed. Just a couple are well managed. Say, here in this country, OCP, possibly in Saudi Arabia, Aramco, possibly Tangemed. We don't have that many. So there is a need in this part of the world, as it is for a number of other countries, to open more space to the private sector, to have more competition, to make sure that there is that breadth of hope and creativity that is left for the young people to bring about a new dynamic. And for that, of course, again, you need decision-making. You need courage. When you put courage and politicians in the same sentence, generally it's a problem.
You see?
Well, you know what? They need to be courageous, because otherwise this place is not going to go anywhere. I'm talking about our region. Yeah. So this is one. Second, you mentioned winners, the Gulf countries. True. There's a windfall of money in those Gulf countries. Countries are sitting on hundreds of billions of dollars. But the issue is that this is not sustained and sustainable. If you have that money, you need to invest it, and you need to invest it right. And you need to make sure that the environment within which you are operating is an environment that is conducive to more growth. If you have your own island sitting on hundreds of trillions of dollars, you're not going to go anywhere. And by the way, there's a pendulum here. Remember, a year and a half, 2 years ago, oil was at an all-time low, and all of these oil-rich countries were in trouble. This year only, Saudi Arabia finally, balanced its budget. They were in trouble over the last, few years. So we should not take for granted, this huge windfall. What we should be doing all over the place, in particular in the Middle East and North Africa, is insisting more on governance, on transparency, on responsibility, and on foresight when it comes to putting together economic policies. And this is what we are all pushing for. I see countries like the one I was in yesterday, I mentioned it again, sitting on trillions of dollars of reserves, having right now in its central bank $100 billion in reserves. They are sitting there. But this country is terribly managed. Terribly managed. We saw a few months ago, and you may have seen it, you know, the hack of the century, $2.5 billion disappearing from God knows where. And politicians trying to find a way around to, you know, bring about some kind of balance. There is a way for all of us, you know, to look at the future with more rational, you know, outlook. And the only way is really to bring about much, you know, a new social contract. And this is something that we have been putting on the table for quite some time. Because the social contract that was working in a number of our countries was basically the state giving to the people everything for almost nothing. And the counterfactual, or the counterpart was, you know, for people not to question too much the politics and the political choices and the policy choices. Well, things have changed dramatically. And we saw that with what was called in a very awkward way, the Arab Spring. We saw countries that were kind of doing okay, that all of a sudden imploded. And with all of the consequences that we see today, whether it is in Tunisia, in Libya, in Lebanon, in Yemen, and I can count. The courage for politicians to take responsibility in opening up their systems to more voice, and opening up their systems to the youth and the creativity of the youth, and to instilling a more affirmative human capital investment. Because it's good and fine to open the private sector if you don't have the young people who have the capacity and the education that would allow them to, you know, bring talent that is relevant, you know, to new industries, then we have a problem. So this is why, you know, having the whole discussion about education, about health, about social protection is also extremely important for the years to come. I'm happy to see that in a country like Morocco, for instance, we see a number of, you know, top-notch universities coming to life and proposing that kind of a new way of going about the human capital development. It's important, and it's important to try to see in other countries, in other parts of this Middle East and North Africa region, you know, more of that, because that's the only way to stabilize the region, to stabilize this huge threat that is migration, and notably migration up north, and to stabilize, you know, the countries in terms of their own, you know, security arrangements.
Well, it's quite a challenge. But again, no, but it's, we'll talk about at the end, this is at the end, but it's about taking responsibility. And to mount that, I'm coming to you on taking responsibility, because circling back to Europe, there's a strong debate in some corners that European countries should deliver stronger support to Ukraine for its war efforts against Russian invasion. Others say should be more cautious. What should be done, and more realistically, what could be done?
First of all, I must say that, you know, I spent approximately 20 years of my professional life to establish contacts with Russia, with Ukraine, with Belarus, with these countries in Caucasus, in Central Asia. So I am personally very worried, you know, by this situation. But I have absolutely no hesitation in the analysis. And it's a way for me maybe to respond to the initial session, because in my opinion, you know, Russia is doing a colonial war under nuclear protection in Ukraine. And I know that this wording can be seen as inappropriate, you know, outside Europe. But to work since a very long time, as I said, you know, on Russia, I'm very struck by this idea, you know, that Russia could be seen as a sort of leading of the so-called global south. It's completely misleading about what is happening right now in Ukraine. This country is methodically destroyed by the Russians. We can speak for a while, you know, about the motivations, the origin of this war, but the key point is, first of all, for Ukrainians. Ukraine has no more security, and civilians are targeted, their infrastructure are clearly targeted. And Ambassador Lucchini said something very important in the initial session. He said, you know, the plateau questions, who guards the guards? And the fact that we have a United Nations security member which used nuclear rhetoric against a country without nuclear weapons is a turning point. And that's bad news for all of us, whatever we think, you know, about this war. So that's my first point to respond to your question. Now, question for Europeans. Is there security more guarantee with Ukraine destroyed by Russia and Russia as a winner? I don't think so.
Yeah.
What would have been the attitude of Europeans without a US military support given to Ukraine? I'm afraid of saying that they would have observed certainly the situation. So the main consequence, and it can be also as deep kind of political consequences, but the main consequences are first for Europe to have lost its main competitive advantage on the global scene, which has to be stable and at peace. So it's now belonging to the past. And second, it creates a new transatlantic strengthening relation, which are visible, you know, in military terms. Enlargement of NATO to Sweden and Finland, for instance. In financial terms, because all the sanctions, you know, are the continuation of the sanctions taken, you know, after 11 September, in a sense, in terms of methodology, even if the magnitude is higher than ever. Russia is now the most sanctioned country in the world before Iran or North Korea. And Russia is not Serbia in terms of its importance in globalization. Third, in technological terms, and last but not least, in energy terms. I mean, Europe is obliged to transform its energy model very quickly, very deeply, because it took, you know, gas from Russia through lands since 4 decades, and now is obliged to reverse the flow, to take more gas from the south, but more importantly, from the US, of course, but from Norway and from the UK. So it's a dramatic change, it's very challenging, and it has consequences, namely for Europeans, obviously, but elsewhere. Have a look about, you know, the food security situation, and on that, maybe we should congratulate what was done, you know, by the Antonio Guterres from the United Nations to try to stop the blocus of the Black Sea, to allow, you know, the export of grains. There is an interesting figure to have in mind. You know, in 2010, Russia plus Ukraine was around 10% of the global grain exportation. Before the war in February, the restarting of the war in February 2022, it was almost 30%. So it's a problem for all of us. And last point, I fully agree with what you have said about, you know, the need to redesign the multilateral system. The problem is that we have now a multipolar system without multilateralism. And the problem is that we have a United Nations Security Council which is blocked since the war in Syria by Russia.
Thank you, Thomas. Andres, I saw you itching there. No, but I mean, Thomas made a very good point about food security, which, as being in Africa now, it has a real impact. And circling back to Latin America for a second, you mentioned the recent crisis in Peru. There was a momentous election in Brazil. Venezuela and the US now are, let's call them pseudo-friends again because of the energy crisis, spurred by the war in Ukraine. And from January, most Latin American countries will be ruled by, let's say, left-wing governments of different colors, of a big Pantone of colors. But will a region that is an agricultural superpower step up and provide food to the world after Russian invasion of Ukraine? You think?
No. You know, I don't know. Perhaps it's like the Cuban Missile Crisis. Perhaps it's a question of age. Human suffering is terrible. And you see it every day. You see it in the news. You read about it. The famines in Somalia, in Ethiopia, the migrants who are trying to get to a better life in Europe and in the United States. I think that at the end of the day, it's extremely difficult to look at these issues that you mentioned regarding the need to recalibrate and restructure both a multilateral system and leadership and all of that. I think it's true. We live in a period in which we probably have the least respectable political leadership around the world that we have ever had. I grew up with, admiring political leaders around the world, either for the terrible things they were doing or the very good things that they were doing. Today, I think it's very difficult for young people to identify with political leadership. And that's why they are angry. And that's why they would like to see change. And that's why in countries like Brazil, like Mexico, like Peru, and Chile and Colombia, they are voting for change. They're looking to give another political party or another individual potential leader the option of taking over government. However, from what we know from the past, those desires for change, at the end of the day, very often are frustrated. Yeah. And people look back and say, I voted for Mr. Bolsonaro, or I voted for Mr. López Obrador, or I voted for Mr. Petro, but they didn't change fundamentally the basic problems that we face. So, I go back to what keeps me awake, if anything, at night. And I think the one thing that worries me the most, doesn't keep me awake, but it worries me the most, is that the younger generation, the generation of shall we say, the 18s to the 30s, late 20s, although they spend a lot of time criticizing, and although they go out to the streets and they vote with passion on issues like climate change and so on, they do not seem, at least from my perspective, to bring more solutions than the previous generations tried to bring. So we'll have to see. Going to the Ukraine issue, and this morning we heard from the panelists about Ukraine, and I think that this is a war of attrition. It's a war that's probably going to go on for quite some time. We read and hear every morning about the number of people who died, civilians. And at the end of the day, very little is being done other than sanctions and speeches and ability to try to change things, as we say in Spanish, por la buena. And that's not working. The Ukraine crisis gets worse every day, and more people die, and really one looks back and says, is there no way to stop Mr. Putin and to stop Russia from doing what it's doing? And you put oil price caps and you put sanctions, but none of those have really changed the underlying situation as it applies to the Ukrainians. And in some countries, the US, for example, in a political transition that is probably going to take place in the next 2 years. In the UK, there is now already Ukraine fatigue. People are questioning how long, for how much are they going to pay to keep Ukraine alive. And of course, in any war of attrition, and that holds true for the Middle East conflict, it holds true for conflicts in Africa or even in Latin America, there comes a time when people say, this is it. I mean, we're not going to do all of what we have been doing. That worries me.
Well, you're rightly so. And I remember when I left Ukraine after a few weeks in April, I left with that feeling, this is going to turn into a war of attrition, and I may have to come back because we're going to be here for the long run. But let me stop right here for a second, go broader, and ask all of you in the audience, using your funky app, in one word, because we were talking about redesigning the system, how can Africa, Latin America, Europe, and the US work closer together to face the challenges we just discussed? And if I'm not mistaken, if the God of technology works, we should have the words somewhere here.
Where do we find this on the app?
Well, it's for them to vote.
Oh, just for them?
Yes.
We're not allowed to do it.
No, I'm going to ask you that now.
That's all right.
So
I don't mind.
You have the stage.
Can you read?
Plus ou moins.
Tu veux, je t'aide?
Non, non, ça va.
Commitment, principled. Climate, solidarity, respect, transparency, listening. Atlantic Dialogues, obviously. Thank you, Karim, for the invitation and for the discussion. Digitization, listening. I think that's a key one. And before opening the floor for questions from the audience to keep building on these issues, 2 minutes to all of you, Obi, Fred, Thomas, and Andres. Obi, you launched a grenade about redesigning the system. A penny for your thoughts. How can we do that?
I think that, unlike my colleague, who is engaged in an intergenerational war, I vote for an intergenerational dialogue. You know,
but there's one thing you have to recognize. 3 years ago, we did the same exercise, and the same words came out. So in 3 years, nothing much has changed.
The young ones are not to blame.
Oh,
I'm sorry. You know, we need to be accountable. We need to be accountable. What's the average age of those running global institutions? Certainly not the age of the emerging leaders here at the dialogue. That's not their age. What's the average age of those governing countries? It's not these ones that are here. So I'm in fact saying that you stopped on a note where you said that you haven't seen that the younger ones have better solutions than the older generation. That's not true. I mean, a lot of the innovations we're seeing today is actually coming from the young ones. So in many ways, I think that those who wrote listening were very, very on point. We became a world that does not listen. The disabled is crying in our midst, we don't listen. The women are crying and saying, what kind of a world would we have where it would take about 140 years to get to equality? We're not listening. The young people are saying, we're excluded. We don't listen. And guess what? It's mostly you, the men, that are not listening. Because you're mostly the ones sitting in boardrooms, you're mostly the ones sitting in government houses, you're mostly the ones leading organizations. So we do want a world that would redesign on the basis of leveraging our diversities. The diversity and an effective management of it, if we managed it well, if we took a redesign approach that looks at the world not from the lens that it has always been looked at. The world looked a particular way, but the world has changed radically. And yet, the basis of decisions concerning this changed world remains the way that it was for you during the Cuba Missile. It's a world apart. So I believe that, look, when we come to dialogues like this, nobody is going to pay us for not being bold. And nobody is going to cane us for being bold. These kinds of platforms should enable us push ourselves to the point where we have radical new ideas that we could try. This safe ground of being respectable and just being polite about problems because they are not touching us, I don't think it's a good one. It really isn't a good one. We're being unfair to those outside of the privilege that we have enjoyed. Picking on what my dear friend said about human capital development, do you all know that in our world today, 7 out of every 10 children are not achieving basic literacy and numeracy skills? SDG 4, but then what? SDG 4, get more children in school, but 7 out of every 10 of them are not achieving basic foundational literacy and numeracy skills. This has an implication for the productivity of our world. It has an implication for growth. It has an implication for tackling inequality. It has an implication for so many of the things that are pet projects. But we're not seeing how this interconnectedness must push us in the direction of bold ideas. I would, people sort of say, okay, when you say redesign the multilateral system, what do you specifically mean? I would say that we grandfather the World Bank, the IMF, the UN system, and we just give to these emerging new minds about how development happens on the basis of your social contract theory, and sort of say, what does the world you want to see 20 years from now? If you and I are still here, praise God. But
not me. You, yes, not me.
But say to them, here's the charge, design it. Someone asked me, what would you have done today as at that time you were Minister of Education if it were today? And I said, I would actually get the approval of my principal, the president, and say, permit me to shut down the Ministry of Education. And then I would get that permission and I would invite all these young, crazy ones and say to them, design the education that you want to see take you to the next 2 decades. You'll be shocked at the level of creativity that would be on the table. I think we're sitting on gold mine, but we're not allowing the expression of that gold mine through our young people. So my final note, because it concerns Africa, in all of this that I've said, I have great confidence for my continent. There are 3 game changers for my continent: the young people, the women, and technology. These 3 things will surprise the world when it comes to Africa. And I believe that even though the data is dismal right now, by the year 2030, year of the SDGs, Africa would be the continent, based on current estimate, that would still have more than 90%, that would have more than 90% of the world's poor. But it could get in a different, it could flip in a different direction. And these 3 game changers are the things that I am absolutely trusting will flip Africa in that direction. And that gives me a lot of hope every day. That's the only basis on which I can sleep at all.
Thank you, Obi. Andres was listening, so...
Very quickly, Obiageli, I don't think we have either an intergenerational conflict or even a difference of opinion.
Okay.
I agree with almost everything you have said. And I think that not only because it's valid for Africa, it's equally valid everywhere in the whole world. Entrepreneurship by young people, technological invention, all of that I think is perfectly reasonable as a way of looking forward optimistically. The one thing that I wanted to point out was that as you go through these exercises of these dialogues, we tend, because that's, and I was pointing to the words that came out, I remember very well the same exercise the last time we met here in Marrakesh. Accountability, climate change, confidence, these were the words that came out then, and they're the words that come out today. That doesn't mean that we haven't made progress. It just means that we still are facing the same set of problems and the same set of worries in terms of what is required in this dialogue that we are engaged in. And I come from a region where, unfortunately, today, our moderator talked about most of the region being somewhere in some pink tide of leftist leadership. But things are going badly for the region. They're not doing any better. We have a president of Colombia and a president of Chile who are in their 30s. I mean, they are young. You mentioned there are no political leaders other than us gray, white-haired individuals. But there are, and many of them are facing exactly the same problems that their predecessors faced, or worse. So I wanted to clarify that. It's not that we disagree, it's just that I wanted to point out that we do have continuing issues that we still have not been able to resolve, neither my generation nor yours, nor any of the younger ones.
No, I am going to be 60 next year. I don't belong to the younger.
Well, I'm going to be 80, so that's
Wow.
a bigger gap.
Thank you. Thomas, Farid. Okay, are we listening? And what can we listen then? Better?
Sorry?
How can we listen better then?
Oh.
Looking ahead.
Well, first of all, I'm coming from a country which elected a president who was 37 years old. I don't know if it's good or if it's bad in terms of his policy, to be honest. So I take your point, in terms of inclusion, of course, but maybe what you have said seems to me a little bit slightly, allow me to say that, demagogic. Because in our organization, for instance, we are very, very pressure for all the things you have asked. The gender balance, the generational gap, things like that. And it's positive. So it's on the way. I mean, we are working very, very seriously on that. So to be said that it's not down, certainly it's not down as quickly as it should be down. I take your points. But take, please, into consideration the fact that we are working very seriously on that.
Thank you, Thomas.
That's reassuring.
Well, that's why we're having a dialogue. Thomas,
Yeah.
Farid?
Yeah, look, a couple of points. One is that I really I believe that evolution and development is not instant coffee. It takes time. It's, I would say, Turkish coffee. You need to wait till just a little bit to have it. So it tastes good. So the whole discussion about revolution for me is, raises alarm bells. I saw it in my own country. The place is falling apart because bright people thought that we need to change everything in one shot. Not good. Evolution, bold evolution. Building on youth, absolutely right. Building on education, building on health and social protection. You mentioned, that terrible number of, the learning poverty that we have in all of our countries, in Africa, in the Middle East, etc. Young people, if you compare a young kid in Singapore, After 13 years of learning, they learn worth of 13 years. In our region, they learn worth of 6.5 or 7 years. You add to it stunting. How can you have a country, how can you have a people who can be performing if they are stunted at birth because they don't have the necessary health and coverage? So these are very, very important issues that we need to be really very much aware of. In addition to that, my penultimate point is that the role of the state there has proven over the years to be a negative one. They are not doing the right thing. They're spending tons of money on education, but badly. If you look at the outcomes of the scores, terrible, terrible. And last but not least, going back to the politicians, what we see happening today is a level of irresponsibility when it comes to our politicians, and that's an issue. That's an issue. So voice, openness of the political system, openness of the economic system are absolutely fundamental. And that's the only way to go. Otherwise, we'll keep running around and in circles, and 20 years from now, we meet here, if God, give us life, and we'll have exactly the same issues there.
Thank you, Ferit. We have time for just one question from the audience. If people of the organization can source us one.
You have to take two. I mean, you can.
Well, it depends on the taker. I think they felt it soon. Did they feed it through the app? Or should I just take, somebody wants to take the mic? Mike, yeah.
No, Marcus Freitas from Brazil. My question is this. I heard the comments and all that, but I think there is a fundamental issue that is not getting addressed, which is how do we fix democracies to produce good leadership? Because that's the challenge that we have at the end of the day. When the elector goes and votes, how do we guarantee that the people that are getting elected are really capable of facing the challenges that you just mentioned? So my question is this. One, how do you fix it? And second, if you're going to choose one leader in the world nowadays who you consider that is doing a good job, who would you choose?
Oh, that's a hot potato. Any takers?
Well, on the question on how are we going to fix this matter of quality of leaders, I actually was upset enough about it, I decided to do something about it. So I established, between the time you last saw me at the dialogue and now, we established what we call the School of Politics, Policy and Governance. And we basically have designed the customized leader, the kinds of leaders that I would go to vote for. So we're raising them. We've produced a cohort of class of 2021. We've produced a cohort of class of 2022. And the cohort of class of 2023 are in class. And guess what? It's an average age of about 32. And guess what? Class of 2021, there were 160 of them. Class of 2022, we've produced 133 of them. We currently have 234 in class for class of 2023. You know the important thing? What we designed is working. In the primaries of political parties in my country, which happened some 2 months ago, 55 of our students aspired to be candidates of political parties, and 8 of them got the ticket. And so they are going to run in the elections in February. You have to do something. You have to basically say to yourself, we have a leadership crisis on our hands. And if we're going to fix it, then we have to design the kind of leaders that should govern us. The public space is in trouble. It's not like the private space is any better because, gosh, the CEOs have been up to their own shenanigans too. But the public space, when it fails, really affects the most vulnerable amongst us. That's why this design of the school as a response, and it's based on real research that showed that democracy is in serious crisis because what we have is no longer democracy, it is what I call monopoly democracies, an aberration.
I thought you were going to say you were going to run for president. Andres,
I ran already.
quickly, I know.
I,
again.
I would make a suggestion to the organizers of this conference in order to answer your question. And that is, we have a cohort of emerging young leaders attending this conference. I think we should sit them down and ask them the same two questions. How do you make sure that democracy works for the good? I don't think it can necessarily. It sometimes does, it sometimes doesn't. And who they look up to as their number one leader. I think that would be something interesting to...
Yeah, Karim, take note for the last
to
session.
have that done.
Thomas, quickly, we run out of time, but just fun.
Very quickly, there is something which should be in terms of education, in terms of training, to participate in election when you are living in a country where there are regular elections, which is the first way to describe a democratic system. There is a second way, which is to be very careful about separation of powers and to explain this separation of power to young citizens. And to respond to your question about, who can be seen, as a leader right now, for me, clearly, this year, it is President Zelensky.
Farid, 30 seconds.
I'll be very serious. The leader I see today is the best, what I admire the most, is the coach of the Moroccan soccer team.
Good conclusion. You just got your dinner served.
Timely. Obi, Farid, Thomas, Andres, thank you very much for a very illuminating and lively discussion. And a great British comedian, Albert Finney, used to say that the secret to riches is the same as the secret to comedy, and that is timing. Hopefully, this is finally the timing for politicians to take responsibility. Thank you very much, and thank you very much. Thank you.
At the studio here in Marrakesh, and I am glad to receive a pan-Atlantic, really pan-Atlantic panel. First, Ms. Catarina Mendes Leal, who is the Director of European Affairs at the Portuguese Ministry of Economy.
Yes.
Thank you very much for joining us, Catarina.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you. Then we have Mariana Albuquerque, who is the Deputy Director for Projects at the CEBRI, the Brazilian Center for International Relations, and also a member of this year's cohort of the Atlantic Dialogue's Emerging Leaders. Thank you for joining us, Mariana.
Thank you for the invitation. My pleasure.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, Mubarak Lo, who is a Senior Fellow at the Policy Center for the New South, a mayor of a rural municipality in Senegal, recently elected last year, I believe, and who also had senior positions in the Senegalese government, where he was notably Deputy Director of the Cabinet of President Macky Sall and Chief Economist at the Prime Ministry. Thank you, Mubarak Lo.
Thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So I will start with Catarina Mendes Leal. So basically, as you know, a major topic that is being discussed right now is that of energy. We have important energy producers across the Atlantic. The United States is increasingly becoming one, but others in Africa, and there were recent discoveries in Senegal, Mauritania, but also in Nigeria, and Angola is also a historic producer. This panel is about innovation. How do you think we can foster, improve, increase transatlantic innovation in that very field?
So, as you said, quite right, the Atlantic is today the main world producer of energy resources, 40% of the world's total. The Atlantic is the region with the greatest weight in the renewables, such as solar, geothermal, wind, which represents something like 2/3 of the world's total. So these trends in relation to natural resources with greater economic and strategic relevance can lead us to think the importance of the centrality of the Atlantic not only in the present but in the near future. And this of course requires cooperation, investment in research and in innovation. So I'm going to give the example of 4 initiatives that are on the road, and I think that can join together the 3 continents that are present in the Atlantic Ocean in order to go further in the alternative sources of energy. European Union launched in the last years something called Industrial Alliance. We have Industrial Alliance for batteries, for hydrogen, for critical raw materials, and just in this month, on December, last week, 2 more Industrial Alliance were launched. One of them is called the Solar Photovoltaic Alliance, which wants to promote and increase production in photovoltaic products and components. And the other one is called the Clean Tech European Initiative to leverage investments in Europe in clean energy technologies. Of course, you say this is between the European member states. Of course, we know this. And of course, we must accept that we always be dependent on third countries, either because Europe doesn't either because it's not economical viable to produce within Europe, either because we simply don't have the natural resources we need for these areas. So we need to build bridges, we need to have partnerships, we need to have in this alliance indirect partners, from instance from the Atlantic. So I think this is our alliance that are undergoing and can really truly join together the Atlantic. Another interesting initiative that is on the road is the Mineral Security Partnership. It's a multilateral initiative that wants to bolster critical mineral supply chains, which are essential for the clean energy transition. And this initiative puts together several countries from the Atlantic community, not always from the Atlantic community, but it has Canada, Finland, France, Norway, United Kingdom, European Union, USA, and as in attendance to make part of this initiative, Brazil, Argentina, and the Republic Democratic of Congo. So it's another one that's on the road. But besides the critical raw materials, we have another important energy, which is hydrogen, and that's the European Union. It's very, very engaged in go further. And so we have the hydrogen strategy for the climate neutral Europe to 2020, which outlines the many possibilities to invest in hydrogen and to use hydrogen across industry, and presents a roadmap to 2050. And in this roadmap, the international dimension is a very important weight. And once again, the strategy wants to build international partnerships. So once again, I would say, for instance, with the Atlantic community. And last but not the least, we had the Trade and Technology Council, which is an initiative that was set up on June 2021 between the USA and the European Union, and it's a forum that wants to coordinate approaches to key global trade, economic and technology issues. So I gave you some examples, and I think that if we work together in innovation and in research, of course, we can build an Atlantic community using these different approaches, these different multilateral instruments that are being created.
That's very interesting. Thank you very much. I would like to turn to Mariana Albuquerque. So we were talking right before going live about how Brazil was a very important power, maybe at least one of the most important ones, let's say, in the Southern Atlantic. Now President Lula is back at the head of the state, and we remember that President Lula's first 2 terms actually were both characterized by a push, an international relations push, a diplomatic push towards Africa with the opening of a lot of embassies notably, and third, by the fact that Brazil also emerged in the global energy scene, right? So I wanted to ask you, maybe building on what Catarina just mentioned about how you see Brazilian projection towards the Atlantic moving forward.
Thank you for the question and thank you for the invitation to be here. It's really a pleasure. First of all, I've been emphasizing that point a lot in all the conversations about the new government in Brazil, is that Lula will be the president in a completely different scenario than where he was before, domestically and internationally. So domestically, he had to build a broader coalition that he wanted to, which means that the interests are also diversified. And Brazil is now a very polarized society. We have some major shifts about our religious composition in the past few decades. So he will have challenges that he didn't have before. And it also applies to the international scenario because we are now facing a scenario that is not as promising as it was in the early 2000s when he was president and where all the commodities export made Brazil one of the biggest economies in the world. So it's difficult to project to the future what he will do based on what he has done. But what can I tell you from this point? It's what he has stated that he plans to do. So I think the conversation is much more about the future and the situations that he will probably face than try to identify in the past what did right or wrong, because maybe what did right is not possible to be redone again. So on top of that, he has already mentioned in both his victory speech and also the speech that he did at COP27 that Africa will be again a centrality in the Brazilian foreign policy. During the last 4 years, we have completely abandoned our African policy and our African ties. What will continue was things that were already endogenously proceeding, but with no diplomatic or political will behind it. So now we can expect a resurge, especially in the South-South cooperation, something that Lula already mentioned, that he wants to put again in the leadership of his government. So we should expect some high-level dialogue or some high-level forums with the African countries. But another point, and now I go to the north, Lula has also announced that Brazil will go back to CELAC, the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States. And we have a forum between the European Union and CELAC. So we will also be able to reestablish those ties and have a high-level forum of discussion with our North Atlantic partners through this European Union CELAC partnership. So he has also mentioned that the Mercosur and the South America region will be a priority again, because we have not seen much about the regional integration or the Brazilian identity and policies for the region. We have mostly did bilateral cooperation with North countries and not in our own neighborhood. So he said that probably he would try to reinvigorate UNASUL, the Union of South American States. If not reinvigorate, create another thing that could replace it, because he has mentioned a lot of times that it is very important for South America to have a high-level forum in its own, because we have with the Latin American as a whole and the Caribbean, but South America has a very specific integration and a very specific identity. Latin America as a whole is much more diverse than South America, that it is already really diverse. And we have the Organization of the American States, but every time the US is on the table, the conversation shifts a little bit. It is unavoidable. We cannot, that is the elephant in the room all the time, and we cannot avoid that. So he will try to have some more autonomous or South-South focused forum of dialogues. And that would definitely apply to energy, I think. Brazil is on the path for the energy transition. I work at SEBRE, the Brazilian Center for International Relations, as you mentioned in the beginning. And during this year, we have been doing a project with the Inter-American Development Bank to model and create scenarios for the Brazilian energy transition program. So in partnership with the Ministry of Mines and Energy in Brazil and also the Minister of the Environment. And the scenarios are not promising because we are lagging behind. The pandemic made everything more difficult. But Brazil has huge potential because our energy matrix is already really clean. So, but we are very competitive in green hydrogen. And we have been talking about a lot with the European Union about that possibility also. So I think energy is a sector where Brazil will be very well positioned. And for sure, technical cooperation with Africa is on the list of to-dos for the next 4 years, because we've done that before with agriculture. Probably we will do that again with the energy transition and clean energies and green hydrogen.
Thank you. And indeed, Brazil was an example, an early example of the use of biofuels back in the day. So it's very interesting, this advance. I'd like to turn to you, Mubarak Lo, for several reasons. So first of all, Senegal is about to become an energy power, right? And the most logical market, specifically right now with the Ukraine crisis, will be Europe in all probability. That's the first point. The second one is that Senegal has also a history of transatlantic relations, whether it was a painful one, the island of Gorée, right, is in Senegal, but also a successful one. We were talking about the example of a Senegalese entrepreneur who made it in music in the United States and worldwide, and then invested in electricity. And third, the Senegalese Ministry of Foreign Affairs is also dedicated to Senegalese living abroad, a good chunk of whom are based in the US, in North America, in the UK, in Western Europe. So I was wondering about, and of course there is the potential of green hydrogen as well. So many arguments in favor of the transatlantic and of the Atlantic policy, foreign policy of Senegal. I wanted to ask you how the Atlantic is viewed from a Senegalese standpoint, how it is approached, and how do you think it is relevant for Senegalese and Western policymakers alike?
Well, thank you very much. In fact, our relationship with the Atlantic Ocean is older than the Gorée Island or the slavery trade. If you take the 14th century, this is in the history, what we teach in families, or even you will find some books on that. In the beginning of the 14th century, there was an emperor, his name is Bakary II. He went from what is called the Manding space. So Senegal was, you will have Mali, Guinea, Senegal, all this is around this empire, this state. And he decided to go to America to see what is in the other side of the Atlantic. So before Christophe Colomb, so there is some authors who are developing this idea, and it's important to know it. Secondly, Senegal, we are a country in the farthest western part of Africa. We are the one which is the nearest to West Africa. Even if you come to Senegal, people will show you the place most close to the American continent for Africa. If you take Cabo Verde, is an island, but the most advanced point is in Senegal. So we consider ourselves as Atlantists because we all the western part of our country is bordering the Atlantic. We have 700 kilometers of shores. Yeah, coast. Yeah, of course, going to the Atlantic. So we don't, we cannot think our future without considering this vision of developing relationship with Atlantic states. You have the Europeans, but also the Americans. When we talk about Atlantic, we must look at the West, to America, Latin America, but also North America. Even some resource we have. If you take petrol, the petrol you will have in Senegal is the same you will find in Venezuela, because Senegal and Venezuela we are in the same latitude. If you take the geography, from Venezuela, you arrive directly to Senegal. That's why for a long time we were expecting to have petrol, because we say if Venezuela have petrol, Senegal should have petrol. In fact, the petrol we have close to Venezuela or facing Venezuela is in the south. We have not yet started exploiting this petrol. So this is also a new opportunity. Maybe in the future we will start producing this second phase of petroleum area in Senegal. I think beside energy, you were talking about clean energy, so we are very open because our country is very dynamic in promoting clean energy and also renewable energy. Our vision is by 2030 to have 30% of our energy production coming from renewable energy, not only clean but also renewable. And so far we have achieved more than 20%. Today we are one of the most advanced in Africa. I think if beside Morocco, maybe we could be number 2 or something like that. We are very, very active on that. But we think this space should be a space for cooperation and development. Today, there is some initiative taken mostly by the Moroccan government to push, but I think we need all the countries bordering the Atlantic need to push together. Maybe an organization would be very, very, very huge, but we can at least create an agency of cooperation between the Atlantic states. I think this is the minimum. We need also a secretariat to give it a political face, and maybe every 4 years to have a summit where you will find all the head of state. Today and yesterday, the African head of state are in America to meet the American president to develop business. I think if we can do it with America, we should do it with Brazil, with Mexico, with Argentina, and all the states boarding. Well, Argentina is not. I don't know if Argentina has a
Atlantic shore.
Also,
yes.
Yeah. So we should bring all of them around the table and work together on transfer of technology. You mentioned agro industry. We learn a lot from Brazil, and you are one of our models on this. We need also to work on livestock. Livestock, I think we can learn a lot and share experience. Even in the cultural part, we share a lot with Brazil on the cultural part and so on. So I think we need between Africa and the other Atlantic states, be it in America, Europe, and so on.
So precisely, as you were just talking about Europe, that's a perfect transition for the question I wanted to ask Katarina. So you said that Africa is trying to have this common push towards renewable energy to prepare for the future, really. And there has been a new Africa dialogue going on since 2007, and the Lisbon summit, actually, the first one.
Yes.
So how does it look right now? And just to take it as some sort of block, like the eastern block of the Atlantic Basin, what does EU-Africa cooperation look like right now and after the Brussels summit in particular?
So I will give you 2 examples that are undergoing. One is very recent, which is the Global Gateway, but I will speak first about the Horizon Europe, which is the European Union's key funding program for research and innovation. And of course, it's from Europe, but under the Horizon program, there are a sector to Africa, because the European Union, as a strategic partner that he seeks to cooperate with Africa, finding local solutions that can be able to deal with global challenge. So the working program for 2021-2022 included around 40 topics to help Africa, topics that goes from climate change, rural innovation, sustainable food systems, sustainable energy. And it has a budget of 350 million to help Africa in these areas. As a matter of fact, these areas were identified in the high-level ministers EU African Union Summit that was held in 2020, and it identified as priority areas like public health, green transition, innovation and technologies, and capacities for service. The proposals from this initiative want to bring together not only institutions from Africa, but also SMEs, small and medium enterprises, very innovative to the front of the African markets. The other initiative that I want to speak is the Global Gateway. It's the new European strategy that it's global. It wants to invest in the infrastructures, but it has a budget of $300 billion, from which $150 billion will be to the Global Gateway investment package, which aims precisely to support Africa for a strong, inclusive, and green and digital recovery and transformation. How? Investing in the accelerating of the green transition, of the digital, of a sustainable growth and jobs creation, strengthening education and training, and strengthening the health systems. So these are two big initiatives that are undergoing, and I think are a good example of how the European Union can deal with Africa, and Africa can deal with the European Union, and together make a win-win alliance.
So maybe I would like you to quickly react on this, Mubarak Law. You recently published a policy paper with the Policy Center for the New South on the African Continental Free Trade Area. And one of the ambitions of the dialogue is also to look for ways to integrate the AFCFTA with the common market. So I was wondering how you perceive these offers coming from Europe, Africa-Europe cooperation, then we will have a more transatlantic chunk with Mariana.
Yes, no, we are negotiating. We already finished and we have to start it. Partnership between Europe and different African regions. We call it economic partnership agreements. And but now we have this EFTA. It will be difficult to have different arrangements because the EFTA have the common position regarding the trade with external partners. So I think we will need to make sure that Europe cooperate with the 5 regions with the same agreement, so with the same line. If not, it will be cacophony, if I can say.
Okay.
But I think it will not be difficult. But what we want from Europe is beside trade, we need also investment and industry cooperation.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. We have 1 minute left for the last question. Mariana, there is also the Mercosur-EU cooperation, and you talked about the huge role that the US is playing. I would like to have you react on this and on the way forward in 40 seconds.
Okay, so a lot for 4 seconds. But Brazil has a strong strategic partnership with the European Union. So Brazil will have a strong cooperation with the European Union no matter what happens with the Mercosur-European Union agreement. So the trade agreement, it will not create a trade. The trade is already there. We have been trading for a long time. But it has a set of values that are important for the Europeans, that are important for the South Americans. So let's see what moves forward, how it moves forward. I noticed that the European Union has been requesting some additional instruments regarding environment. Maybe Brazil will request some also regarding industrial policy, but let's see what happens. And the same with the relation with the U.S. Like the U.S. is the geography is unavoidable. They are there. But Brazil has been having a pragmatic relationship with the US since then, so we expect that to keep going.
Thank you so much, Mariana, Katarina, Mubarak. Thank you very much for having joined us. Now we are moving back to the plenary that is starting in the ballroom, which precisely will be about multilateralism and how it has been to speed throughout the wider Atlantic. Thank you for following us and thank you for watching.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we are free?
Yeah.
Free to go?
Yeah, you are. Thank you very much.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
I just...
But I really enjoyed the format. Congratulations.
The rise of inflation occurred in the aftermath of the global activity rebound out of COVID-19, when global value chains were severely disrupted. The Russia-Ukraine conflict added new strains over the global economy, raising energy and food prices. Inflation brings more uncertainty and could be the catalyst of ongoing transformations. It could strengthen even further the hands of those preaching globalization and advocating for self-reliance behaviors. Inflation can also lead to questioning the balance of power between workers and capital holders, heralding a new era in labor market negotiations. Are we heading toward a new inflation age? How can domestic policies cope? Can this inflation trigger more profound transformations of the worldwide economic system?
Thank you, everyone. And that is a good preview, as was the previous panel, into what we're going to look at over the next hour. And I'm going to be trying to pull a lot of you into this conversation about some of the divide between North and South, the wider Atlantic and the global South, and what can be done to knit it back together at a time when we all know the North has a whack-a-mole problem right now. Its attention is focused on Ukraine and almost nothing else. And to help us puzzle through this, I'd like to introduce our panelists, starting with the home team, Ambassador Yousef Amrani, who is the ambassador to South Africa and designated to the EU. Ambassador Amrani. Well, you know, the person I do see in the window, in the door up there, is Vincenzo Amendola. He is a member of the Italian Parliament and has held many senior positions in the Italian government, including Minister of Foreign Affairs. Ambassador Amrani, thank you very much. And next we'll have Minister Amendola, please. And lastly, we have Matata Ponyomapan. He's the chairman of the board of the Congo Challenge, and he's also the former Prime Minister of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Prime Minister. Here, I shall let you take that seat, and I will take that microphone. Oh, you may, please.
Okay.
So I have all warned you that I'm going to be asking you a lightning round question to start. But first, some directions for the audience. Please have your translation device handy, because the Prime Minister has warned me that while he might give us a headline in English to some of my questions, he prefers to answer in French. Also, I am going to be asking you a couple of word cloud questions, so please have your Atlantic Dialogues app somewhere close to hand. And there's also a way in the app to send questions our way. So please send questions. They will pop up on the screen up there. I'll see them on my iPad here, and weave you into the conversation. About halfway through, I'll be switching to you in the audience, and we've got a lot of major decision makers and thought leaders in the audience, so we want to hear what you have to say about this topic as well. So with that, I would like to start with my lightning round question. Which is, how do we get the wider Atlantic to pay attention to issues in the Global South again? Home team, Ambassador, please start.
Well, thank you very much. Before answering your question, you will allow me to say that I'm very much moved today, a few hours from a semi-final that is both in France and Morocco. I must confess that our topic is very relevant to multilateralism. But I believe that football is more multilateral than...
Is it very relevant?
Than the Union, yes.
Is it very relevant because people did not think that Morocco could make the finals?
To show to the world how much a nation is united, how much our ambition is common, and how much strong we are when we are working together. And this is, I think, football has given us a lesson how to move forward in building this new world. Morocco is playing for Morocco, is playing for Africa. And I think another element which is important and also it is relevant with our team is that friendships, brotherhood are elements that are governing football and should govern our interaction with this complicated world.
And never again in World Cup football will anyone count Morocco out, more importantly.
Right.
But let's go on to the question of how do you get their attention again?
Okay, first I think we need to do our own homework internally. I will be very frank, straightforward, and I know you like that. At least you are the third time you are moderating a panel where I am participating. I think it's a problem. No?
Yeah, we've lost your audio.
Okay, I think it's the emotion. No, I think there's a problem now. Huh?
Is it my problem because I'm sitting on the wrong side?
You work.
Here, you know what? Thank you. You're right.
Yes.
There's a microphone.
Okay. So I think we should do our own homework internally, building our strong economies, building democracy, preparing ourselves to interact with our neighborhood. It's important. I'm talking from an African perspective. And I think we need to have a strong African Union. We need to have peace and stability in the region.
I appreciate that, but how does that get the North to pay more attention to the South?
Well, we have to tell a new narrative that were essential for the interaction with our world, that we have did our homework, I want to say, and to convince them to listen through dialogue. I think if there is no dialogue, if there is no listening, we're not moving nowhere. I'm talking also about the relation with the EU, for example, which is our major partner for Morocco. We have the tools, but we need, as always, Mr. Advisor says, I will quote him, we need three elements: the leadership, the commitment, and the vision.
Those are great buzzwords, but I'm not hearing how that would make the North pay attention.
Well, I say dialogue, sitting together, listening to each other, sharing the same values, sharing the same ambition to work up for a stable. But of course, to do this, to be able to work, to interact, we must have a stable environment for this interaction, whether it is Europe. Unfortunately, for example, in the region, in my region, in the Maghreb, it's not working. we're not, but it is South-South cooperation. It's not working because we have, for the reasons, obvious reasons. And for that, we need to bring up strong economies. Because what matters,
strong economies.
Strong economies, because
Okay.
what matters at the end of the day for your partners is how much job do you create, how much growth do you achieve.
So you're basically saying that if the Global South was better able to stand on its own in terms of economy,
Yeah.
then it would be better able to be considered a first world player in some of these conversations. We're going to keep going on this, but I'd love to bring in...
Also, we need also our partners to be on board, sharing the same values, taking care of our identities, and also showing the values.
I think they would argue that they do share the same values, but it's translating that to attention and the kind of action we're seeing on Ukraine. Prime Minister, what do you see as a way to get them to stop looking at the shiny object and pay attention to the Global South again?
Je voudrais tout d'abord remercier les organisateurs, donc Atlantic Dialogue, de m'avoir invité pour la seconde fois à ces débats. Et je pense que la question du multilatéralisme s'inscrit dans la logique du partage de ceux qui sont dans l'ensemble pour le meilleur service à rendre à ceux qui composent l'ensemble. Et le multilatéralisme s'inscrit dans une logique capitaliste qui vise à pouvoir échanger au profit de tout le monde. Et l'importance de chaque membre dans l'ensemble tient compte de ce qu'il apporte comme élément de partage. Et il est important ici de souligner que l'attention qui doit être portée à chacun des groupes est essentiellement justifiée par la contribution. Et dans les cas d'espèce, il est important de souligner l'importance de la production. Il faut que le pays du Sud puisse davantage produire, non seulement en termes de quantité, mais aussi en termes de qualité. Vous prenez l'ensemble, par exemple.
So,
Oui.
just to make sure I understand, so basically, you're preaching self-reliance as the way to, again, a little bit like what Ambassador Amrani was saying, if I'm hearing correctly, stand on your own 2 feet, and then you become an equal player. Am I understanding?
Mais absolument, parce que le jeu du multilatéralisme, c'est un jeu qui consiste à échanger. Et dans les cas d'espèce, les commerces est l'indicateur clé qui essaye de traduire la contribution de tout le monde. Et ici, ce que je voulais dire en substance, c'est qu'il faut absolument que le pays du Sud, pour qu'il soit beaucoup vu, pour que l'attention puisse être portée davantage sur eux, il faut que la production puisse être de plus en plus importante et que la qualité de cette production. Parce que vous prenez dans l'Atlantique global, 80% des échanges se situent au niveau de l'Atlantique Nord, spécialement entre les États-Unis et l'Europe. Ça, c'est les 80%. Et 40% de la production du commerce au niveau de ce bloc est plus important dans l'ensemble du commerce mondial. Vous prenez la production industrielle des pays du Sud, ça représente moins de 5% dans l'ensemble de la production du monde atlantique. Et donc, je pense qu'il faut ici veiller à ce que la production, notamment industrielle, la contribution industrielle des pays du Sud puisse davantage s'accroître en quantité et en qualité pour que l'attention de l'Atlantique Nord puisse davantage être améliorée. Et ça, je crois que c'est un problème de gouvernance, comme on l'a dit ici dans la première session. Il y a un problème de gouvernance et il y a un problème de leadership. Il faut que le leadership soit amélioré et il faut que la gouvernance soit améliorée afin que la production puisse accroître.
But of course, if Africa could become a manufacturing center to rival India, Vietnam, give China a run for its money, of course it would get their attention. So, Minister Amendola, we come to you, who technically you're a member of the North, but you're close to the global South.
I'm Mediterranean. We are in the middle of the... But first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. Why I'm referring to the first two panels, because if you look what we have discussed this morning, you have an agenda of this cooperation. Why I'm saying so? Because after the wake-up call of COVID and also the war that we were discussing so in a tragic way, we saw that the value chain and also the trade and also the market economy and also the line between the continent are shaking and trying to find some balances. For 10 years, we have discussed about the global governance in terms of institution without reaching nothing. The fragility of the worldwide institutions are clearly in front of us. Our problem is to have an agenda. What we have discussed since this morning, food, water, climate change. So there are all topics that they are describing, not just the relation between the people and the continent within the North, within the dimension that we have to build up together. But we are discussing how to reconnect the reality of the global and foreign affairs policy theory to the reality of the people that we are living. Because we know that the climate change, the greenhouse gas reduction are a priority after the Paris Agreement, but we know that we have together some point in common. I make a short example, just to clarify. A few days ago, the European Commission authorized the financing the electrical cable between Italy and Tunisia. Two continents now, not just with the pipeline, but also with the electrical cable that will be connected, because the idea is that between the two shores in this Mediterranean hub, we are connecting two continents to produce new energy. You know, this discussion on this electric cable started when I entered in the government in 2014. 2014, when I was going to Brussels to discuss about this cable, I said, wonderful idea, but we have other priority. Of course, after COVID and with the war, with the energy consumption, production, and with the Paris Agreement target that we have, everything changed. And we know that we can move faster if we have concrete targets. Climate change, food, water consumption. I heard something about agriculture this morning that are common to the two shores, to the two continents, and probably building up to this, not theory, but to concrete also elements, we can rebuild up a multilateral institution theory that nowadays, sorry to say, but is quite fragile. To be pragmatic, we have many points that are uniting ourselves, because we are not living in a transition. You know, in Europe we are living in a green digital transition. God bless us, it's not a transition, it's a revolution. It's a huge change in the civilization on our humanity. It's like an industrial revolution that has a clear speed because it's boosted by the digital economy and the technological transformation, but has a limit. And the limit is the climate neutrality that we have to face, all of us. So if you compare what we are living all together, and we have common agenda priority, that is not the useless debate that we had for 10 years about how we build up the governance of this global level, probably we can reach some result. Multilateralism in a multipolar world, 8 billion people with different actors that nowadays cannot be classified under the liberal democratic view that is mine, but I understand that this world is more complex. They should have project, pragmatic approach, and especially common target. And the common target are the most basic that we ever heard in the humanity: food, water, energy production, and how technology and how the civilization of the machinery and the technology can be used for this target. that can build up a new cooperation. Green Deal is basically a European and African project. Means technological transfer, means imbalances that we are going to reduce, and means also to liberate many people from some exploitation that we lived in the past.
So that's a very positive example of North-South cooperation that is ongoing. But I want to invite you, I set up a straw man in my question. Is the premise of my question incorrect? Has the global North started ignoring the global South? Or are they actually doing 2 or 3 things at once?
No, my friend this morning, the former prime minister, said something really interesting on the Ukraine war. How we look the war, how we look the Russian invasion in Ukraine. It's not a question of ideological debate between Europe, Western alliances, and Russia. There is, of course, Putin is speaking about illiberal democracy, revanchist nationalism since years without that we were listening. So it's another theory of how to organize the global order. It's old because he's speaking about some evil from the past, but it's very new because in the chaos, in the fragility of the multilateral organization, is affirming not a legal criteria, is affirming the sphere of influence criteria. How we look this reality, especially because from the southern dimension they say, sorry, but in the past also some Western did the same, affirming some unilateral action. I understand this point, but the reality that we are living nowadays is something that this aggression is creating a new game where we have to reorganize the table. You remember Barack Obama years ago, say Russia is just a regional power. Let them go. The problem is that in this chaotic world, nowadays, nobody wants to be a regional power. And how these actors are going to reorganize the table of the balance of power, this will create an order. So I understand the point and the different point, but it's not a European war, this. It's a question also how you rebuild an international legality. Because if you want to have a multilateral architecture, you have to decide if you start from the point of the use of force or the point of use of legal criteria. And even if the Western and the European did enormous mistake, even within the Mediterranean, I mean, if I speak the case of Libya or Syria, it's clear. But if we want to reorganize, we have to have a pragmatic approach that links the interest in terms of economy development, liberating the forces of the people. And secondly, we have to rebuild up an architecture where it's clear the starting point. Europe is also in a wake-up call. As you know, Europe produces more concern than action. We have a list of concern of the foreign ministry for years. We express concern on everything. But concern doesn't mean action. Nowadays, for Europe, foreign policy means energy policy, means migration policy, means trade, means that we have to build up also in this global order our role. But our role cannot be based on the principle that we allow somebody else to decide by force what is the architecture that we want to build up.
Before we dig into things like the ills of multilateralism or this possible new axis that's being set up of Russia, China, v. NATO, et cetera, I did want to ask the word cloud question to the audience, if the organizers could put my first word cloud question up. And I'm just getting everybody used to going to that app because it's a good way to participate. And when it pops up, we'll go from there. But here we go. What does the Global South need from the wider Atlantic? I'm asking you to boil it down to one word because I am asking the impossible today. So, respect, young leaders. Is that from some of the young leaders in the audience, I wonder? Let's see, understanding, less interference. This is one that I keep hearing from U.S. diplomats, that one of the reasons that they say, You know, China and Russia are stealing a march on us in terms of African investments because they're transactional. They don't have to stick to values. They don't have the Congress saying you have to have human rights verification when you give out money. Let's see, what else do we have? Transparency, World Cup spots, nice. Better security collaboration. All right, let's take a couple. Prime Minister, I saw you nod when the word respect went up there. Is there enough respect, and does it extend not just from the people whose portfolio is Africa, but to the wider leadership and then down to the populations?
Oui, effectivement, l'Afrique a besoin du respect, ça c'est clair. Mais ce que nous devons savoir, c'est que le respect ne s'obtient pas volontairement. Le respect se mérite. Les Africains ou le sud de l'Atlantique doivent mériter le respect. Et c'est là où je fais le lien entre le respect et un autre mot qui est revenu plusieurs fois, les young leaders. Les young leaders. Et je pense que l'Afrique, pour être respectée, l'Afrique a besoin d'un nouveau type de leadership. Le leadership ne se conçoit pas sans valeur. Et quand on parle de valeur, on parle de la bonne gouvernance. Parce que pour que l'Afrique soit respectée, il faut que l'Afrique apporte sa part dans le jeu démocratique, dans le jeu d'échange, dans le jeu du multilatéralisme. Parce que le multilatéralisme a un contenu. Le contenu, c'est la contribution de chacun. Et pour que vous soyez respecté dans cet environnement du multilatéralisme, vous devez apporter votre contribution. Et il faut que votre contribution soit non seulement quantitative, mais qu'elle soit aussi qualitative pour qu'on puisse vous respecter. Et là, c'est très important parce que nous sommes en train effectivement de faire des recherches qui montrent qu'en fait, le leadership est le déterminant le plus important. Et même dans les relations entre l'Occident et le sud de l'Atlantique, il faut regarder l'importance de l'aide pour que cette aide soit plus canalisée dans la formation d'une offre de leadership, une offre nouvelle de leadership, qui puisse être à mesure de déclencher le mécanisme de l'industrialisation du continent africain, ou du moins du Sud, y compris l'Amérique latine. Imaginez-vous que l'ensemble du Sud-Atlantique, en termes d'industrialisation, n'approche pas les 10%. Moins de 10%. Or, vous ne pouvez pas... Aujourd'hui, on parle de la Chine, parce que la Chine représente près de 25% de la contribution industrielle du monde, plus que les États-Unis, qui sont à 18%. Et vous avez le Maroc, qui est à 1,13%. Vous avez l'Afrique du Sud et le Brésil, qui sont à 1,4% de la contribution industrielle dans le monde. Comment voulez-vous qu'on vous respecte lorsque vous apportez 1,4% dans le marché mondial? On ne peut pas vous respecter. Voilà.
I'm hearing some of the headaches that you had to deal with as Prime Minister and are still trying to tackle now. Ambassador Amrani, picking up on that idea that respect needs to be earned, I still want to point out that the U.S. had a major election scandal. We had the January 6th insurrection. Across Europe right now, in the European Union, there is an MP scandal where MPs are being investigated for taking kickbacks from countries, possibly including Morocco. That was the latest BBC World Service report today. I want to cite my sources. Is the global north or the wider Atlantic, are they still being hypocritical? Are they still coming down to African nations and lecturing?
I would like to pick up where my Prime Minister has already said. that when it comes to Africa, our continent has no vocation to be passive in this multilateral world in crisis that has shown its limits.
I couldn't quite hear that,
Yeah,
sorry.
I said, no, we should do our own homework as Africans, of course, and we should take ownership of the challenges. And to be able to be respected, we need to take ownership of our own destiny through commitment that put the human dimension in the center of our strategies.
I'm assuming that means also taking ownership of mistakes.
Of course.
Do you have, what is the Moroccan government, for instance, saying about the accusations against this MP?
Well, I'm not going to make any comment on information brought by the press, because I know I've been working for 41 years on foreign policy, and I don't want to make any comment on information brought by the press. This is the European issue. It's been dealt with in Brussels. Anyhow, when time comes, my authorities will make the appropriate comment on this issue.
But doesn't even the fact of the investigation going on mean, I, as a journalist, have time and time again listened to, at this forum and others, diplomats come from the north and tacitly lecture Africa on anti-corruption, this, that, and the other. So are they being hypocritical?
No, what I can tell you...
Or are they now being a little bit more humble about their criticism?
No, what I can tell you is that Morocco also did its own homework a long time ago, fighting corruption, building democratic state. You give me now the opportunity to speak about my country. We are moving forward, not because we reached the semifinals of the World Cup. It's an achievement, it's important.
There's a theme here.
But we have also achieved a lot, thanks to the priority given by His Majesty King Mohammed VI to women and to the young generation to be a strong country, to be a partner. If today European Union has advanced status with Morocco, because we did our homework, we are sharing the same values, more or less, with our strong identity and cultural heritage, but we also face together the same challenges. We're always talking when it comes to migration, for example.
But you're very carefully sidestepping my question of, is
the
North still being hypocritical in its criticism of the South?
You are doing your own job as journalist. I'm doing my own job as
And he's showing
diplomat.
his years of experience, delicately and politely sidestepping my question. Respect.
No. Of course, I'm here to listen to you.
Back at you. Okay, well, if I may ask the minister sitting next to you.
I'm not diplomatic. Who is corrupted has to go to jail. No discussion, because this is not a question for Morocco. This is a question for some member of the European Parliament. And
But I'm saying, but doesn't that mean that
there is a slight change.
Aren't we in the North hypocritical?
No, it's not. The point is something that the press doesn't underline. The European integration that is still ongoing, needs a lot of work, but is creating, just because we have this world order that is very disorganized and very turbulent, we need a community of destiny. That means 27 countries that are united with institution, with democratic power.
Without another Brexit.
This means Brexit. I don't want to speak about Brexit. I think the economic result of Brexit are clear on the table. But just to underline that it's not a question of a club of friends sitting in Brussels and having some fun. Because the institution, the 27 countries that are negotiating, the European Parliament elected by the people, are becoming always more important. And are becoming stronger year by year, crisis by crisis. European, they always make some step forward after the crisis. We are wonderful in this. Before COVID, we were fighting for a European budget that was a disaster. After the COVID, we issued a bond that was something forbidden by some country, let's say, legislation. And we are doing the same also for Ukraine. We are doing something that we never experienced, even creating a common defense. So it's becoming really more important. And this means that the attention on what we live all together in Brussels is very important. And sometimes some member of the parliament, I mean the judge will decide, they are doing something against the value. But in this case, it's quite easy. Sorry, I'm not an ambassador, so I can be clear. The member of parliament that are corrupting democracy, so go to jail without even any discussion.
So, but that brings up the question of.
I say because some of them are Italian, so I make it easier.
He is on the record.
Yeah.
Sorry, Ambassador, you want to
No,
jump
I
in?
was going to comment only on the ambition of the European Union because you wanted to. Listen, Morocco has an ambition with the European Union. We want to experiment in new tools with EU. But unfortunately, and he was a minister, except Italy and Spain, the European Union has not a real Mediterranean policy. Europe is looking west. I know Ukraine is a priority, it's security, the other countries in pre-accession, Moldavia, but we cannot continue to work, to express this ambition with EU, and we don't have EU responding to our expectations.
You mean the EU's focused on the prize of Washington, D.C.?
On new neighborhood policy.
Pardon?
No, on the neighborhood policy.
I got it.
Okay, two-thirds, one-third as far as
Behaving like regional powers.
What? No, of course. What we are working, doing our homework, and now you're going to ask me a question about what we did in the wider Atlantic later on in the region. We did our also homework, but today we need to have a strong partnership with EU. We don't want any imposition. We need to, of course, to sit down, to plan together, and to work to achieve something because. It is in the interest of the European Union to have a stable Maghreb, to have a regional integration scheme working in the Maghreb, to fight terrorism together, because we are committed to work with you, to design, but we need this ambition, new ambition. I know Europe is divided today, we know. And since Lisbon Treaty, our come to the European Parliament has become an important tool on foreign policy. It was not before. Since Lisbon Treaty, the European Parliament is now a key player. So we need Europe to redesign, to reshape, to revisit. This is also a crisis of multilateralism.
But may I say something? Because I'm very optimistic on this. If we start from the base of our future, it's quite clear, was always in the history of the humanity, energy, food, water. Imagine, and this is a project that they like even a lot in the north of Europe, not just in the south of Europe. Imagine that between Italy, Tunisia, Algeria, Morocco, we go up Spain, France, we create a circle of connection in terms of new renewable energy production, green hydrogen, that is the future that we know in 10 years probably will arrive. So means creating a common platform of energy production. And this is in the interest of Europe, because also in Germany they want the green hydrogen pooling in the industry. And this is also the interest of Africa, because means a transfer of technology that will go down. So Mediterranean, I'm sorry for who is not Mediterranean in this room, is the hub of this new joint venture. But we have to start from the base. Agri-tech, food, water consumption, because technology is helping us to solve problems that in the past were against the nature, against the, let's say, the structure of the nature. Now can be turned in favor of the nature. So, like we discussed already in this panel.
I have a question for our Prime Minister. Do you see the European Union, with all of its trade rules, et cetera, as a good future market? Like if you're looking at, okay, I'm going to build this manufacturing base and our first target is X, where is Europe on your list of targets?
Je pense votre question est très pertinente, mais elle rentre dans la logique du capitalisme, qui est même la fondation du multilatéralisme. L'Europe, comme les États-Unis, ont besoin de recevoir aussi des biens et des services du sud du continent, que ce soit l'Amérique latine ou bien l'Afrique. Mais ce qu'il faut savoir, qu'est-ce qu'on doit donner à l'Europe? Qu'est-ce qu'on doit donner à l'Amérique? Et qu'est-ce que l'Amérique veut? Est-ce que l'Amérique veut recevoir du n'importe quoi? Non. Parce que même nous, qui sommes au Sud, quand nous achetons au niveau des États-Unis, quand nous achetons au niveau de l'Europe, quand nous achetons au niveau de la Chine, nous cherchons la qualité. C'est ça qui constitue les fondamentaux du multilatéralisme. Aujourd'hui, nous savons qu'il y a des pays qui ont réussi. Vous prenez par exemple l'Israël. L'Israël qui n'a pas d'eau, il pleut presque une fois toute l'année en Israël. L'Israël n'a pas d'eau, l'Israël n'a pas de terres fertiles. Mais l'Israël, grâce à la technologie, grâce au leadership, grâce à la bonne gouvernance, Israël exporte des fruits en Europe. Israël exporte du jus en Europe. Donc c'est un problème, à mon avis, des visions. Il faut absolument, pour que nous puissions arrêter de venir discuter toujours...
It's also about having the capital coming in for
Yeah.
investment, and Israel does have a lot of capital coming in. But to take us back to, you again are being uber diplomatic and not answering how hard would it be for you to sell goods to Europe? It would be a tough market, or would it not?
Non. Non, je ne pense pas. Je m'excuse parce que je suis peut-être économiste, mais je crois à la force de la qualité. Je crois à la force de la qualité. Si vous avez la qualité, vous allez forcer aux gens d'acheter. L'Europe a besoin d'acheter. L'Europe achète. Les États-Unis achètent. Il y a l'AGOA, par exemple, qui a été instaurée par les États-Unis pour faciliter l'exportation des produits africains ou des produits des pays sous-développés vers les États-Unis. Dans l'Europe, il y a aussi les mécanismes ACP, CE, qui permettent aux pays africains de pouvoir exporter des produits. Mais qu'est-ce que vous devez exporter? Il y a des normes. Il y a des standards. Vous n'allez pas considérer l'Europe comme un dépotoir où vous devez acheter, où vous devez vendre n'importe quoi. Mais les produits de qualité, vous prenez par exemple la Chine. La Chine vend des produits de qualité. Vous savez, une fois, les femmes européennes se sont révoltées parce que les gouvernements européens ont refusé à ce qu'on importe les produits chinois, le linge pour les femmes. Les femmes européennes ont marché, tout simplement parce que les produits chinois sont de qualité et ils sont moins chers. Et donc, nous devons savoir qu'est-ce que nous devons faire pour percer le marché européen. Mais si nous ne travaillons pas, si nous ne produisons pas et si nous n'avons pas la qualité, le marché européen restera fermé.
What I love about this panel is that I keep giving you all opportunities to beat up someone else, and each of you keeps saying, no, the problem is us, and here's what we need to do. Bravo. I just want to give a heads up to everyone in the audience. We've got about 35 minutes left, so I'm going to start looking for hands. Awesome. And if you could, I'm looking for, sorry, may I have your microphone back? Unless someone has it. Now you can't answer any hard questions. Could you introduce yourself and let us know who you are, offer a thought, but especially a question.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so very much. My name is Len Ishmael. I'm a senior fellow with the Policy Center of the New South. And I'm going to rephrase the question that you have been asking of your panelists, but specifically Minister of Senegal and also our friend from Europe. The EU New Green Deal, which is the root of a great new partnership, has implicit in it a series of policies that are inimical to the best interest of Africa, especially coming out of 2 years of COVID and now a war in Europe. There's a carbon border tax that you are not going to be able to satisfy. There are new standards and regulations for agriculture. It's not about quality. It's about partnerships in a relationship that need to respond to your need for a clear path to industrialization for Africa. I mean, so please don't be polite about it. I mean, this is an opportunity really to be expressive about what is needed. And if Africa doesn't articulate what it needs to ensure that this new industrial era doesn't bypass Africa, then I'm sorry.
Are you arguing that they've set too high a standard because it's for each other and that they have to have a sliding scale and let Africa off the hook? Or is it...
No, I'm saying that the EU New Green Deal is ambitious for the EU and great, but it has serious implications for all trading partners, particularly developing countries who are not going to be able to get special and deferential treatment to get trade in. So, Minister, I'm on your side, but I'm saying please use this as an opportunity in your favor.
So, over to you, Prime Minister. Let's start with the Prime Minister.
Effectivement, je crois que vous avez totalement raison, parce que dans le G du multilatéralisme, dans le G des négociations, il y a le poids des partenaires qui compte. Si vous êtes en face de l'Union européenne et que vous n'avez pas tout le bagage à la fois technique et à la fois économique et financier, il est important pour vous de faire des bonnes négociations et d'obtenir des bons résultats. Je me réfère, par exemple, à un ministre européen, un ami qui est dans un des gouvernements européens, qui m'a dit qu'il y a 10 ans, quand il négociait avec les Chinois, ils étaient à mesure de les imposer, pendant qu'ils étaient en train de pouvoir conclure des partenariats. Mais aujourd'hui, le même ministre européen, il me dit que ce qu'ils imposaient aux Chinois il y a 10 ans, 15 ans, ils ne savent pas le faire aujourd'hui. Pourquoi? Tout simplement parce que la Chine a augmenté sa capacité de négociation, son pouvoir de négociation, notamment en termes de production économique et financière. Et donc, je suis tout à fait d'accord avec vous, madame, mais il faut absolument que l'Afrique puisse prendre sa destinée dans la main, en ayant un leadership et une gouvernance qui s'imposent. Parce qu'il ne faut pas oublier que l'Europe est là où elle est à cause d'un leadership et d'une gouvernance qui a poussé cette Europe à être aujourd'hui un continent développé. Et qu'à ce titre-là, l'Europe d'abord s'occupe du peuple européen et le reste, ça vient après. Voilà.
So, Minister Amendola,
I want to react because this is a point that we, in the Eurocentric debate, we are discussing a lot. What do I mean? As you know, we Europeans, we decided to have greenhouse gas reduction already 2030 by half, and 2050 climate neutrality. Other continents, other big players, China, India, of course, they have a different. Sharm el-Sheikh was not a success because we are not aligned in terms of decision. You can catch this point in two ways. One way in Europe is, but why we have to run so much? I mean, we take our time. We make the transition. We make changes slowly and slowly. Why we have to go buy electric car? Let's go still a bit with the normal and then we see. Another way that is not based on good, let's say, good sensibility, but it's also based on industrial idea, is that after COVID, and also by COVID, and also by a document that is very important, coming from 2015, is Made in China 2025, that is changing the landscape of the Chinese vision of the international, let's say, industrial mechanism. We as Europeans, we have two targets. One is the climate change. And this climate change you can discuss a lot, but scientifically and also looking at our reality is a clear point that we have to address. And using this horizon also to make a revamping of our industrial base. A revamping means to be competitive worldwide. like we have been in the last century, and to create sustainable energy, sustainable, let's say, development in terms of industrial manufacture, that we, in the last 10 years, we thought that we could outsource to China machinery and so on. So this is a point of reflection in Europe, very tough, very important.
Because you've realized that outsourcing has led to a proliferation of pollution in China.
What they are discussing in the United States. I mean, Trump was a bit more, let's say, outspoken, but I don't think that Barack Obama or Joe Biden, they are moving in a different direction. This inflation legislation that are passing now is, let's build up again our machine.
But the Biden administration also passed one of the largest clean energy pieces of legislation.
But as you know, it's a state aid imbalances if you look at global market. But just to complete, if this theory works and Europe starts again to be industrial, as an industrial mind, that means research, means find the best solution in terms of technology, acknowledgement for agriculture. This means that we need a partner. And the biggest partner for this deal is Africa. Because we have the same interest, and because we have to transfer technology and to make a business together.
So you're saying that you could outsource the guts of the project to Africa, to African nations, and transfer the technology in the process. So you're saying that a rising tide lifts all boats.
But we are living in the
because
same...
you'd also be insisting on the environmental practices.
We are living in the same dimension. I mean, if the Europeans lose time in discussing about migration, because they are obsessed by this migration and is a historical flow, also because the 56% of the population will come from Asia, so probably the problem will not be just in the Mediterranean shore, will be also in the other direction. But if we look the reality, throwing out this obsession of migration of the European fortress, we are not a fortress. If you look at our demographic trend in Europe, are disaster. And we look cooperation starting from a topic, and the topic are the most basic. And in this case of sustainable development goal, not in terms of theory, but in terms of action, means industrial revamping, machinery, technology, something that change. We have a partnership that is on the field, is not in theory. This is my impression, but not because I want to just to pass the ball to another, but to create something that is for our future. I think is necessary for the climate change goal that we have to achieve.
Ambassador Amrani says you have such a deal in mind that's already happened. Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you for raising this question. It's very important. I don't want to say that Morocco, again, took the lead in this direction. We have signed last month the Green Partnership with the European Union. This is good for Morocco because it is within our priorities, but it's good for Africa and good for Europe because at the end of the day, what is important, how we can connect the networks. We have other projects, like the gas pipeline from Nigeria to Morocco, and will have some perspective for Europe. This, I think, what we're doing is to connect the networks, which is important, and energy is the issue.
In that Green Deal, what is one of the first things we're going to see concrete that's going to come to fruition?
We'll see concrete. We already started with the OCP, with desalination, through the hydrogen. We have taken the lead since a long time ago. The solar energy.
But in this latest deal, there's a desalination project.
There's a project, a lot of projects. And OCP, where we are, is going to produce water, not only for its own use for the OCP, but also for drinking water, for sanitation, and so on. So this is, I think, other priorities. We have to start somewhere to work together for the future. And that's why this cooperation with Europe is important.
So I'm starting to see questions coming thick and fast, so I'm going to go to a couple of people. Sir, if I could get yours first, and could you introduce yourself for those in the audience who might be watching virtually?
Thank you very much. I also has an observation about the question, the original question.
But could you introduce yourself? There's some people who can't see you.
What do you want to do? Stand up?
No, just say who you are.
Okay.
I know, but there are some people who the cameras aren't on him.
I just wanted to raise two questions or two points.
The Foreign Minister of Egypt.
The first one is about your question. What should the South do in order to attract the North to enter into a meaningful dialogue? in my opinion, the question should be addressed to the North. How would what the North would do in order to retrieve the credibility that is being eroded by the day. So the question should not be addressed to the South, but to the North.
And
that is the first point. The second point is about our colleague from Italy, who's an old friend. Anyway, he raised the issue, very important issue, that we have to reorganize the table. But then when you explained about how to reorganize the table, you resorted to the old arguments about, yes, you are going to help, ready to help in water, in agriculture, etc. That is not the point. Because also, you need the South, you need the oil, you need the gas, so that we can give you and you can give us. That is what should make the table reorganized, not a high chair or high seat and a low one. There is a new world. The new world is there, and you have to change the state of mind in addressing the South. It's not a question of respect, it's a question of credibility of the North.
May I ask a quick follow?
At the end-
Are Russia and China stealing a march on the North in the way they treat this global South?
My next point is that what do you mean by North? There is the North in the West and the North in the East.
Yeah.
Are you talking on behalf of the North of the East too, or you are talking about the Western?
I've on purpose not defined it because I didn't want to get in trouble with the audience.
Then at the end, I want to tell you, the parliamentarian coming from Italy, that ambassadors can be also as clear as you think parliamentary members are. So.
To be precise on the point, sorry, with all the respect that with the ministry, I misused some word. When I was speaking about the table, this is metaphorical, of course, I was speaking about the real strategy of some global political actor like Russia, referring to this famous sentence, not so lucky, of Barack Obama, you are a regional power. No, this is the point that some political actors are saying there is no multilateral asymmetric asset based on the West, and there is a new world order. Just because you made a lot of mistakes, like you did, we want to do as well. So I think this is something that as European, and I think as, let's say, based on multilateral criteria, we cannot accept. But I was not referring that we should close let's say, the table with some actor and the other outside. Because, of course, this complex multipolar order is difficult nowadays to reorganize in multilateral institutional asset. Before it was more easy. The world was divided, correct. Let's organize the world divided, and we close the Helsinki, let's say, chapter, so on. Nowadays, the outcome of this chaos can be Yalta again. I don't like this idea that the winner of the war will sit and organize the table. I prefer always to be based on multilateral Helsinki principle. When I'm saying this, of course, I'm also speaking not just politically, but also in terms of international trade relation, international, let's say, business community hybrid organization, because nowadays you don't have just state or supranational institution. You have also global actors that are more influent than the state. We know what we are speaking about. So how to reorganize this table, let's call it the world order table, it's not easy. Because somebody say, okay, we do Western, we collect ourselves in an alliance and we see how to deal. In my opinion, it's more complex, because even if I don't give up on my principle of liberal democratic approach, I know that I have to speak with people that they put in the constitution that they are leader for life, and they don't believe in liberal democracy. But what do we do? Or we do like, let's say, confrontation that sometimes goes out also in military confrontation, or we try to renegotiate who is going to participate in this table. Of course, I'm closing, this interest is also based on how we organize the horizon and the competition and the production. I prefer to be competitive like we have been in the last century, producing better jobs, producing better machinery, producing with intelligence some development, because the European, the Western, they were great for this in the last century. Nowadays the competition on sustainable. And we have a sister that for life with the Mediterranean hub that is let's say, the official center office of this joint venture, that is Europe and Africa. For me, it's logical in terms of political willing.
If I may reflect back what I'm hearing from both of you, I mean, in answer to your question, what do we mean by the wider Atlantic? I guess the common perception of that is the EU West, but also including the Five Eyes, you know, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, the US. That, for most mainstream media journalists in the United States, is probably what we think about. And then the question that I would ask, but I want to hear from them, but I'll just throw this out there, is the problem the attitude that this North has that's turning off the global South, or is it what's on offer, or a combination of both? I'm just going to leave that out there and go to, could you introduce yourself and give us your question and comment?
Thank you very much indeed. My name is Jonas Ade. I'm from Ethiopia. And my comment is, I think what's missing in this cooperation, particularly in the Atlantic, by the way, I should thank you very much for this excellent organization and the opportunity, the organizers. And I think one missing link here is women leadership. If we really had women because of this naturally gifted, multitasked orientation and understanding by nature, I think we would have lessened the discussion and the problem that we face today, be it multilateralism, be it at family management, be it managing even unilaterally as well as multilaterally. I think we have to, whenever we talk about governance, shall we focus on that gender aspect, particularly bringing women to the front line?
Because you think women are more collaborative?
More collaborative, more understanding very well, because I accommodate not only the children here, but also the problems as well, differences as well. They are happy to celebrate diversity. So I think they are more collaborative, at the same time also more imaginative. And now things are almost changing in schools. I'm a university professor. Achievements, engagement, active participation are now gradually changing. So this changing leads me to my question now. This is a comment I wanted to make.
I'm about to go to a woman to get a question from her, but I have a quick question for
Yes.
you, being from Ethiopia.
Yes.
The latest I've heard from aid organizations is that Ethiopia is on the verge of declaring a famine. Much of the foreign aid need is being unmet, and they predict that by next year, 60 to 80% of that need it's getting worse and worse with the focus on Ukraine, other issues. What do you think is the lasting effect going to be on Ethiopians if that's how it plays out next year?
Honestly speaking, we should see things holistically and in its complexity, not at once. Ethiopia's conflict, Ukraine's conflict, it has global structural dimension.
But do you feel ignored?
I understand very clearly, to be honest. Anything, anywhere that conflict happens, it could be masterminded or remote controlled by somewhere else. So it doesn't simply end in Ethiopia. We say in peace philosophy... peace
masterminded by somewhere else, what do you mean by that?
Oh, okay, there's Western influence, there is Eastern conflict, there is different conflicting interests in Ethiopia as well as in the Horn of Africa as a whole. So it has structural causes, going back to colonial time, going back to slave trade time. So you have these accumulated problems, not at once. In conflict studies, we always see from conflict complexity, not one cause, one effect relationship. That is quite very simplifying, not understanding the science very clearly, to be honest. Back to my question. My question is, how do the North perceive the South? How do they particularly understand Africa? Is it still, I heard this morning, excellent interventions here. They were reprimanding and criticizing Latin America, Africa, and Asia for not using the vocabulary by saying Russian invasion in Ukraine. Rather, you are not siding with us, or putting our words into our mouths, rather than understanding context and appreciating differences in diversity. How do they still perceive, how do the West, how do the North, global North perceive their part in terms of partnership? And the following question from that is it possible to talk about redesigning multilateralism without redesigning multidimensional thinking.
Okay, so
There's
now
no
we're gonna let's just take because I'm being like the mom who nags everyone to make their bed, so I'm being equally rude to everyone to move them on. But let's just take that the one question that he was asking: what does the North think of the South? Prime Minister, from your perspective, I mean, the old way of thinking was, oh, the South is corrupt, the South has high levels of poverty, low levels of education. Have they moved beyond that? They being the North, as I just sort of articulated it.
Bien. Je pense que la façon dont le Nord perçoit le Sud, c'est en fonction de ce que vaut le Sud. Par deux fois, le président américain Donald Trump a tenu des propos quasiment injurieux aux Africains. Ça a été dit ouvertement et je pense que ça donne une image de la conception de l'Occident vis-à-vis du Sud. Et je pense, comme je l'ai dit tout à l'heure, le respect ne s'octroie pas. Le mérite ne s'octroie pas. Si le président Trump, pendant 4 ans de son mandat, n'a même pas mis le pied en Afrique, en disant le propos qu'il a tenu, c'est qu'il avait une idée du continent africain. Peut-être qu'il a dit que l'Afrique ou le Sud ou l'Amérique ne donnent pas ce dont le Nord a besoin. Et donc, je pense que nous ne devons pas nous faire des illusions. Nous qui sommes au Sud, si nous voulons que nous soyons respectés, nous devons produire. Nous devons nous industrialiser. Si aujourd'hui l'Inde, la Chine commencent à être respectées, c'est tout simplement parce que l'Inde et la Chine ont compris le secret du respect, ont compris le secret du mérite. Et donc il faut absolument que le Sud soit aussi l'industriel. Aujourd'hui, nous avons vu avec la Covid. La Covid, vous savez, pour terminer, madame, l'Europe et les États-Unis, donc le Nord, sont allés chercher le masque en Chine. Si les masques ne se trouvaient pas en Chine, est-ce qu'ils pouvaient aller les chercher? Voilà.
I just have to say, under the Trump administration, the Honorable Peter Pham came here to the Atlantic Dialogues many times, and he was the representative to the Great Lakes. So I know from State Department briefings I was getting at the time that President Trump might not have come here, but from that administration to this administration, there is a serious group of people looking at this continent. But I'm not here to defend them, but Peter especially was a friend of the dialogue, so I had to speak in his defense. Ambassador Amrani, you wanted to add? Sorry, just a second. I will let you speak. Just the ambassador is pulling rank on you. Just a second.
I will be very brief to respond directly to your question. Today, everybody is interested by Africa. All of you on the North are running. Today, in America, there is a summit EU-Africa. Europe, Africa. China, Africa. Russia, Africa. Turkey, Africa. Why? Simple question. Of course, there's a competition today in Africa to make business for our raw materials, to sell products. This is the reality. I am now in South Africa. Everybody wants to do business with. And there is a big competition because they want to face Russia and China, the US, and Europe in Africa. So I think they respect us, but they want something more from us. And we know what they want, everybody. Today there's a summit, head of states in Washington for the reason, competition, because Africa is the future for the international cooperation.
Ma'am, you wanted to add your thoughts. Could you reintroduce yourself to the crowd?
My name is Obieza Kwesili. I was listening to this conversation, and it just sounded like we actually regressed in the way that we're having conversations
But
around.
is it my questions?
Yeah, I wasn't comfortable. I really wasn't. I mean, look, there's this level of paternalism that we should let go of. You know, when you talk about when we have this kind of a conversation, and you start saying things like, you have people who visited Africa. We don't need visits. What are we doing with visits? I think that the issue is that the rest of the world needs to stop looking at Africa as a humanitarian case. Africa is a business case.
So you're saying that although the Trump administration, the Biden administration, the Obama administration sent many of their people here, you didn't see concrete results on the ground that gave you confidence in continuing that relationship?
Yeah, the American foreign policy is broken. It's important to acknowledge that both Europe and America are struggling in terms of their leadership of the global space, precisely because they have refused to advance in the bureaucratic understanding of the changes that have gone on in the world. And so when you talk about Africa from a certain perspective that remains paternalistic, it is absolutely annoying to those of us who know that respect does not even have to be based on production. Just the basic human dignity of respect has to be on the table. And then the second thing is that none of us as Africans must in any way not take on our leaders when they fail to govern properly. Our leaders owe us accountable governance. So it shouldn't be a zero-sum game. I'm going to defend African leaders when they are hopelessly incompetent. No, I won't do that. But I will also not sit in a room where I listen to paternalistic conversation on Africa. I think that for us to make progress in these kinds of gatherings, it's important to isolate the issues. I lived in Berlin for some months.
But is it important that I brought up some of the lowest common denominator paternalistic attitudes that still exist? I just spent 4 months in India and got a much more detailed understanding of their relationship and their history with Russia and why they're in a very different space.
I mean, listen, I'm not even blaming you, but I'm saying that
you're frustrated with it over and over and over.
With the way that the question comes. So we're not advancing in terms of our readiness for collaboration and for cooperation, for the language that leads to partnership of the kind that produces results. And what I want to see is an advancement in the content. We should be analytical. You know what? You think that anyone in Europe who is right now erecting walls against Africans is not looking at the data on migration and on what migration does for economic growth? You think they don't know that the demographic changes would be against Europe at a certain stage, and that they're going to be needing...
They're going to be needing migrants.
Do you understand?
Oh, no, I understand.
So all of these issues are the kinds of issues we should be addressing. And I think that a major part of this broken conversation is coming from seeing Africa as a means of competition between the asinine, the great power competition.
As Minister Musa said, yes, the Northeast and the Northwest using this as their
precisely,
chessboard.
And we must change that. So when you, as a CNN anchor,
I'm not an anchor. I'm a global affairs analyst.
All right. So,
yeah.
But
I come on and I hold forth with my analysis.
So you hold some leverage. So the quality of the conversation when it comes to Africa must be a conversation that's substantial, not a conversation that has people having to answer to things that really, look at it.
No, speaking of substantial, we have 5 minutes left,
yeah,
so I have to, and they've told me I must be on time.
I'm sorry. Okay. I'm sorry, but I was suffocating.
But also so we were supposed to have we were supposed to have a woman panelist, and she got Rita got hung up at the airport. She's probably trying to make her way still. You're here. Please. You've been listening to some of this. Welcome. I'm glad you're here. Can you introduce yourself and perhaps, with apologies to the gentleman on stage, give us your closing thoughts to help us close this out. So basically, you've heard some of the conversation. Okay, so So I'll just put a question to you. The major back and forth that we've had is the North, if you consider it being Europe, Canada, the U.S., that North, has sometimes displayed a still paternalistic attitude, has sometimes forgotten Africa or treated it as an afterthought. Since you've come from Portugal, how would you grade how Europe is doing in its outreach to Africa, especially with the horrors of, for instance, the Ukraine war going on?
Okay, so thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Rita Faden. I'm the president of the Luso-American Development Foundation, which is a foundation that brings together Portugal and the United States. And so, straight to your question, what is the North Atlantic, let's say what we usually say the West? That's a major issue. Probably we haven't done enough. And the reality is that with this war in Ukraine, which for Europeans is an existential war, the attention span is even shorter. It shouldn't probably be like that, but that's the reality. For any European, this is really, I mean, we see our future at stake here. And so all our attention, our political attention, the funding, the energy is very much concentrated on the war in Ukraine. Of course, I mean, as human beings, we can always think of more than one thing at the same time. So that's...
Especially since it seems, as we've discussed somewhat in the crowd, that Russia and China are stealing a march in terms of investment in Africa, defense cooperation, and setting up, and also doing it in a way that often seems more respectful to African leaders than Europe or the US in their approach.
I understand when you say the concept of being respectful, but I respectfully disagree.
Okay.
Because, I mean, underneath the supposed respectful, there are other demands that perhaps are not so straightforward. I know that sometimes Europe comes when I mean, our cooperation is very much based on conditions and human rights conditions and democracy conditions, but we put them at front. What we have with Russia and China is that we don't have those types of conditions up front, but then we have other hidden conditions and other hidden negotiations that sometimes I think can be more harmful for the development of the countries. But I mean, as in everything in life, there's no exclusivity.
In terms of debt trap policies,
yeah, of course, and then in terms of the demands that they then do from an economic point of view, for countries that in Africa that they can seemingly try to help.
So my last question, I'm going to give 15 seconds to each of you. First to you, and then I'm going to go to the stage. Are you hopeful that Africa, that Europe and Africa are going to start having a better relationship?
Yes, because it must be so. So I think there's a clear conscience that for our future, our common future, and I believe very much, we live in a globalized, interconnected world. There's no going back from that. There can be some hiccups, but that's the way, that's the future. And so for that future, I think we must, there's no other way than to strengthen the relations. Multilateralism for me is the key. And working together, trying to find partnerships. There's lots of things already happening in the Atlantic. So, sorry.
Okay, so going, just to wrap it up, Prime Minister, we're going to go from you and end up with, are you checking the score or something? Yes. Prime Minister, are you positive, are you hopeful that the North will start paying more attention and treating the Global South with more respect?
Je pense que nous devons être réalistes, nous, les Africains, et je suis africain. Et si nous voulons une bonne attention de l'Occident vis-à-vis de nous, nous devons nous comporter en conséquence. En matière économique, en matière politique, il n'y a pas d'éthique, il n'y a pas de moralité. En politique, il n'y a que les intérêts qui comptent. Vous n'allez pas demander à l'Occident de vous respecter lorsque vous ne méritez pas ce respect. Vous n'allez pas demander à l'Europe de vous respecter lorsque vous ne méritez pas ce respect. Autant l'Europe chasse les immigrés africains qui traversent la mer Méditerranée, autant l'Europe fait entrer d'autres citoyens du monde sans visa. Les États-Unis, la même chose. Autant ils construisent des murs contre le Mexicain, mais autant ils donnent la possibilité à d'autres pays, notamment d'autres citoyens, notamment venant de l'Europe, sans visa. Ça veut dire quoi, madame? En réalité, le respect, je le répète ici, c'est peut-être je vais conclure, en termes de leadership, en termes de gouvernance, le respect se mérite. Et l'Afrique, si l'Afrique, comme une belle femme, elle veut qu'on la regarde, mais l'Afrique doit être belle. Et la beauté africaine, dans ces conditions, c'est la production, la quantité et la qualité. Merci.
Minister, your 15-second prediction.
Yeah, no, but look, me, I'm very basic and I'm very used to the political arena, so I'm not diplomatic. I say always what I think. And I always say what I think to the European that they have this hypocrite approach to the cooperation system, and also to our African friends that were in government for years and now they blame on the Western. So I'm very tough on the point because we have an option. The main roots of the European integration process is what we have to build up in the world. Europe is not a fortress that we close ourselves in peace and wealth and we think that the world around us is a paradise or something that we have to have far away from us. So our global action is the main base of the European integration. And when we speak about global action, we have to be concrete, because the blah, blah, blah on the governance institution, multilateralism for 10 years was going on, and the result is zero. We had the UN system that was meshed by COVID in terms of protecting the people. We have the Security Council that is not able to do anything in case of conflict. So let's start from kind of approach that is pragmatic, look in the reality, look in the target that is the climate change and saving the planet. And let's be honest, let's be based in a cooperation that is useful if we have concrete approach. If we start to say what we have done in the last 20 years, Europeans, they are wonderful in self-criticism. We can organize Congress of the European and for months blame ourselves for what we have done in the last 10th century. We are beautiful. But the most impressive things that also in this dialogue, in the panel that we had since this morning, is to look the agenda, look the concrete action that we have to deliver in a time that is quite turbulent.
Thank you.
For what we live. So let me also close on football. I didn't speak about football, Ambassador, because I come from a country that we believe in bad luck and good luck. So we always not speak about football before the match because you never know, you know. But my heart is with you, don't worry.
Thank you. Thank you for the support. 15 seconds.
Yes, sir.
It is all about ambition. If our ambition is to build bridges, that will work. Because we are facing the same challenges: climate change, migration, terrorism, and so on. So one country or group of countries alone cannot face these challenges. So we need to work together. So common responses for common challenges in order to build our future. But for me, the multilateralism is only one speed, no two speeds. Is one. We need to work together, and we need to forget, this issue of respect. Because at the end of the day, what matters are the interests of our people, of our young generation, for job, for stability, and for growth.
Thank you. And one last question, your prediction for the game?
Oh my God. Bad luck.
I support the Italian, but I don't want to make any prognostic.
On that note, thank you very much. I believe we have a brief break, but we have another panel coming straight up. We do not have a break. Stay in your seats. Do not move. You don't need more caffeine yet. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, the Atlantic Dialogues High-Level Conference is back with an 11th edition in Marrakesh.